Hello there. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Sunday. How's it going, everyone? Hey, Kazi, Guns and Raiders, Moose. Morning, morning, good morning.
Hello there.
Hello there. I'm not hearing those yet because I'm still on the interstitial screen. Eggbirds, good morning. Utopian Warrior. Always nice to have a warrior on our side. Ain't that right? I was just trying to, we're doing The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall later today, and I was just trying to get through the first dungeon in the same way that we did with... You're doing it wrong. Excuse me. Let's try this again. There we go. Raves Lord Ahelt. Good morning, guten Morgen, good morning. And welcome on in. Happy Sunday. Hope it's going good. Did a bit of cleaning this morning, took the dog out. Maya made awesome breakfast before she headed out to work. And yeah, then I got Daggerfall Unity set up. I'm actually kind of excited about this. Don't know if you guys have seen it, if you're interested in it at all. Audio settings. There we go. I haven't actually had a look at this yet. But yeah, Daggerfall Unity is obviously the second Elder Scrolls game ever. It looks very much like the first one, Arena. Oh, that's cute. I'm not going to buy it. Egbert's got to go again, but saw you were going to stream, so I popped in to say hi. Have fun with ES2. Well, that won't be for a few hours at least, but thank you, man. Have a great day. And Kazi, I'm trying to figure out how to put in nails into the back of my wardrobe silently, because it's Sunday. Just don't do it silent, just do it fast. You know, if I hear hammering, I don't know if your neighbors are like I am, but I will just sort of hear it, note it, and not be bothered by it. It's when it goes on and on and on. That's when I start to get a little bit irritable, you know? How's the game volume, actually? Let me just check. In OBS, how's that looking? Could be a little louder, couldn't it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Kazi, just go for it. Thought of pressing them in. Just convincing them to burrow into the wood. Bye-bye, Ego Birdo. And I had... Maya made awesome breakfast for going to work. Can't you're blessed with the chef wife of yours. Yeah, I am. But also, during lockdown, I definitely put on weight that I wouldn't have put on if I lived with, like, a normal person. Rather than someone who's like, oh, today I'm going to learn all about kaiseki. This Japanese tradition of local, sustainable ingredients. And the food represents the locality in which it is made. That's probably a terrible misinterpretation. If Maya were here, she'd do a better job. But she's always learning, always testing, always refining. And, you know, a lot of the most delicious and interesting food is, shall we say, less than healthy? And during lockdown, I was just naturally getting less exercise. You know, I'd take the dog out for walks, but I wasn't going out and doing stuff the way I normally would be. So yeah, that definitely... There are drawbacks, is what I'm saying. But generally, yes, you are correct. Wedgie Queen, welcome on in. Love that emote. Utopian Warrior, what game volume? Oh, do you not hear it? You guys hear the game, right? You should do. Or was it just super quiet? Normal person. Well, literally, I gave a little speech the day before our wedding. We rented out this big house and brought down loads of people. We had a smaller wedding. It was like 30, 40 people, something like that. It was much smaller. Maybe a bit more than that. I can't remember exactly how many. But it wasn't like the 200 people wedding that normal people have. At my sister's wedding, there were like 250 people there. But it was just one afternoon. Ours was over like 2.5 days. So we put everyone up for 2 nights so we could really party and go buck wild. That was a nice way of doing it. And the speech I gave the evening before was basically all about how weird Maya is. In a wonderful way. You know, just... I could never be with a typical person. I think I would struggle with that, and they'd struggle with me, more's the point. So yeah, when I say normal person... What does that even mean? But whatever it means, it ain't Maya. I think even without meeting her in real life, you guys can probably tell that there's truth in that statement. Still a little quiet, but it's okay. Alright, let's crank it a little extra. Thing is, I can't see it and OBS at the same time, because it then goes mute. So... let's just do this for a moment. Bum-ba-dum. Let's do something loud. That's about right, isn't it? Yeah, I'd say so. Little peek behind the curtain there for you guys. It's because Arena was so freaking loud yesterday when we played it, all the MIDI music. Bow, bow, doo 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 doo. And especially the tavern music. If you missed it, you missed a treat. Sorry to tell you. But it was so goddamn loud, and I didn't know how to turn it down in-game, so I just turned down that entire channel in OBS. Because yesterday, we were streaming a little bit of the Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, Slaughter, Arena. The very first Elder Scrolls game. And I wasn't quite sure how that was going to go. I thought I might run the risk of just emptying chat. I think about 20 people left. We had about 150 people watching. And to my delight, when I looked down, there was still about 135, 40 just hanging out. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but most of you stayed, and a lot of people were saying, holy shit, this is aged really, really well. This totally looks playable. Wait until you see Daggerfall. Of course, that has aged in many ways worse than Arena because it was more buggy in the first place. But on the other hand, it's a much more groundbreaking and beloved game. So in the same way that Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim continue to thrive because of their fan communities, Daggerfall is kind of no different. It's just a little bit more smaller, more concentrated. But a few years back, I think in 2023, they finally released version 1.0 of Daggerfall Unity. So this is the entire game, the whole shebang remade in the Unity engine. And it plays beautifully. I've never played it before today. I installed it a couple of hours ago, knowing it would take a while to get everything set up, knowing it would take me a while to figure out what the hell the controls are and to get out of that first dungeon, because just like in Arena, the first dungeon is extremely difficult and you will die and you need to just constantly save and rely on a little bit of luck and running away from things to get through it. But yeah, I made it. So I now have a save ready to go when we switch to Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall a little bit later. And thank you very much for the follow. I'm just going to call you Pi. I hope that's alright. Pieterts. Utopian Warrior, my wedding was 25-ish people. Max, I'm so glad we didn't go bigger. Sounds like a similar deal. There are things you can do with a tighter group, right? Pushing them in with a metal weight works. Just need to get them started slightly with the hammer. Nice one, Kazi. Man, I would say in many ways don't bother. Like, do any of your neighbors give a shit to this degree? But I also salute the fact that you are just being a caring, community-minded individual. We lived next door to a couple for just over a year while we sold our old house and we were searching for the new house to buy. Hadn't found the right one, so we rented a cottage for a year, and it was a really long, low building, like an old farmhouse, and it was divided into 3 homes. So it's a pretty big building. It would have been an amazing house if it was all one, but we lived in the middle part. On one side was an old lady who made absolutely no noise at all. She was wonderful, we loved her. And on the other side was a slightly annoying, arrogant, you know, upwardly mobile couple who desperately wanted to be middle-class country folk, but weren't. And that was like that was their whole deal. And they were spending as little money as possible on this massive renovation of the unit next to ours. And the noise they were making every day of every week, and especially on Sunday. At one point we called the landlord and said, what the fuck? And he just went round and told them, look, I will call the cops. This is actually breaking the law. So, yeah. Having been through that experience of them just not giving two shits about what they were doing to the people next door and their ability to enjoy their day, I really do appreciate that, Kazi. So, yeah, good luck with it. But if you need to use the hammer, do it. And I'll screw it, what's normal when you can have awesome? Why go out for hamburger when you can have steak at home? As they say in Spaced. Absolutely. Hey, it's Sunday. That means I bank stuff. I didn't do my writs very much this week, so I don't have a lot of gold. Sag. It's been too busy, man. It's probably a good thing, though, right? Being too busy to do writs. I don't know. Guns N' Raiders. I think we all feel not normal. In our eyes, we see everyone else as normal. Yeah. Getting philosophical on us there, Guns N' Raiders. Moin moin, sexy people, right back at you. Yeah. Well, that's clipped. Yeah, nice. Dark Mel, don't forget about Daggerfall Unity that adds mods. I haven't even fucked with the mods yet. I will definitely do that, though. You're right. You can get three-dimensional textures for all the trees and stuff like that, so it makes it look even more amazing. Yeah, honestly, you can get it to look slightly better than vanilla Morrowind, which is bonkers bananas, if you ask me. But I just thought I wanted to show off the vanilla Unity. So that's what we're going to do later, Dark Metal, but I love that someone knows what I'm talking about. I don't know if any of you tried. Some of you said yesterday, I tried playing Arena, gave up after 25 minutes. I think loads of Elder Scrolls fans have had that experience. And with Daggerfall, it might be even harder because they can... yeah, the game is bigger, it's more chaotic, and it's just even more difficult to get into. And that opening dungeon is such a nightmare, and it's so buggy. But the Unity version smooths out so much of that stuff. So, and a lot of people who've played it, obviously there's some bias here, you know, your favorite movie is the first one that you saw in that franchise. That's often the way. Or, you know, the first Star Trek show that somebody watched, that's the one that got them into it. That's their favorite. It's that kind of thing. A lot of people who played Morrowind list it as their favorite. I often say that it might be my favorite, stuff like that. In some ways, it is my favorite. But a lot of people say Daggerfall is theirs. We have someone who comes here fairly regularly to the stream who's like, die hard. You're never going to change my mind. Daggerfall is the best, kind of thing. So there's gold in them hills. If we can get through the jank and the datedness and all of that stuff. Much as there is in the Elder Scrolls Online. You know, it's 11 years old. Someone who's quite young or just used to the latest and greatest in gaming tech, they might not be wowed at first by the way this game looks. Because there are things about it that are kind of old school. But definitely there's gold in them hills, you know? If you persist, give it a go, give it a chance. Yeah, and yes, Seamus, it does. That... Yeah, it's the same sound effect from Arena. And it's like a stock sound effect. I remember watching the TV show Charmed, you know, with Shannon Doherty and... I can't remember the others' names. Alyssa Milano. You know, three, like... ridiculously beautiful women cosplaying as normal, you know, working ladies in San Francisco. Oh, and they happen to be witches. It's quite a silly program, but I remember watching episode 1 of that, and one of them is terrified by the revelation that she's a witch and comes from a witch family. So she goes to church, and the sound that the door makes as she opens this creaky old church door is that stock creaky haunted house door from Arena and Daggerfall. I remember laughing out loud, and Maya had no idea what, like, why is that funny? She's entering a church, but to me it was like hearing the Wilhelm scream. Ah! You know? It was just a delight. I wonder if sound people are like Foley artists and shit. They must get that all the time. That there are door noises and screams, eagle cries and thumps and just general sort of movie and TV sound effects that they recognize immediately. It's like hearing a familiar song or seeing a familiar face. Jobbing where, for example, you could talk to all your guests for more than 5 minutes. That's very true, yeah. Kazi, already done. Barely any noise. The dog they leave alone for hours, barking the whole time, is louder. Sweet. And Utopian, getting 20 Master Writs out of 19 characters seems a little excessive. Wonder if they'll rebalance when they do it with the first incremental patch. Is the drop rate higher? Got that today. 20 Master Writs out of 19 characters. I know I feel like I get more than 20 a day. Is that in my imagination? But yeah, I've never really tallied it. But now you mention it, that does sound like it's a lot. Dark metal pedal terrain, like height, yet. No flat surfaces, actual fast travel that you can fast forward to. Yeah, Kazi, I don't like disturbing people. I think when I live next door to other people, I should care for their needs as well. You are absolutely right. But it's that law of the jungle thing that, well, if nobody else is doing the right thing, why the fuck should I? You know, if everyone around you cheats on their exam, are you going to be the guy that does it by the book? And there are two schools of thought on that. The one is, yes, I am, because I'll set an example. Maybe some other people won't be tempted to, you know. Where the other one is, well, if everyone else is doing it, it's pointless for me to resist. But that's why it's so difficult to reform corrupt systems. Things like that. So yeah, I applaud you, basically, is all I'm saying. But part of me just wants to tell you to relax and fuck it. They can put up with 1 minute of hammering. It's normal. Guns N' Raiders can't sat with his table and banner. Daggerfall is best and nothing can state otherwise. Yeah, change my mind. I don't know that it's the best. I haven't played very much of it at all. Honestly, I've never been out of the dungeon before, I don't think. I don't think I ever made it out the dungeon before today. Because I think Daggerfall is the only one where you don't start in prison. You know, Skyrim, you're a prisoner, even though you're not technically in the prison. But Morrowind, you're on a prison ship. Arena, you're literally in a prison cell. So 1, 3, 4, Oblivion, obviously, prison, and 5. Daggerfall is the only one where you're not technically a prisoner. You just wake up in a cave. After your boat is smashed in a storm, I think. We'll see that later. Charmed was a lot of fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie, I was just blown away by the visuals of that show. Like having 3 actresses that looked that way and just constantly putting them in skimpy outfits. I was like, is that the only thing this show knows how to do? Because they weren't hypersexualized or anything, but it was like, it was very much a 1990s way of making TV. You know, let's put sex on screen without putting sex on screen. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, I've talked to Maya about this, and she's a fan, but she completely agrees. I think she fell in love with Shannon Doherty a little bit watching that program. May she rest in peace. Jeez, why have we got so much crap? This is all from questing yesterday, isn't it? If when you quest, you don't pick up... You don't half pick up a lot of rubbish. No wonder my bank is full. Oh, I thought it said fat belly mace. Full belly mace. Full belly barricade. Don't even ask. I've got some Barse stuff that I was testing with it. I don't know if anyone else has done this. I was really surprised at how crap it is. Increases your damage done against monsters by up to 10%. That ought to be really good. I don't know if it's bugged, but it was super weak when I tested it. Like Ansel seemed better. I don't really get it. And I was either at or on or close to the bonus limit throughout the dummy test. Holly Marie Coombs, Rose McGowan, Shannon Doherty, Alyssa Milano, that's it. Fenrir Black Wolf, morning. Tells you, well, yes, I want to live up to my morals. Good lad. But Lorda, hello there. There's only the bug that you get a second master it for clothier and woodworking. You're supposed to get a survey. Without that bug, I also get 20, sometimes even more. Wow. And Utopian Warrior, there are absolutely certain sound effects that are really recognizable. There's a whole sound effects wiki as well. I think I've spent a little minute there. Holy shit, I can't remember what it was for. But I know the one you mean. Eggbirds and I think we're having a conversation. He's a bit of a soundsman. And, oh, no, man, what was it about? But yeah, I think I know exactly the one you mean. And that there is a sound effect which is used everywhere. It's like a reference and like an in-joke between sound engineers. Wow, I have not been taking care of my inventory. How about look at this? Riveting gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. The gameplay is coming, don't worry. But I have some admin I need to do clearly here. I'm not going to bother selling these, just decon them. I need the platinum. This must be from all of those, like, story quests that I did 2 days ago. Wow, it feels like ages ago already. It's only day 3! So welcome on in. Thank you so much for tuning in today. You're watching Ninja Pulls. This is Khan. There's no Maya with me yet, but there will be a little bit later. So hooray! Hooray, huzzah! And I'm just going to do a quick bit of writtage while we're warming up. But we will get going with some more Aldmeri Dominion story. And later on, we're going to be playing The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. And I'm really excited because I've got it set up and working beautifully on Daggerfall Unity, which I hadn't tried before today. So nice. Elder Scrolls Redguard and Battlespire. Yeah, those don't count. Don't worry, but that's true. I really like Redguard, actually. That is... I really got into that. I never finished it. But I remember booting it up a few years ago, and 5 hours later I was still playing. So this is really fun. It doesn't... I'm a bit sad it doesn't have the community following that... I already did this character. That the mainline series has, because it would be amazing to get a remaster of some of these. Or just a remake, frankly. There's so much love for the franchise. Don't get me wrong, I do not want them to turn it into a cash cow. You know, the Elder Scrolls Online is already getting close to that line sometimes, I feel like. You know, churning out content for the Elder Scrolls without necessarily having much of a story to tell. But, you know, you've got to do that with an MMO. I'd much rather this game existed than not, obviously. I love it. The positives absolutely outweigh the negatives 10 to 1. But it's already a thing. Right, you know, Elder Scrolls content for the sake of it. I wouldn't want more of that. But, I think it would be fun to see if there was money in doing those remasters. I guess with something like Oblivion or a remastered Morrowind, you're just guaranteed a level of hardcore gamer buzz that Battlespire and Redguard just wouldn't necessarily generate. Like, Oblivion Remastered would have sold millions, even if it had been quite a rubbish remaster. So the fact that they did a terrific job with it just was even cooler. I don't think you could say that for the spin-offs. What we need is a remake of The Elder Scrolls Shadow Key. Did anyone here play that? I certainly didn't. And Callan Tax, welcome on in. Hello again. How you doing? I'd love to play the original Gothic game. That has a very recognizable cry for the scavenger, which is a chicken sound. Gothic definitely has charm. That is for sure. And I'm not even a huge fan or anything. I totally missed Gothic 1 and 2. I played the third one, and then I went back and looked at the first two games. But my buddy Sin absolutely loves those games. I mean, he is German, and it's a German studio. Is it Piranha Bytes? Is that the guys? I do like music, Kazi. This is correct. Balorda. Many players don't know that Intricate also gives more resources when deconned. Explained it a lot the past years. Ah. Maybe I should mention it more. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen? Morrowind Remaster Bethesda would hurt so bad from me throwing money at them. I know, they'd be like, ah, my eye! I'll stop shoving coin purses up our butt. But yeah, the reason they did the Oblivion one was because they could, right? And if they can do this, there's also Fallout 3, which is right there. You know, the games are so similar in terms of that structure and the underlying code. Like, there was a really interesting series of articles. PC Gaming did a really good one when the Oblivion remaster first launched. There were people who, most people just jumped in and played it and were going, ooh, and just loving all the new graphics and visuals. But some clever clogs decided to dig around in the game files and compare it with an installation of the original game, and it's practically identical. In a really interesting way. So, and I even did a video about this, that the fact that the underlying code is exactly the same, so when you walk into an inn, not only does it look faithful, it literally has to be. The dimensions are all identical. That, you know, if we were walking around this place, for example, all of these books would be the same size, and would have the same angle of lean, and all of that stuff, and everything will be placed just so. Every mushroom, because they hadn't been recreated, just the assets have been replaced. And yeah, I thought that was really fun. So there's a lot of work that wouldn't need to be done for that remaster, I guess is the point. And that's why... And you get 2 for 1, in a weird way, with Fallout 3 and Oblivion. They're both absolutely beloved cult games. And if you can remaster one, you could do the other. That's why they were not announced, but leaked at the same time. Presumably they were conceived of as one project. As sort of a, you know, twin projects. But Morrowind would be a whole different kettle of fish. Kazi, I'm being random as always. What's your opinion on vinyl? I don't really partake, but there is definitely a thing about analog recordings and analog sources of playback for any medium, except gaming, where it doesn't exist. There is something... I think there is quite a strong argument that there is something that gets captured. You know, an extra layer of texture or whatever you want to call it, and it's hard to put your finger on. But I think there are enough people who claim that vinyl sounds better, or they just prefer it. There's something to it. I am just not steeped enough in that den of geekery that I'm going to bother with it. I do have some vinyls, but they are the type of vinyls that I either got... Like, I have a first print of Power Slave by Iron Maiden, which I bought as a present for Maya, because I saw it for like $6.99 in a record shop somewhere. Yeah. Thanks, Guns N' Raiders. So I do have like a random Iron Maiden, but that's probably worth quite a bit, but whoever was selling it had no idea. And it's not in particularly good condition. It's scuffed and shit. And I do have a Bang & Olufsen vinyl, like a turntable downstairs, but it is very old. It's probably worth more just as a collector's item. It's like a friend of the family who was also Danish, living in the UK. She had all this stuff, and when she died, she left me these beautiful old wooden Bang & Olufsen hi-fi components, and so we do have one in the house, but I've literally never used it. I turned it on when we got it to see if it worked, and it did. But I think the There's a band on it that needs replacing. And I have a bunch of Dream Theater vinyls and Blind Guardian vinyls and shit like that when you buy like a really fancy special edition. But they're just part of the package. It's not something I've ever gone in for. But anyone else have a view on that? Analog gaming doesn't exist. What about pen and paper? Well, there we go. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. You don't do it necessarily because it's superior in a provable way. You do it for sort of the human element. But I know there are sound artists and like radio people out there who just treasure doing everything as analog as possible, so that it's real life being captured. You know, like Christopher Nolan shoots almost everything on film. He doesn't shoot his movies digitally. But there's a practical reason for that as well, which we're not going to get into. And Utopian Warrior, yeah, Piranha Bytes play both the German and English versions of that game. Good for my German studies. The German version, this is Gothic, by the way, guys. The German version had a band called In Extrema. I've seen them live a couple of times. But it was cut in the English version due to copyright. I never knew that. That's a fun fact. Thanks for sharing. In Extremo, I've seen them at Wacken a couple of times. They used to play like every year. There were a lot of German bands at Wacken that would just automatically be on the set list. We should go back one year. I think it would be awesome. But I think when we started going was like the last of the golden years. Because one of the reasons I stopped going was because there were too many Brits there. And I'm sorry, but Brits abroad are absolute dicks. Not like universally, but they behave so badly. Like the Germans, the Dutch, the Danish, they were all so neat and tidy, and they would clear up their campsites, and there'd be like minimal mess. The Brits would literally make a trash fire of their tent because they couldn't be bothered traveling home with it. And it's like, you know, someone is going to come here and have to clean that up. I just don't get it. They were the rowdiest, the worst, the most problematic in their stated opinions. My mates and I just got really tired of running into them. And the festival was getting bigger and bigger and bigger every year without the site actually getting any bigger, and it was getting more and more British and rowdy and horrible. So we stopped going. Pretty much for that reason. Started going to smaller places instead. There's one, I don't know if it's still going, called Metal Camp in Slovenia. And it was just literally in the middle of a forest. It was in a national park. And it was much smaller, way more quiet. The lineup wasn't as good, but it was way more chill. Metalheads seeking chill. Seems odd, doesn't it? But it's a thing. Fenrir. There are rumors going around. If you look at the FTC court leaked documents when the Microsoft Bethesda merger was happening, and there were many games that were in the works, like Fallout 3 Remaster, Oblivion Remaster, but obviously COVID pushed everyone back a few years, but the games in question were supposed to come out sooner. Yeah, that's all. I literally made a video about this a while ago. You're absolutely right. All of that stuff is coming. Indiana Jones was in there. Doom: The Dark Ages was in there. It was called Year Zero at the time. The Elder Scrolls, what would then become High Isle, I think. No, Necrom was in there. And obviously that wasn't pushed back due to COVID, but yeah, whatever. It was like 2 years ahead, but I think it was like 4 years ahead planning at the time, wasn't it? So some of these projects weren't even started yet, but they were like slated to begin. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Everything on that list was pushed back. My favorite thing about that leak, and you know, those with the tinfoil hats and of a conspiratorial disposition might raise their finger and their eyebrow at this one. Who knows? But that document wasn't even supposed to be submitted to the court. The court had placed... I don't know, they had a court order for certain documents covering certain things. And whatever the admin working at Microsoft, whose job it was to send them over, overdid it. And they sent all these PowerPoint presentations as well from various meetings around strategy and forecasting and budgeting and all of that stuff. And it was never even supposed to be submitted. The court hadn't asked for it. There was no obligation to send that stuff. But they did it anyway. And of course, the gaming press got a look and went, hello? I mean, the Indiana Jones game had already been announced, and a Doom sequel was not really earth-shattering news. It was just cool to know that that was already on the docket. But, yeah. Cards, you recently got a turntable setup, got a new stereo amp and a phono amp, so you're into it. Erin, hello there. You want an opinion on something? Just ask. I have an opinion on everything. Vinyl, go. Erin considers buying vinyl. The discs look cool, but is it justified paying a lot for a high-end player? I think probably paying a medium amount is definitely justified. After that, it's going to depend on how much joy you get out of it personally, and how much money you have to, you know, how much of your income is disposable. Let's not beat around the bush. That's what it comes down to. There are people who can't possibly appreciate this stuff, but if they're loaded, then, you know, go for it. You might be supporting a cool company that's, you know, beavering away at a niche, nerdy part of the market. I, for example, have a very, very fancy amp and very fancy set of headphones from Sennheiser, which I don't know, I think is way more than what I should have got or spent. But I did this years ago before I was a streamer. Nowadays I could not possibly justify it. And because I was editing videos increasingly in my spare time, Maya and I sort of justified it from an audio fidelity standpoint. But holy shit, when you put on some like 1970s reggae with these things on, it sounds like you are in the room. So, yeah, when it comes to audio fidelity, I'm definitely there. I'm definitely interested. But I'm not all the way over into the vinyl side of things. But at least, like, I use Tidal rather than Spotify. Because, you know, the higher quality. Whether or not I can really hear the difference, who the hell knows? If you put me on the spot, I probably wouldn't be able to. But I do have some of the nicest equipment that I could find for listening to digital audio, at least. But then I don't know, when I want to go from Bloodbath to Supertramp, or to Enya, I don't want to have to find the vinyl back in the stacks. That's one of the things for me. It's the extra real estate that it all occupies. You know? Like, imagine if you had discs of all of the games in your Steam library. Holy crap. Even if they were, like, taken out of the boxes and put into little CD wallets, it would still take up a lot of room. It'd be like having a set of encyclopedias on your shelf, wouldn't it? It's fun to think about. Cyborg, my only link to almost gone analog world is my film camera. Brit Taurus and Albufeira. I'll remember it forever. Really? Oh, I dread to think. But yeah, tell us more, Kazi. I like vinyl because for me it's more of an activity compared to streaming music. Right, so the ritual aspect of it. That is an underappreciated thing as well. Humans love ritual, even if we're not, you know, religious people. This really hit home for me when I was studying for my master's degree. I did a module on paganism in Anglo-Saxon England, which is stupid because we know almost nothing about it, right? We just don't know. They didn't write anything down. What the little they did record, they carved in wood, and that doesn't survive. So all we know is the stuff that the Romans wrote about them and that later Christians would write down from oral tradition hundreds of years later. It's kind of a stupid thing to study. Studying something that you cannot study, basically, for which there is no evidence. But in the process of looking at comparing sort of medieval Christian and pre-Christian religion from an academic standpoint, now, obviously I'm not a particularly Christian or religious person, but I've grown up in what in the medieval era was called Christendom, right? So I've grown up surrounded by Christianity and cultural Christianity, and as a result I tend to think of it as more sensible and more logical than, you know, worshipping Odin and believing in Ragnarok and believing that the god rose out of a cauldron of dead body parts, which is an Irish pagan origin story, for example. But actually, this guy, I was very, very lucky. One of the greatest people I could have studied under in the country was my tutor for that year. He wasn't particularly interested. He was more interested in the young ladies and the cider, I think. But he was like an expert on European pre-Christian religion. And he was like an expert witness. He'd get called upon to testify in court and things like that. So yeah, real bit of a legend. And I remember the penny dropping for me that ritual is like, this is one of his big theses. The ritual is completely central to human society, whether you are a secular person or not. This is why we continue to celebrate Halloween, Christmas, and birthdays, and all these things, even once they are stripped of all their religious significance to us personally. It's not just capitalism that does it. You know, we do it at the individual, at the family unit level as well. And I think that extends to things like your early morning bathroom routine, your breakfast routine, and listening to music, putting on vinyl. That is a really random tangent. Wow, I'll be surprised if at the end of the day I've gone on a more bizarre and overblown tangent than that. Just in order to say, I agree with you, Kazi, you're onto something here. But there we go, I thought I'd walk the whole mile with you guys for that punchline. The whole process is more involving because it's less convenient, therefore I focus more on the music and the big pretty covers, the beautiful artwork. That's a huge plus for me, I'm not going to lie. You listen to 4 tracks, then you need to turn over the vinyl, clean it, so you get a force break where you can think about what you heard. Yeah, the ritual aspect of it is an undersold benefit, I'm sure. I think you are absolutely right. But there are also times when I don't want that, clearly. But yeah, for sitting back and just listening, my dad used to do that a lot. He's got a lot of vinyl, of classical, you know, like 70s and 80s music. And I wonder if he still does it. I don't think he does it so much anymore. But he had an old school set of headphones, like those heavy metal cans from, like, I don't know, the late 70s or something. That were probably really expensive at the time. And he would just put those on and sit in the living room with, I don't know, some cello concerto playing, just rocking out. He used to smoke a pipe as well occasionally when I was very little. That was a pretty strong look, right? Erin, I consider buying vinyl. The discs look cool, but is it justified paying a lot for a high-end player? Yes and no. Depends on what you want out of it. You can get a used low-end turntable, just get a nice cartridge, and you would be around 200 to 250-ish. I guess that's euros. I would consider this the bare minimum, where you get something which sounds good and can last for years, unless you have a spending problem, and get into it. A spending problem, I like that. I had a friend like that. He would get into skiing, he'd get into surfing, he'd get into fitness, and he would just buy everything he earned. Because he and his wife both earned quite a bit of money, and we were like 23, 24 years old. And all they had to pay was rent. You know, no kids yet, no nothing. And he and I worked at the same company, and we could take home a big bonus every now and again. And he would just blow it all on biking, or, you know, whatever hobby he was into those 2 months. It was ridiculous. We used to make a lot of fun of him. But it was also sweet, you know, that he was really getting into something and trying to find a new way to enjoy life and enhance his weekly routine a little bit. So yeah, the spending problem is a good phrase. Definitely not a cheap hobby, I can imagine. Aaron, I see some vinyl players costing around one to $200 US, then others costing 2K used. Nothing in the middle. Maybe it's a bit like wine. It's hard sometimes to find the good shit that's, you know, $10 a bottle or something. But where you're really getting good bang for your buck, and you're not just paying for all the marketing they did to get their brand to where it is. Kazi, not convenient at all. Aaron, I will love it. There is definitely an in-between, like a Project Debut Carbon is about 500. Debut 3 is 300-ish. Essential, 200-ish. Yeah, physical collection of games, Aaron. I will need to import one, I guess. Vinyl was never popular in India ever. Only time I've ever seen one is from Independence period, 1940 to 50s. Only two brands that are sold locally there I recognize are Audio Technica and Fio. I don't even know Fio. Yeah, heavy metal cans, exactly. You know the ones I mean, though. The ones where you'd, I don't know, if you watch Top Gun or something like that. And you the type of headphones that the pilots would be wearing. So these really big, bulbous hemispheres on the side of their heads that were made of metal. Rather than plastic and foam. Like, my, the fancy headphones that I've got, they weigh almost nothing. My gaming headset weighs about 3 times as much. Because it's all about them being comfortable and lightweight. But the drivers inside, that's the expensive bit. Whereas the ones in my gaming headset are, you know, they're fine. But nothing more. There is something about the fidelity, though, for me. Like, if I listen to a song... I'll often do this, actually. If Maya needs some peace and quiet. I'll put on a game, or I'll whatever I'm doing, listening to music, and I'll do it with this fancy headset that I've got. And the amp that comes out is linked up to my PC as well. And I'll often do that. I'll put on a song that I know really well. Like a song, an album that I've loved since I was a teenager. So a song that I've heard a million freaking times. And I'll put it on for the first time with this headset. And I will hear breaths and like rasping of the guitars and just little details that I never knew were there. Sometimes you'll hear backing vocals that you never knew existed. Because I suppose the more expensive equipment, the more finely tuned equipment does a better job of separating those frequencies for you and recreating what it really sounded like. I don't even know the science behind it. I'm actually quite ignorant as to this stuff, but as a massive music lover, I can really appreciate that extra human element. You know, the little breath before the singer sings a phrase? I love that. Kazi, yeah, I do stream music as well. Don't always want to mess with the turntable and vinyl. When I do, it's just a different experience. Does anyone else have any opinions on this? I'm curious. Has anyone else tried it? Or wanted to get into it and then decided it's not enough of a difference to me? You've been worried. I moved away from my gaming headset. I almost thought you said gambling headset. My gambling headset. So I got a DT700 Pro X. Can still go to wireless without mic if needed. Really enjoy listening to music with that. Not even that expensive a headset, but it's just not focused on gaming sound. If I ever replace this one, which I'm going to have to do probably within the next couple of years, it's beginning to show signs of wear and tear. Like often when I'll pick it up, a little bit of that foam lining will just come off from the bit that goes over the top of your head. That's a bit gross when that starts to crumble and you like get little bits of black plastic in your hair and on the desk. Yeah, so we're getting there with the headset, but all the technical parts are still working fine. I would prefer to get something like that, something with a more open sound, more neutral sound. Gaming headsets tend to boost bass in a way which is like, why? I don't even understand it. I think it's a little bit like oversaturating a photo. Like, it looks cool at first, but then once you get over that initial... I think it's like, well, that is deliberately distorting the recreation of the thing that I'm trying to experience here. Probably replace those if the drivers are good, stick with it. Oh yeah, I'm just talking about the gaming headset. Don't care about the that one. It's, you know, this is a Razer. It was like $200 or something. I'll just buy a new one, and I've already had it for 4 years, and it's done very well. But yeah, the Sennheiser, I'm sure they've got an aftermarket parts thing. But yeah, that stuff does go over time. You know, the oils on our skin, it's bound to degrade plastic, and especially foams and things that are a little bit more user-friendly to interact with. It just happens, doesn't it? I have an Astel Kern AK0 and SteelSeries Arctis headphones. If I'm supposed to know what that means, I know the brands. But yeah, I'm not enough of a product specialist to really process that. But I'm interested in the outcome, like I said. But yeah, audio fidelity in gaming. For a long time, I didn't care that much about it. But, in the years leading up to Skyrim coming out, I guess I started paying a bit more attention to things like this. Also, that's when, like, I first got a proper job just before Skyrim came out, so I could actually think about affording some of these things. You know, when you're just a student or doing a master's degree, I had a job, to be fair, but not enough money to buy luxuries like fancy PC speakers and things like that. It'd just be the bog standard stuff. For a while I got into like 5.1 surround sound. That was really fun. Especially if you played games like Battlefield or Call of Duty, or, you know, shooters with a lot of action going on all around you. But that seems to have gone out of fashion. It was pretty cool having two speakers mounted behind you, though. That was pretty fun. Kazi, I bought a Sennheiser 58X Jubilee, which is the same drivers as the 600 series. That was the first time I heard a proper headset, and I literally listened to all the music again. It sounded like a new song. The bass is so detailed, and there are sounds on my gaming headset just mushed together so it wasn't audible. Insomnia Aaron, hello there. Yeah, I'm the same. I have the Sennheiser HD820 amp and headset. I think the amp is the H820, the headset is just the 800. And holy crap. I've had them for years, and they are still amazing. Seamus, I remember I had a Gravis Ultrasound audio card. It was amazing, but Creative Sound Blaster won that battle. I used to get sound cards for the PC as well, but I took the last one out because A, it takes up space, and B, it seemed to create conflicts with some of the components. I just don't think Creative's software department is that good. They don't keep on top of the need for driver updates. Or, let's face it, their slice of the market isn't big enough. It's too niche for them to be able to afford a really world-class software team. I don't know. But I got irritated with the amount of issues the cards seemed to cause. So I just took it out. It's sitting on my shelf. I gave it to Maya for a while, but she didn't want it either. Yeah, onboard is fine these days. It really is. Also, I find that a lot of these products try to offer audio enhancement as a thing. And it's like, if someone buying that doesn't want enhancement, they want fidelity. At least I thought that was the whole point. Sure, go ahead and enhance my games, maybe, so that certain things are a little bit more crisp and prominent.
Hello there.
Hello there. But, yeah. Ultimately, to enjoy the game, you really don't need this stuff, do you? But if you're able to, if you've got like a proper desktop, you know, a proper man cave type set up where where everything's in one place, then you have the opportunity to, I guess, buff up a little bit more in terms of audio equipment. It's a lot of fun. Creative software has always been bad. Okay, it's not just me. Mama Buna appears at Chambers. Hey, I know you. Nothing to see here. Sparrow, South Korea has audio cafes. Quiet cafe with plenty of vinyl records and either a top-of-the-line sound system for everyone to enjoy or a record player on each table with top-of-the-line headphones. That sounds like so much fun. But so much trust. I can't imagine that being a thing in the UK unless it was like in central London and had very, very exclusive... Hello? Whoa. That was interesting. And a very sort of exclusive clientele policy. Do you know what I mean? Like, they have to have your credit card on file before you're allowed in. Because the risk of vandalism or just stupidity and a lack of respect for expensive equipment. Maybe that's me being too cynical about the Brits. But I feel like that would be the prevailing attitude towards that. What do you think? Maya and Khan are good people? Ah, thanks. Thanks, Mama. Came for the arena point, stayed for the ESO and decent streaming. Creative Pebbles looks so cute, that's true. Wouldn't work in the UK, but it does seem like a chill time. It really does, doesn't it? Alright, it sounds like you're in agreement there. Is that a guild called Cashflow? Yeah, it's one of my trading guilds. Not my trading guilds. For the record, I'm in Tamriel's Emporium and Cashflow. I think they're part of the same empire. I don't really need to be in 2, but whenever an event rolls around and my inventory just absolutely bloats with stuff that I don't need, but is probably worth selling rather than destroying, then it can be handy to have 2, 60 trading slots free. Sparrow, as a British person, I 100% agree. No chance it would work over here without serious measures in place. But I would love to go for a wind down during lunch or after work. I would absolutely love that. I do love an environment where trust is extended because I think, I don't know, maybe I'm a bit too much of a utopian. Maybe I'm too naive here. Utopian warrior, you can see, you can be the judge of this. I do think that when you treat the public, when you treat the public without a degree of trust, it's kind of self-fulfilling. I don't know what it is, but there is an ingredient somewhere. Like in, as a kid, going to school in Denmark and in England at the same time, we were patronized and were not allowed to do anything in the UK. I think it sounds like America is even worse. The fact that you need a pass in order to leave the classroom and shit like that. We didn't need that. We just had to ask the teacher, hey, I need the loo, is that cool? And as we got older, you wouldn't even have to ask. In Denmark, at no point would you have to ask. And you call the teacher by their first name, like Mark or Sarah or whatever. You just on first name terms. In the UK, we had to call them sir and miss. And there's always this like level of you can't be trustedness about it. And not just in school, but then, getting out of school, I noticed that it was in other places as well. I'm pretty sure this has changed now, but I remember my sister and I noticing when we were about 13. So this is a couple of years ago. Yeah, when my sister and I were teenagers, we noticed suddenly that in Denmark, people weren't locking their bikes often. Like in the UK, you just don't do that. The bike is locked or it is gone. And don't get me wrong, if it's a big, car park with a bunch of bike racks next to it, yeah, people tend to lock them. But you would go past people's houses and their bike would just be leaning against the wall next to the front door, unlocked. People didn't lock their houses, shit like that. And this is in a big town on the mainland. This is not like some little village in the country. And the realization just hit me real hard. But yeah, there are all kinds of cultural factors. Who the hell knows where that comes from? I have opinions on trade guilds, Mama Puna. One that attacked me in my guild are not folks I buy from. I see. Well, yeah, that's totally justified. If you don't want to support someone being a dick. Now, we call them Mr. or Miss or Mrs. name. Yeah. So, where I think UK education is overly patronizing. I understand where it comes from and where it came from. Large scandal in the 90s, the alleged educational reform. I mean, I think it's a strain of traditionalism and elitism as well. And a lot of institutions, educational institutions that had no business aping the elite, they would just do that. I remember one new headmaster that took over at the school I was at here in the UK, and he was trying to emulate what private schools were doing in a bunch of ways. It's like, they're not better because they do things this or that way, or because they have a uniform. It's because they have a shitload of money that you don't. That's the reason. They can afford all the best teachers. And, yeah, they have generous alumni always giving back. And there's a level of prestige as well. You can't just recreate that with a crummy Catholic state school. I remember clearly thinking he was barking up the wrong tree with this. And I was only, what, 16 or something? But my sister went to private school, which may have been to do her A-levels, which are the exams you do from 17 to 18. I didn't. I stayed where I was, but she went to a very, very fancy school. Where Madonna's kid went, in fact. So, yeah. And Sting's children went there as well. This is funny. And, yeah, so I guess I was able to spot the difference quite clearly between, like, two different countries and the vast difference between state school and private school in England. It's a fucking scandal, honestly. I really don't have anything against posh people or rich people, but the inequality in this country is so bad. And it is amazing how poor people or the working classes in the UK are tricked into being racist rather than into being classist, which is what they should be. You know? Anyway, that is very off topic. Let's not even go there. Slap on the wrist for Khan. Sorry about that. But yeah, audio quality, audio fidelity, and education. What the hell? What are we talking about? We were talking about the Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, which is something that's coming up later today. Maya's also going to be here in the afternoon, so she'll be here to comment on all of that. I've got Daggerfall Unity working. I'm going to play it. Never played it before. I just managed to get out of the first dungeon so that you guys don't have to sit through all of that later. Mamba Bruna, do you have hall passes in USA? We called them, yeah. And Mama Bruna, when I graduated high school, my theatre teacher was like, call me by my name. And it's taken me, coughs, years to get to that point with him. Even if it's locked, it's probably still gone. About the bike. Mama Bruna, apparently, people in Germany leave their sleeping babies in prams outside of shops. Leave their sleeping babies. I wouldn't be able to comment on that. My sister's got 2 young girls in Germany, so maybe I should ask if that's a thing, but I doubt it. But yeah, she lived most of her life here in England, so I guess that's not the best test. Erin, High Trust Society, something something. Yeah, I don't know. There is something about it. If you haven't experienced it, I don't think you... That's the difficult thing. We can't all have international lives. And one of my buddies here in the guild, his dad worked for a large electronics company, European electronics company, when he was young. So he had to go to international schools. He went to one in the UK, I think, and moved around a fair bit. And so he's got a very, very breezy, open-minded mindset when it comes to different standards across different borders. And it's very difficult for people who haven't had that experience, which is the vast majority of us, right? I've only really done 2 countries. I've never lived anywhere except England and Denmark. I've been to many other places, but only ever for like weeks at a time. It's not the same thing. Yeah, and there are so many things that we take for granted. It's just, well, that's the way it is. We don't think it's good or bad. It's just the way it is. Like healthcare or littering or corruption at the like bureaucracy at the in our civil service or whatever. Like when you go to renew your driver's license, how much of a pain in the ass is it? You know, basic things like that. And unless you see how it's done differently and either better or worse in another country, you might not appreciate how lucky you are or how bullshit the system is in your country. It's a rough one. But I reckon we could, if we could wave a magic wand and make that experience a little bit more widespread, we could magically wake ourselves up to a lot of easy fixes to improve quality of life around the world. To their credit, there are governments who tried to do this. The EU occasionally tries to do something. If it works particularly well in one country, they'll make an attempt. But, talk about bureaucracy. Hey, Raptor. Khan, you like the art of cinema? I do. I do indeed. That's not normal. No one so Mama Inu say it's normal to leave the kid. No one harasses the babies. I'm not sure if the mum who told me that was pulling my leg. This is not the TED talk I was here for, Khan. It's TED meows. I don't think Viner would lead to politics. Everything leads to politics, though, doesn't it? We know what we're about. As soon as we realize we're in that area, we have a quick look around, make a little noise, and then turn around and leave. When we find ourselves in that area. Very common in Nordic countries as well. Yeah, maybe so. As a childless man, not something I could comment on. Wouldn't say it's outside of shops necessarily, but I have seen people sit in cafes, put the baby next to them, but outside. Apparently very healthy for the baby to sleep outside. Interesting. Because, yeah, the EU does, and on the other side of the EU is also introducing chat control, which is mass surveillance. Yeah. Which is why I didn't want to say anything, like, positive about the European Commission or the European Union without the follow-up that, we all know it does some very silly and wasteful things as well. Yeah, no need to go there. The Brits have made their opinion on that very clear. Cyborg. I'm currently working for a Danish company living in Central Europe and being treated as a second-class citizen, but I'm used to it. In what way? So, like, the company structure treats the locals badly? Because that's definitely a thing I've heard of before when you have expats working for a division of their company overseas. And you have, like, a two-tiered system. That sounds fucking horrible. Erin, India is massive and the contrast in trust levels between regions is wild. I can imagine. Yeah. I've stayed in places where robberies were so common, you'd double-check every lock before stepping out. And I've also lived in communities where trust ran so deep, you could leave your home unlocked and unattended without a worry. Yeah. Just goes to show it's not necessarily a thing that is about policy and government. It's about... it's a social thing. What is it? Sociologists like to talk about the social fabric, don't they? My sister's a sociologist. I should own up to that. Or rather, she got her degree in something else, but she's got a master's degree in sociology. Very interesting. And if you live in Germany, she wrote some of your laws. Which is a fun fact. I was talking to her yesterday, the other day when I saw her, about Ukraine and whatnot. It turns out she's like met a bunch of the Ukrainian politicians over the years, and it was just a revolving door before the invasion. Yulia Tymoshenko was always my favorite. even though she was not to be trusted. Corrupt as hell. But she had a cool look. I mean, not the company, but not being an EU citizen. Okay, fair enough, Cyborg. Gotcha. Oh, either way, that still sucks. At least it's not the company that's doing it then. UK got themselves hall passes for the internet. Again, I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but it is well-intentioned, isn't it? You know, protecting children. But, you know, good intentions are not, as we know very, very, very well, those do not necessarily translate to good policy. In fact, they often do not. They often do the opposite. If that's all you've got to lean on. It's mostly to do with work and pensions and that kind of thing, Kazi. Nothing that would ever make the headlines. But Zupma, how's it going? Welcome on in. Happy Sunday, everyone. In German courts, a pillow can legally be considered a passive weapon in assault cases. Okay. How on earth do you know that, Erin? Path to bad places is paved with good intentions or something like that. Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, she's just a civil servant working on the sidelines, but she bumps up against some interesting things every now and again. So that's quite fun. Beautiful Sunday to you too. It is a pretty nice Sunday so far. I've already used up a lot of my yapping credits. I feel like in the first hour of the stream, we've talked about audio fidelity. We've talked about Daggerfall Unity, which is very cool. We've taken random tangents into various other bits and pieces. Random differences between countries, cultural and habitual. That are interesting. I've got to say, one of my favorite things about being part of it's not just the ESO community, but sort of an international gaming hang for over like a sustained period, but particularly during lockdown, are the number of different experiences that you are vicariously exposed to. You know, the stories that people have about the politics that are going on at home right now, you know? Like our Hungarian buddy telling us about what Orban was up to that day. Our Turkish friends talking about Erdogan and all of that stuff. That was a bad pronunciation, I'm aware of that. I do my best. But not even the details of it, because we don't want to dwell on that, just that we do have so much in common, despite the crazy shit that some of our good friends are living through that mercifully we don't have to deal with. Or the crazy shit that's going on in our countries that our friends don't have to deal with. And it's just, I don't know, I feel like it runs both ways. It's a nice reminder that there is an underlying common experience and maybe a stability and an optimism. But it's just fucking cool to be part of an international thing at this level. It's not anything I've experienced before. And I've heard a lot of people say that. That they love just running dungeons with someone from, I don't know, from Iraq or Russia or Israel or somewhere where a country they know so little about. And they're not there like talking about culture and politics or whatever, or nationality, but just because they're being mates and chatting about their daily lives and what happened to them at the weekend or who they ran into at the bus stop. I love all that. Give me all of that shit. So if you're ever holding back, be more like Kazi and just randomly tell us about, hey, here's a hobby that I'm into at the moment. What do you think? Never hold back. It's unless your hobby is like sick and illegal, then maybe keep it to yourself and seek medical attention. But it's a hot summer day here, Zupmao. Nice. It's pretty warm here, but it's not that sunny. Not that summery. And Ahiru-tan, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Utopian War, I'll spare you my venture into local politics. Feel free, alright. Yeah, I'm not going to pressure anyone to, you know, spill the beans, spill the tea. But it's amazing how these conversations happen. I'm not doing a very good job of describing it. I'm not being very eloquent today. Sorry about that. It's just really cool. Enough said. Right, couple more Dragon Knights just to finish off here. And then we can dive back into story. Pick up where we left off yesterday. In the meantime, remember, Update 47 is still pretty new. If you have any questions or ideas about what you should be doing in Update 47, adjustments you want to make, whether a set is still good, whether this still works, generally the answer is yes, everything is still fine. But, you know, feel free to bring it up. That is ultimately what Ninja Pulse is here for. It is a teaching guild, and although the stream tends to be a little bit more loose and silly, we're still very interested in helping people who've got unanswered questions. And if I don't have the answer, I guarantee you chat will. So feel free. Be more like Kazi. That's a sentence I've never heard before. Well, in this respect, I think it's a good idea. And Cyborg, I didn't expect these streams to go off track discussing non-gaming topics, and I actually love it. Not gonna lie, I love it too. I just apologize for it because it's not why people clicked on the stream. Hey, I didn't get on this bus to go here, you know? But generally the feedback we get when we do go off topic, as long as we're sensitive about what we discuss and try not to talk shit about you know, topics about which I know very little or nothing at all, which is most of them. It's generally safe. I don't think we need to be too scared of, like, veering off topic. Ahelt, what do you consider sick and illegal? I perform surprise taxidermy on strangers I meet, but none have complained about the end result. Jesus. I perform surprise taxidermy on strangers I meet. I challenge... Actually, no, I'm not going to say that. No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. Erin, okay. Here's a bit of a weird fact about me. I have 2 birthdays. My actual birthday, 21st July, but my birth dog's messed up, and my official birthday is 21st of September. I'm too lazy to fix it at this point. I just celebrate both. Wow. I thought you were going to say you follow a tradition of name days or something like that. No. Like Maya has that. Czechs in general and I think a lot of people from Eastern Europe and Central Europe have that where a name day, you know, there's a day in the year for every single name. And you will celebrate that. It's almost a bigger deal than your birthday. But they celebrate both. Or at least Maya's family does. Maybe that's because she moved to the UK. But for a while, I would get, like, name day presents from my in-laws. As well as birthday presents. I was like, But then we'd have to buy them as well. For birthdays and name days. But that is an interesting one, Erin. So you could fix it. But why bother? So like on all your passport and documentation and stuff like that, the birthday is actually incorrect. It's off by 2 months. Interesting. Zupmao, this evening I'm having my first DPS test in my guild. Scary. Ooh. What's the test? Group and DPS challenge. I'm brave. No, do the challenge. Utopian Warrior, that's interesting. Is supplying a pass not enough? Yeah, how do they test? That was going to be my question as well. Hey, Vectora, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you enjoy it. We are doing a bit of a Games Fest here all of September, or Subtember, as Twitch likes to call it. So yeah, I hope you like it. It's a lot of it is the same stuff we do day in and day out, but we are, among other things, trying to get through all the zone stories in ESO in this coming month. That'll be interesting. I have a feeling we're going to have to like double down and go really, really fast in the second half of the month to get it finished. Yeah, we're also playing other games in the evening. So tonight it's going to be Daggerfall, The Elder Scrolls 2. The game that made it a series. Oh, I see, Aaron. I don't even know how to fix it or if I can fix it. Fair enough. And Kazi, I only know of one or the other, but I don't like both. Because it's not my achievement to be born or named, so really my parents should get the presents. That's true. Yeah, your mum should get the gifts on your birthday. Thank you for the follow. Artisanat. If I'm saying that correctly. Welcome on in. Yeah, Zupma, if you don't mind, how are you being tested? Is it a dungeon type situation? Or do you have to do a live dummy hump in front of everyone so they can all see what's going on? Hey, Vectora! Thank you so much for the raid! First a follow, then a raid? What's going on? Bye! Hey, welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much. Hope you've been having a lovely Sunday. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. If you don't know us, we're a teaching guild in the Elder Scrolls Online. We have a guild on PC EU, PCNA. We're also we have a website, YouTube channel, providing guides, mostly DPS guides, but also a bit of lore, other stuff like that. When new systems come out, we're gonna have a guide for the Writhing Wall event coming up soon. And as you probably guessed by now, we also have a Twitch channel where we do a little bit of that teaching stuff. But honestly, we just prefer to have a laugh. But if you do have any questions about the game, if there's something you've been struggling with, I literally made a build for someone live on stream yesterday. So if I have, if I have a spare minute, if I'm not in the middle of something, I will gladly help with that kind of stuff. 52 million group pass. I missed those. Yeah, we should try to bring those back. I only did a couple of those, Sparrow. For anyone wondering, that is the... that giant Centurion dummy. And you would not go to it alone. Excuse the frame rate, that is Master Merchant kicking in. You'd take a group of 12, and you'd provide all the usual buffs and debuffs, and then test your group power and performance in that way. Actually, not a bad idea. But obviously for testing individually, that's where the idea for the dummy came from, the trial dummy that we now use. Erin, we've been raided! And, yeah, you tell me where... I know, right, everyone onto the big Dwemer one, so no pre-given buffs from it, and there we go. Skydie, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, welcome on in, everybody. We're just going to finish off some decon. It's Sunday. I had a lot of crud to sort out in my inventory. I've been a bit lax the last few days, so I've got that done. Dusted. Just going to decon some crud here. And then we're back to story time. Where we got to yesterday, we'd confirmed Queen Irene on Auridon. We'd done all that stuff. Obviously, before that, we'd sorted out the issues on Canathi's Roost. Made it to Auridon. Sorted out that entire storyline. Ferreted out the wicked Veiled Heritance bitch. And now we have her brother to deal with, who doesn't seem to be happy with the situation. And preparing for Queen Irene's visit to the orrery. That was the next step in that particular story. I've done all these stories before, by the way. Sometimes multiple times, but I haven't done all the stories. So we're doing them all on one character, just back to back to back to back. Let's get going. Story, Ryan. Doing a story all by your own some. I'm so lonely, so lonely. Just for you, Eggbirds. Which character were we on? I don't even remember. Shoot. It was this one, wasn't it? Vishy, I would love to do the story of Overland, or at least the quest bosses are a little tough. Yeah. Somebody clip that and make it a sound file. I'll just record it sometime. Maybe in tune as well. Team America was one of those movies I was a little bit skeptical of. I actually missed it. I was a couple of years late after it came out. I hadn't seen it, and everyone was... Like, everyone who knew me and my sense of humor would just react with utter astonishment when they realized, bro, you haven't seen Team America? What the hell? What is wrong with you? Get it? Watch it right now. My buddy Rory came over after work one evening. We just got a bunch of beers, and he brought over the Blu-ray, or whatever. And, yeah, we watched it. And part of me was like, yeah, because I'd been told, oh, you'll love it, it's totally you. I was ready to not love it, I think. But I lasted about 2 minutes. And I was just fucking sold. So, yeah. If you're wondering what the hell that was I just sang, you haven't seen Team America? We'll actually make a bunch of references to it. We were singing the Team America song yesterday, but instead it was, Galarian! Fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah! Lots of fun. I can't do too much of that singing or my throat gets all raspy.
I have been expecting you.
But yeah, we came up with that when the prologue quest for Solstice came out. And Galarian, well, he features prominently. Let's just put it that way. Oh, where were we? We were going to Gratwood. Let's go. It was in tune, don't worry. Okay. Vishy, all the hype for the boss, and then the boss dies to 2 skills. Sedge. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Irene's such a cool character. Yeah, I agree. I think High King Emmerich might be even cooler. But yeah, it's like the exiled queen who went away to become a badass in the wilderness. Game's getting a bit choppy after all these relogs. Could be an add-on thing. I'm just going to do a reload UI. Kazi, I have so much more space now with the taller wardrobe. And my mum was happy too with having 2 wardrobes. I see. Hang on. We are talking about a wardrobe, right? Because when you spell it with a P, I thought for a moment it was a bike term. Wardrobe? No, that can't be right. But it comes from, garderobe in Danish. Although that's very old-fashioned. So a place where you would... A place that guards your robes, you know? Sorry, to correct spelling in chat, that's a fucking lame thing to do as a streamer. But I was genuinely confused by that. How is it spelled? Exactly the way you did it, but change the P to a B. Just flip that one vertically. Okay, hello. I guess this is someone who knows who I am. They seem very excited. But yeah, sorry, Kazi. Yeah, I meant that one. Good. Yeah, it was just yesterday when I read about it. I sort of corrected myself because I thought, oh, wardrobe. I thought, no, Kazi wouldn't have spelled that wrong. That must be a term that I'm not familiar with. But yeah. We don't want messages in Tamriel, across Tamriel. We want this one. Want that one? Where we going? Talk to Melaras. I remember like the broad strokes of this stuff. Not gonna lie, I do not recall exactly how this, like every story beat, how it goes. We are gonna skip some of the dialogue, obviously. It just takes too long. We're not gonna be able to do all of it if we listen to everything, but I'm gonna listen to a lot of it. Scordo the knife. I may be wrong, but everyone prefers the first king or queen that they meet. My first was Yoren, and he's the one I am least interested in. But I think you're probably onto something there, yeah. If you did the Aldmeri Dominion first, chances are you'll have a soft spot for Queen Irene. Also, I've got to say, yesterday, I was really digging this guy. His whole deal of, I'm just a regular guy, but I happen to be a king, so fuck it. I'm going to enjoy that status.
I'm glad this Ambassador to Ringway business is settled. Between the two of us, I'm tired of all this talk of embassies.
Like, he says something really inappropriate and he goes, I'm the king. I'm allowed to say that. It's just really nice writing, which totally differentiates him from the other monarchs that we meet in the game. Like, there's no one else quite like this dude. I like that. Not easy to do. Like, I imagine a lot of game writing will just rely on the voiceover actor to make them feel different. The humiliation, she's just standing here. We can't talk to her, sadly.
Have you come to free me?
Have I come to free you? What the fuck? I'm the one who captured you.
Please help me escape.
Why would I do that? She's tripping.
I brought Ambassador Tarinway into custody. Of course, we can't question her without special permission from the Thalmor Inner Council. Politics.
Yeah. Amen to that. Phew, politics. What is this GameFest on the stream title? Sebastian Miguel, it is, so September is already started. The actual month of September starts tomorrow, but Twitch has already been going with September, you know, where subs are reduced and all this stuff for an entire month. You're watching on YouTube, so it doesn't really affect you. You could just enjoy the benefits of the fact that we are doing a month-long party. We're going to try and stream every single day. So far, it looks like we're going to be able to do that. And we're going to throw in a bunch of other games that we don't normally play, games that we love, games that you love. And the community can vote for, or choose, or just cajole us into playing certain things. Like Baldur's Gate 3 was one that was heavily requested yesterday. Mass Effect was another one that people wanted to see. Maya will be here later, and you can really, really pester her when she's here. So today we're going to be playing a lot of Elder Scrolls Online. That is our home game. That's what we do. So that's not going to change, but we're going to do a little bit of Daggerfall Unity later. So Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfall. Yesterday we did Elder Scrolls 1, Arena. And before that it was Doom. One of my favourite franchises. Just the most fun you can have with a mouse and keyboard. Hope that explains what the GamesFest is. It's still going to be a lot of Elder Scrolls, but a lot of other stuff as well.
Ambassador Tarinway's betrayal is a shock to us all.
Good old Eerie. Do not tie up children. Tempting as it might be. Good advice. Good advice for us all. Ward means child, so wardrobe will mean rope to tie your child with. Ward just means something that you are the guardian of. Something of which you are the guardian. You know, so like a hospital ward. But it also comes from, like, garderobe is the root. And through weird phonetic corruptions and sonic shifts and stuff like that, the G gets dropped and becomes W rather than Gw, I guess. I don't know. Don't know how it works. It's like William and Guillaume in French, for example. It's the same shift. So instead of garderobe, it becomes wardrobe. That makes sense? If you do Mass Effect, I'm not switching streamers, going to be seated here for the wonderful adventure it is. Wow! Well, I would say, if we do switch from game to game, that is honestly a pretty cool way that people can show support by not leaving, at least not immediately. If the game sucks, if we can't get it to work, or if we stop being interesting, by all means, bail the fuck out of here. Absolutely, that's what I would do, it's what you should do. But, if it's just like arbitrary, oh, they're not doing ESO anymore, I'm going to ditch. That could be a really nice thing, not just for this channel, but any channel where someone wants to try something different with their community. Like I said, if it stinks, leave. You know, give it a chance. That's a really cool way to show a little bit of free support that doesn't cost anything. Alright, Orrery, tell us more, dude.
Enough to be of service. The orrery hasn't functioned as intended for ages. We planned to use some rather delicate magic to trick it into operation. But if Prince Naaman believes there was sabotage, we must look to an alternative method.
I don't recognize this guy. Have we spoken to him already? I guess we must have. Utopian, anybody talking to you during that? Can it wait? I'm in the middle of some calibrations. Path of Exile 2 just got installed. Let me see if my laptop is able to run it. Ooh, good luck, Erin. Yeah, I'm tempted. I did make a note of that.
Why, we'll look to the past. Conservator Darineth maintains the orrery and has studied the alien.
Right, so we need to go to South Point.
I've researched this a bit. Really, you need to be in 3 places at once. Simple, right? But the Fallen Esti winter site is
Fallen Esti? What's that? Is that the pronunciation?
For our purposes, Radchin's mantle will serve as the divine spark, if it's truly there. The heart of a numeral,
All right.
wonderful.
Yeah, we get it. We need to go to South Point, find the lady. We need to recover 3 things. So this is a bit of a fetch quest structure. They need to find an excuse to take the action away from Elden Root. And that's how they're going to do it. It's not just MMOs that have this level of transparency and they're like delayed quest design. Oh, we need to have other things because the quest can't conclude yet. We need to make it longer. We need to have more rewards for you along the way, give you time to level, etc. The Witcher 3 had very transparent examples of this. Let's go to South Point first. I'm Commander Shepard, and this is the best stream in the Citadel. Hey Razum, how's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. Is this the bit with Sheogorath?
There's great danger ahead. South Point is currently off limits. You'll need to keep the citizens of South Point are killing each other in the streets.
They're killing each other in the streets. Oh my god. That can't be good.
Turn back, citizen. South Point is... I don't know what... I sent 3 of my best scouts. We shouldn't...
Alright.
Ask
What do you think is happening?
I don't care to speculate.
Why not?
I can only act upon what I know. It's apparent that the townsfolk have caused harm to themselves and others within South Point. Yes, it seems
They've all gone mad.
But until I know for certain...
How long has it been like this? A week? Alright, we're gonna crack on. Yeah, this is the Sheo one, isn't it? It's gotta be. Fun, fun, fun. Oh shit, was I supposed to talk to Dareneth first? God damn it.
Did someone call my name? Did Cap... I'm exceptionally concerned. It is my... Yes.
Yes.
Actually.
So yeah, that's the one we need to bring back with us. So we just need to solve this shit here first.
Streets are dangerous. We should check the homes, enabling. See if those inside know where the scouts are.
No, there's a lot of crap talked about some of the... Well, we really shouldn't kill them, should we? People talk a lot of shit about the stories in the game. We're doing it. I don't discourage it. Hey, Moose.
The fire warms us when we're cold, but burns us when we're cold. I am blind to all but the fire. It consumes my eyes and my thoughts.
Okay, he's gone a little bit. Sebastian Miguel, I completed the Ithelia arc of the game. It was decent. Which story arc do you recommend for my next one? If that's the only one you've done, I would maybe do what I'm doing right now and go back to the beginning. So if you are Old Mary Dominion, go to Canathi's Roost and start it there. If you're Daggerfall, go to Stros Mackay and start that one. If you are Ebonheart Pact, go and start that. The one that ties directly in with Ithelia is obviously Necrom and the Talvani Peninsula, but I'm guessing when you say you did that arc, you did Necrom and Gold Road as well, right? But yeah, I would honestly go from the beginning, if you don't mind. The storytelling has got a lot better. That's what I was just about to say, that people are often quite critical of some of the newer stories, but I still think all of the expansions have been superior to the base game stuff. Just in terms of the rationale for why things are happening.
Although
And
this is certainly an interesting arrangement.
And like the character and drama, the unfolding drama, the way that that's constructed.
I can't speak right now. I must prepare the beds for their arrival.
Whose arrival?
The 8 divines, of course.
Alright, I'm looking for the scouts.
I saw a few Dominion soldiers a few hours ago. I believe the mayor promised their meat to the Wood Elves, but I could be wrong.
Nice.
There were sheets to wash.
What do you mean?
The wood elves are going to eat their hearts, I imagine.
Okay. I forgot how weird this quest actually is. Very bizarre. I survived the hunt for food. Excellent, Moose. I hear it's dangerous out there for mooses. Kazu, we don't have character creation in PoE 2, right? Is that something that might come later? Interesting question. You can't be the only one who wants that.
The mayor said you can't eat me until dinner.
We're here to free you, not eat you.
Praise Arcade. This entire town has gone mad. We should have informed Captain Elonthor immediately, but I insisted we press on. If we'd fallen back, maybe my scouts would still be themselves.
He does not seem like Praise Arcade. This entire town has gone mad. He's a little bit low key, isn't he? Again, I think that's the voiceover from Gallenway. I don't know the name of the actor, so I'm just gonna say, you know, Siroria, Gallenway, and Reliquien and Honorime when we hear their voices. I think the Siroria one is difficult to spot because she talks a little bit like this. She talks like she smokes 2 packs a day, kind of thing. But Reliquien and Gallenway are very easy to spot. Very limited character creation. Shimmers, what do you mean by character creation? Picking the look of it? I don't see that happening. It's an ARPG, so I wouldn't expect that ever to be a feature. Yeah, certainly not a major feature. Old Holborn. Lol. Chemical Ali. Nice name. I used to work with a girl called Ali, as in short for Alison, and she had so many freaking painkillers and, like, Imodium and various other things in her desk drawer at work. If anyone had a headache, we'd say, Ali, have you got any... Oh, thanks. And she would just toss a box across the room. So we called her Chemical Ali. Cosmetics is the thing for Path of Exile. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you for that memory, Ali. Nice one. All right, maybe my scouts are still with themselves. What do you mean by that?
The mad people brought us to their mayor. I don't know how he did it, but
Supplier
he turned
Ali.
us into bears. Bears! I thought he'd do the same to me, but he changed his mind. Said the town folk should have me for dinner.
Bears, all right. This is all coming back to me now.
Big cathedral. Saw the doors flare up briefly.
All right, let's go. Lieutenant Hovarian.
I recommend you do the same.
Most, I assume that was an intentional reference and not accidental. Yeah. There's always a hypochondriac we work with. I'm not even sure she was a hypochondriac. She's just very dedicated to the drugs.
Soldiers turned into bears, people setting themselves on fire, and now a mad mayor locked in a cathedral. I know I should be horrified, but it all sounds so exciting.
But yeah, she definitely had a bee in her bonnet about some things, but it was a weird place that we worked, and she and I think, were the only ones there who were working as consultants who weren't from private school. And it didn't really bother me because everyone thinks I'm from private school anyway, because I'm sort of an international guy. I don't speak with a regional accent, and that's the dead giveaway in the UK, I find, for a lot of people. So, but yeah, she had a real, like, chip on her shoulder about the whole class thing. So she was surrounded by people who were all privately educated. It's a real thing in the UK. We're not going to go there again. We already talked about this. But, yeah, she did, like, put herself under a lot of extra pressure as a result, you know? I just made a huntress, and I'm going to finish all the acties with it. Nice one, Erin. I've literally never played Path of Exile 2. I know I should be horrified, but it all sounds so exciting.
Oh, I suppose I can reverse the effects of the mayor's magic. After many, many years of honing my craft, this should be a simple matter. But if we're hunting bears, I'll need you to be the bait.
Another excellent voiceover. Bait?
I'm an old woman, and such magic requires precision. Wrestling with bears impedes precision. Slap them about their faces, throw sticks at them, call them harsh names, however you must. Keep their attention while I do the complex part.
So she's got quite a different vibe from the regular... Sorry, we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of voice acting every 2 minutes. But every now and again, we do love to go there on this channel. We love voice acting. Not just in ESO, but, you know, particularly here. It's so fun. She's not got the whole, oh, I'm British, Cockney sort of wood elf thing going on that a lot of them have. Much more of a typical sort of posh English accent, I guess. Right, what can we do about the mayor?
I have an old scroll tucked away in my basement laboratory. If we have it in hand, it won't matter how tightly he's locked that cathedral door. But first, we should rid South Point of its bear problem.
Yeah, let's do it. Wait until you find out where I'm from. I'll give you a clue. It's rated the worst town in the UK. Sunderland? I actually don't know what's rated the worst town in the UK. I live in a very small town just outside Bath. Or Bath, as I probably should say. But everyone around here says Bath. Where are we going? Bears. Norwich. Norwich isn't that bad. You're from every town then? Jesus. Luton. Oh, Luton's not that bad either. I've been to Luton. Even Swindon, which is pretty shit, isn't really that shit.
Smash it in the head. Keep it away from me.
So we're not supposed to kill it. We're just supposed to, like, knock him on the bonce. Bath is an amazing area. It is pretty nice. The countryside around here. Like, we've lived here for ages. My parents live not that far away. They live a couple of counties over. So I know this part of the UK really well, but when we're, like, out walking the dogs somewhere new, or if we're just driving and we find ourselves up on a hill, we'll often just go, holy fucking shit. Just look at the landscape around here. I'm so lucky to live in a place like this. The actual town where we live is not very exciting, though. So, I mean, Sheffield. What? Sheffield is not the worst. There's no way. Is that real? Is that the... It came up as, like, the worst place to live in the UK? I'm not sure I'd buy that. I haven't spent a lot of time there, to be fair, but...
Keep that bear away from me.
Where is she? She coming? Oh, that was unintentional, but that is funny. Just beaming it from above.
Town is broken. Flee while you can.
Wait, who sits around and rates the worst towns? It's just got to be a poll thing. Like, where people vote based on the places they've been to or whatever. So yeah, definitely not forensic, shall we say, in its reliability, but yeah. The UK definitely has some left behind places.
No use! Get out of there or the lightning will destroy you!
That did not sound like the same voice, did it?
We won't make it inside my laboratory unless we stop the lightning.
I have some friends from college, little squiglet, who lived in Luton, and they all said it was such a shithole. One of my buddies, Callum, was from Luton. He said the same thing, and it's not great. It's one of those things, like, it's far enough away from London that it doesn't really reap many of the benefits. But it's close enough that London sucks everything out of there into itself. Do you know what I mean? Like, all the wealth, any wealth that's in that area is going to get pulled in by the big city. London has that effect. It's kind of bullshit. And there are places which are gentrified as a result, obviously, but then places further out, it's more complicated than that, but you know what I mean. Potholes are us. Alright, I'm getting a call from Maya. I'm just going to mute the mic for a second.
Maya! Maya!
Oh, she was informing me of something. stupid that I've done. I changed the category, the streaming category, to the Elder Scrolls Online, but I must have not clicked done or save or whatever. So Twitch still thinks we're streaming the Elder Scrolls Arena. That's fairly stupid. But whatever. Fixed now. And we're back.
We won't make it. If someone conjured this storm, they do it from some...
Climb the Colobian Tower. Calantax, yeah. Just laughing at me. Good of her to call, though. That's pretty fun. Watching my back. Same in Sheffield. Potholes everywhere.
What did you say about me?
I knew you were coming for me.
I don't want to kill these chumps. They just lost their minds. That seems harsh. Oh yeah, this guy. I remember this guy. Do we have the choice to kill him or save him?
You get the lightning. Now you get the lightning.
Is that the guy in the helicopter in Full Metal Jacket? Go, get some! Get some!
What are you doing?
You get the lightning.
I don't know you.
You causing all this?
So what if I am? They called me an angry drunk. Said I'd never amount to anything. But now I have the lightning.
You need to end the storm, dipweed.
To listen to this. I'll show you, like I did them. Nobody pushes Rufinus around.
What do you reckon, guys? I think we'd be reasonable. It's Oprah and he's like, you get a lightning, you get a lightning. Always kill when he gives the option. Kick him off, alright? It's going to be a topic in your performance review, Khan. Yeah. Khan text. Nobody pays attention to that. Fair enough. To be fair, it's a vote of confidence in it. People are here anyway. And they didn't leave when they realized, that's not Arena! Yeah, I guess it matters more when drops are on and stuff like that. Alright, push him over. Bonk.
Didn't think you had it in you, but the storm's clearing. We should head to my laboratory.
The way that the voice actor is adding a little bit of fry to the way she's delivering to make the character sound older, it also makes her sound a little bit sexy. Like she's trying to come onto us. Didn't think you had it in you. You know what I mean? Oh, these guys are still hostile? Fuck that. QA Maya, exactly. Yeah, I know what you mean about the potholes. I used to live in Bristol, and Bristol's a weird city. It's got this quite nice center of the city where stuff is going on. It's not particularly nice or posh or anything, but stuff is happening, right? And then it's got a couple of areas which are quite swanky, and all the street lamps are all like old and metal and sort of Victorian lampposts and stuff like that. And then and there are very few potholes, and when there are some, they get dealt with very quickly. And then you've got other parts of the city which should get exactly the same treatment, but don't. And there's literally an example of this, because it was an area that used to be wealthy called Montpellier, but now was a little bit, one of those slightly scummy, run-down, faded areas that was becoming gentrified again. Standard experience in a lot of places around Europe, I guess. In US as well, actually. And what the council actually did was take the beautiful old Victorian lampposts from the shitty part of town and move them up to the posh bit. And I didn't actually mind because I lived in the posh bit, so I didn't have a reason to be pissed about that, but I thought that was lame as hell. Don't do that. That's crap. There's way too much of that. Like the misallocation or crappy distribution of resources and stuff like that. And that's just at like an inner city level. So yeah, when you stretch that out to the national or regional level, I can imagine, yeah. Potholes are us is a great way of summing it up. Some bullshit.
Now where'd it bitch.
I want to see if anyone ever not pushed him off. I think my first playthrough
Do you see it?
I did not push him off. Old scroll, here we go. I don't remember what
Let's
this
head to
is.
the cathedral. We're the last people the mayor will expect.
Do you know what I mean, guys? There is something a bit sultry about that delivery. Cool it, Daraneth. I'm just not into you that way. Sneeze. Oops, you fly now. Yeah. Let's see if anyone ever not pushed him off. I feel like everywhere has potholes everywhere. Maybe that's because you're a moose and you trip over everything. Who knows? The area where I live at the moment is remarkably pothole free, actually. It's pretty good. As long as you stick to the main roads. Little squiggler, we used to have a member of the local council live on our street. When it snowed heavy, they came and gritted the road. As soon as he left, that stopped. What? Ooh, that is a bad look.
You have the scroll.
Sorry, didn't mean. Oh my god,
You
dude.
have the scroll.
This happens a lot, doesn't it? I'm genuinely struggling to interact with the thing I want to interact with. Happened a couple of times yesterday as well. Is that to do with my UI, do you think? Like, or my aspect ratio, maybe? Does I'm just gonna have to run away from it. Oh no, it just popped up. Let's just run. There we go. I was just spamming E. Something happened. It shouldn't be this difficult. Should it? Alright, now we're in. It's harder to get into than a fucking club in Mayfair. Jesus. Why did Nightbot just spam like a million messages in chat?
Let me see if I can talk some
Yeah, Moose,
sense
if you want to fix potholes, do a bunch of rude graffiti on it. Can you aim higher at the door? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that in time. Maybe I could have, yeah. Is it actually show? It's not, is it?
There. How did you get in? Go. I want to be alone.
Don't you recognize me, Mayor Olis?
Daraneth. Thank the divines. Sheogorath did this. All of it. He used me.
And how exactly did he use you?
He promised me power. The respect I deserve.
So you tried to use
Cursed
him.
my tongue with madness and let me
Dipshit.
make a mess of this town.
You're so pitiful, even for a mortal.
What?
You heard me! Oh, I've always wanted to meet a person within a person. Tell me, what's it like?
It's not Wes, but it's still a pretty good voiceover, isn't it?
I thought you'd abandoned me.
Owlie, I left you a tongue that drives people mad. But I suppose if you don't want my gift, I can take it from your mouth and give it to my new favorite mortal friend.
No. Think of all I've built here. The wonderful
It's
screams
Illidan
I've
Oyasuo
created
from
all in your
League.
name.
Ah,
Make
the
me your
VA.
favorite.
Oh, very well.
Is that for sure? That's a good
Sorry,
spot.
my second favorite mortal friend. We had a good run, but it's time for your curtain call.
No, Tiago, this is old. This is base game stuff. We will get to Solstice, but we're going to do all the story in order. So Daraneth hasn't actually met us
I don't
before.
remember how I came to be here in the cell. When I woke, you were just standing there, foaming at the mouth.
Lovely.
Count yourself lucky that Sheogorath had no desire to treat you like a puppet.
Why would Sheogorath inhabit your body? Did he get consent?
I was in Elden Root.
Oh, I remember now, Tiago. Yeah, nice.
Coming from South Point. When I returned here, I recognized the signs. But when I arrived at my laboratory, Sheogorath was already there. I saw and heard everything we did.
So what happened here? Come on.
Mayor Olus happened. He's always blamed others for his own shortcomings, but I never realized.
Does he have to die?
He has the power to remake South Point in his image.
All right.
I don't see how. Those balls. I already tried. It's
Such despair! Richer than a cheese sorbet! I see you've reacquainted yourself with Dareneth. Unacquainted? Unrequited. There. She'll come around to you, like I did.
To be fair, that is a pretty spot-on impression, isn't it? Like, Wes Johnson, not an easy voice to imitate by any means. Stop right there, criminal scum. Like, that one is hard enough. This is like... It's a really good impression. I mean, just replayed a bunch of Oblivion Remastered, which obviously has the original voiceover by Wes for Sheogorath in the Shivering Isles. This is really decent. I don't think I'd quite picked up on that before. How thoroughly good that impersonation is. What do you guys think?
Mayor Aulus is a curd in the soup. A real fly in the way.
Do we know why they didn't have Wes? I don't know.
Made a mess of me gift.
Probably just a scheduling thing.
End of a dog. I tried to encourage him. Even brought him a hero to destroy. But he couldn't go through with it. Can you imagine?
Because Wes is always up for Elder Scrolls and Fallout stuff, isn't he? He freaking loves it. Like, if any of you've been here while he's been on stream with us, like, I remember us being worried about, like, oh, we don't want to do that thing where we just get Wes on here and like, dance, voice monkey, dance. Even though some of them do call themselves that. Steve Bloom, who is Rigot the Brash, and oh, no, I now forget the name of the character. Zeb from Star Wars. Carabast. That guy, he calls him, literally uses the term voice monkey about himself. But that was a little bit awkward because we want him to do the Lucian LeChance, the Hermaeus Mora, the Sheogorath, but he just fucking does it. He will just do it without anyone asking. It's wonderful. He's so into it. But he wasn't in the Elder Scrolls until Markarth, I believe. I think that was his first appearance as the Jarl, whatever his name is, I've already forgotten. Ardkadak, that's it, isn't it? So, short answer, Moose, no, we don't know why, but it can't have been anything to do with, like, he didn't want to do it or whatever, just wasn't available at that time. Anyway.
I led you right here to make it all boring again. And what did he do to stop you? Nothing. There I stood, in my best old lady suit, and he said it was all my fault. He just needs motivation. What better than an escaped prisoner seeking vengeance?
The only thing that's missing, there are two things. The weird sliding between Scottish and Irish, which is a deliberate move. It's not because Wes is mixing them up. It's the two sides of Sheogorath. The more threatening side is sort of the Billy Connolly Scottish vibe. And the when he goes really deep. You know, when he's saying something really spooky. Those two elements are missing, but other than that, that's a really solid one. Right, you want me to kill the guy, or what?
Could you kill someone you love?
Yakko, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in.
But not Mayor Aulus. It would be too pedestrian. No. I want you to try.
Why?
I want him to reach deep down, below all the marmalade and crushing failures
Marmalade!
of his life, to find a seed of confidence.
Hey, little squiggler, thank you. Thanks very much.
He'll use to beat your brains to paste.
The cloth is so old.
Any brain paste will do. Even his.
Alright, I'll do this.
Deal. Oh, and make it entertaining, would you? After spending so much time in this town, I finally know where the Colovians keep their fur hats.
That's a funny reference. It's a Morrowind reference, isn't it?
Your chance to fix this
Colovian
mess.
fur hats.
Deal with the mayor. If South Point bores him, Sheogorath will leave. I'll be fine. There's still a chance to stop this. And after all Mayor Aulus has done, you shouldn't feel the need to hold back.
Yeah, digging that voiceover, that's a lot of fun.
Already aboard. Here, I brought you some presents. The shiny ones are the best. Which is that?
Why is the voice so relatively quiet to everything else? That's odd. I've got it turned way up relative to everything else. But Shir Gorath doesn't seem that loud, does he?
Taste of blood. It's why you're my new favorite monster.
That's a shame, it just blew the ult on nothing.
Blood.
Alright.
Bring us out. My boredom washed it away. Really got in the cracks.
Yeah, I remember that happening, that the bridge just falls out from under you. Moose, randomly check my writ stats. I think it's slightly off. Thinks I've done different amounts for some crafts. It's possible you have.
Kill me!
That blast bones will never stop being funny to me. So this, I don't know. I think they're getting away with it here. This is we're only in South Point because it's a device to delay us from progressing the main story, which is all about Queen Irene and the orrery and all that shit. And this is a very obvious way to just insert combat into quest. But because it's in the interference of a Daedric prince, I don't know. I'm just rolling with it. I feel like there's enough jingling of the keys, you know, to just get me to get on with this part of the story.
It's just I can never decide between choice and free will. Which will triumph in the end? But why not settle the matter? I just told you. Choice and free will are subjects I hold. Oh, all right. Remember, with gusto. A big, steaming pile of it.
Well, Moose, what I'm thinking of is if you pick up multiple... If you do that thing that I do sometimes where you'll pick up writs one day and then do them the next day, and then sometimes it won't let you do the alchemy one, or do you have an add-on that... I suppose that would only be a recent thing because you're on console. But yeah, I use the add-on to drop certain writs that I don't want to do, like if they involve mudcrab kiting and stuff like that. I can't be bothered constantly replenishing that resource. But yeah, I don't know. But always do them the same day on all 7 characters. So yeah, it's probably just off then, like you said. Probably.
What do you mean coming to kill me?
It's a gift, a chance to shine.
I don't remember if we can... I'm pretty sure we can avoid killing him, can't we?
Really, Howdy, I'm quite fond of you. Ooh, fondue. What was I saying?
Fondue.
That you're fond of me. That you don't want to watch me die.
Watch you die horribly, all alone, and laughing my head off when it happens. Oh, that doesn't sound like me.
If you could answer just one day more or less
Sure, I'll
somehow.
work the matter out for you.
Weird.
Please, don't do this. Maybe we can work something out. It's not fair.
Maybe it's when your characters were new?
Any of this. Now I'm to die for it.
Who the hell knows?
But you're reasonable, aren't you? You do have a choice.
You had to do all this?
My family ruled South Point for generations. But after we lost everything, where was my birthright then?
If Shia won't take you to oblivion, I'll send you there myself.
It's the burden a true leader must bear. Wait, that's it. I'll go away with him, if he'll have me. Just let me try to convince him. Besides, there's not much of South Point left.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sheogorath, I've been thinking.
You're trying to convince a Daedric prince of something. I love that that is an option.
But if you brought me to the Shivering Isles, I'd fit right in.
You want to go where you like all the others? Where you can be a shank of bacon in a house built of bacon shanks?
No, I mean, think of how I could use your gift in a place that truly understood me.
Well, I suppose you'll make a fine addition to the garden. Very well. The killing's off. I couldn't bring you to my home with more holes in you than when we first met. Just not proper.
Thank you, Sheogorath. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see my
I love that
home.
in the Elder Scrolls lore,
I need a moment to speak to my second
stacked
commander,
books,
don't mind the Grumites.
and especially stacked furniture, is the ultimate sign of batshit craziness. For anyone who played Morrowind, you know what I mean. The stacks of chairs in around Dagoth Ur.
Choice wins again. Really tugs
Bye,
at
Uncle
the
Shio.
strings. Careful with those. Yank too hard and the blood goes everywhere.
Yeah, we had a deal.
We did we? Huh. Well, I suppose you're right. Owlie and I can always visit. Don't be
Right.
a stranger.
Now I need to go and get the lady we were here to collect. And that's that. Where is she? We talk to Havarian.
Thanks for saving my hide. They were trying to find a big enough pot to boil me.
The scouts you rescued brought reinforcements from Elden Root. We subdued the townsfolk for their own protection. Tell me,
Shio
what
did it.
happened- What? I thought Dareneth was mad. A Daedric prince in Gratwood? Is he in the cathedral?
Nah, he's left.
You? Well, thank the eight divines.
Sheogorath took him.
I would have preferred a public execution after what he did to
You mean a
this
public
town.
pot boiling?
I hope he finds a slow death in the Shivering Isles.
What will happen here then?
We'll escort them to Elden Root. Hopefully the Mages Guild can look
Alright,
into
fair enough. And Dareneth is
It
just going to
seems
come with us.
Sheogorath held up his end of the deal. I felt his absence, I should likely say. I was able to open a portal here without any difficulty. I tried to tell Captain Elanthor what happened, but he wouldn't listen.
Guys, you know the... Are there any Nario fans in chat? Nario Virian? I can't picture the sound of her voice in my head. This isn't the same, is it?
It seems Sheogorath held up his end of the deal. I felt his absence, I should likely say. I was able to open a portal here without any difficulty. I tried to tell Captain Elanthor what happened, but he wouldn't listen.
Try not to spoil in case, even though it's old, remastered did just come out. Has the thing in Oblivion with Shio happened more than once in the lore? Well, apparently it happens once in every age. Once in every era. Yeah, you're right, Kazi. Just anyone who like knows Naru well enough to have the voice like locked down in their head. She's a hot character, wouldn't say a fan. I'm not even sure she's a hot character. She's just flirty. But she's pretty cool. Like all the they do a good job with like spies and those agent badasses. Raz and Naru, Copper Daria, they're all pretty like pretty effective. And yes, stacked furniture in the Elder Scrolls 3 in the old Dunmer strongholds meant you had to watch out for less than friendly Dunmer in there. Also ash ghouls and just general freaks. Yeah. She's strong, independent, that's quite hot. I was just thinking of the voice. Is it the same voice actor?
In his youth, I took him as an apprentice.
It's
He was
quite
lazy,
similar.
Reckless, and nearly set my laboratory afire on 3 occasions.
Just the way that she
His
says,
childhood was quite
hero.
difficult, but that's no excuse for his actions. Long ago, his bloodline ruled South Point. He was a child who thought the town would one day be his, but his parents died in a fire when he was young.
You don't think so?
He
I wasn't sure.
lost everything. I thought by
Alright, you coming with me to the
Yes,
orrery?
very
Let's go.
soon, once I pour through the wreckage of my home and see what...
Nice. 1 down, 2 to go. So they've just tied up all the citizens? Are they still crazy? I guess they must be if they've like... They've tied them all up. That's a weird
The town's safe,
quest.
I guess. It's a wreck.
Hey. Random ass merchant. But does every grey march include that thing? You mean Jigalag? Maybe I'm forgetting the thing that you're talking about. Yeah, supposedly it happens every time. But I guess it doesn't need to be the same every time. But this is the second era. So, and the Oblivion is the end of the third era, isn't it? And Skyrim takes place at the beginning of the fifth, or early in the fifth era. Sorry, fourth. Fuck's sake. So, all the mainline Elder Scrolls games are set in the third era, except Skyrim, which dips into the fourth, and ESO is in the second, late second era. I'm sorry, what? What's going on? Search for Regine's mantle. Hey, here we go.
Help! Soldiers. Soldiers everywhere. They turned our holy site into a slave camp. Get out of here while you still can.
Thank you, Kazi. So Nario's voice actor is Kath Susi. For the life of me, I couldn't remember the name. And on her wiki page, only Nario is listed. I think she has done others, but it generally... I don't know, it's a good point. Yeah, well, I guess we can take a quick moment, a quick detour, and look that up. Let me just open up a browser for you guys. I always forget Linda Carter is Azura. That's fun. So all these, standard. We all know this. Yeah, it's very incomplete though. All three of the original Powerpuff Girl actors appear in Elder Scrolls Online. E.G. Daly, who played Buttercup, appears in Morrowind. Tara Strong, who played Bubbles, and Kathy Cavadini, who played Blossom, also feature in ESO. This was intentionally done by Becky Ignowski. Holy shit! I didn't know that. We should have asked her about that. That she just made a point of casting every Powerpuff Girl, sorry. You want to be careful about pronouncing that wrong. Fun, fun, fun. You've been hovering over Naryu. Yeah, I know. The passing of the torch, yeah. Yeah, every Grey March ends with Shio turning into himself, and destroying the Shivering Isles, then turning back to Shio afterwards. She's Dexter's mum out of Dexter's Lab. If you know, yeah. Is there a reference to see all ESO characters and voice actors? Not really. I think there's a list somewhere which Becky put together for us, but it was a few years ago, so it's kind of out of date. But if you go to IMDb... you can see, like, Bosma. A lot of them are just additional voices. Barbara Goodson, she did Zamaja. Look how many characters she's done. So awesome. There's so many cool names here. So, yeah, where was Kath Susi? She was just there. And there's Keith Zarabaika, who we were talking about just the other day. Her scene. Bunch of other characters. Yeah, here we go. Nari Virian additional voices. So, what the hell does that mean? Look how much Ben Diskin has done. Absolutely crazy. Some really good ones and some of my least favorite. Well, the Augur specifically. I don't like that one. Tim Russ. He does one of the voices for Redguard males and Argonian males, which is pretty cool. Anyway, enough about that. Getting back to the game. Let's talk to Yithiril.
Soldiers. Soldiers everywhere. They turn our holy site into a slave camp. Get out of here while you still can.
Okay.
Dominion soldiers. They're led by General Indare, the Jade Butcher of Cormount. They forced us to dig for them, to uproot the soil. They're looking for something buried deep in the ground.
They honestly might not even have an official record. For the purposes of recording, it might have just been all of this voiceover dialogue goes into X category. You know, Bosma female, elderly, 3. You know, something like that. And that is then all the dialogue that is then given to the character we just interacted with, Daranath or whatever her name was. I'm not sure how it works. But it might actually be tough for them to... They might have to track it down, listen to it, and then tell us based on that. But we could do the same. You just put Naryu and Daranath side by side. I think... I'm with you. I don't think it's the same one. They're just doing a very similar voice. I was just wondering for a moment. I can't quite picture Naryu's voice in my head. Tell you what, I'll finish talking to this lady. Alright, I'll talk to Braylor. Let's actually go and find out. Where can I find Naryu? Is there anywhere where you can go and find her, like, right away? I don't think there is there? There's nowhere where she's just, like, hanging out and I can walk up to her?
You aren't with the pilgrims, are you? Then perhaps you can be of assistance. General Endare scours this place for Rajine's mantle, but the relic must be kept from her hands. Either she misunderstands the dangers, or she thinks they don't apply to her.
Why didn't you want to find it?
I'm concerned about its misuse. Unless you're prepared to handle them
correctly.
Well,
the Queen needs it anyway, so...
She's in luck. I served the 8 divines before joining the Mages Guild.
Cool.
The Falenesti faithful. Regine is a Khajiit trickster god, also worshipped by thieves and deceivers. The Khajiit swap tales of Regine's greatest prank.
Alright, Necrom. Let's have a quick look. One of my favorite things about Elden Root is that you can just do this. Too many invisi-walls in this game. So often they don't allow you to do this kind of thing. I love it. Love it! Bonk. Necrom, you say? Gina, are you here? Release the files! Maybe Trump's in there. He voiced a couple of characters. That's it, right? Mourner's Solace? Most nice. So back my gold from all my characters every Sunday. Today, it made my total gold end with 666. It's a sign, dude. So you reckon Naryu's in here somewhere? With the other slimy guy. I don't see her. On the platform. So she was supposed to be up there? Guess you need to have started it. Yeah, maybe so. So I was just trying to think if there's anywhere where she's like the quest giver. I can't think of anywhere where that's the case. Trump voice. Buying, selling. I've got what you need. Yeah. Buying, selling. I've got what you need. It's the best stuff. Everybody says so. Got this stuff for really hardworking Argonian. People often say Argonians are only gardeners, but this one's really good. Lovely wife as well. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. All right. Yeah, it was worth a shot. We're somewhat interested in that kind of stuff. I once got into really hot water with someone for doing a little impression of Trump. They thought I was being really anti-right-wing. If I wanted to be anti-right-wing, I'd do other things. But, like, I think it's perfectly fine to do impressions of a public figure, especially when they have such a unique form of speaking and delivery. No matter what their position is on anything, I will mock whoever the hell... Or not even to mock, just to do a little impression. Like Joe Biden was very... maybe not quite as entertaining as Trump, because he's a very low-key kind of... What was funny about him was that he seemed sleepy the whole time. Isn't that literally what Trump called him? Sleepy Joe. I thought that was a bit defensive, wasn't it? You know? Like, it doesn't have to be a searing critique just to do a little impression for a giggle here and there. Gotta Ross, thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? Hope you're having a good Sunday. Only drowning right-wing comedians all make fun of Trump all the time. Yeah, it's true, right?
Let's see what these stones reveal.
He cultivates a very dramatic form of public speaking. He absolutely does. He does it on purpose. Oh, these are fun, all these little flashbacks.
Who are you? What brings you into my home?
A simple thief of hearts, come to steal yours from this walking city.
Steal my heart.
One day we will see
Steal your
Falinesti.
loins. For your arrows.
Can't wait for it.
Such a lowly mouth can dine anywhere. A trait we both
Got us
share.
nice Sunday. Yep, good. Glad to hear it.
Should we conjoin
I'm having a good one. I hope we're all having a
am
good one.
married
Welcome on
woman.
in.
So
If you just
must
joined us.
starve, unless you care to feast upon yourself.
I was going to say, when these guys are finished talking, I will continue. You're listening to Khan. Maya isn't here at the moment, but normally this channel is all about Khan and Maya. We're the ones who run Ninja Pulls, and wherever possible, we stream together. She is working at the moment. She'll be here in a couple of hours. Looking forward to it already. But in the meantime, sit back and relax. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday, chilling out with Ritz or whatever else you're doing in game. We are on day 3 of our September GAMESFEST, where we are doing every story, every zone story in the Elder Scrolls Online, and finishing off the stream with an hour or two in another game. Yesterday we did the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena. Later today we've got Daggerfall coming up. That's going to be fun. Here we go.
I cannot sleep, and my husband will not wake. What cruel jest.
One day we will get Mahoma in ESO. That would be cool as well. That would surprise me, though. It'd be a bold break from tradition.
I will allow you to sleep in my bed.
Scoundrel! You think to steal me from my husband? From the city I call home?
I only stole your sleep, which I gifted to your husband. His inattention must make him harder to love.
What would you know of love, monster? You have none of it, and you will have none of me.
Rajin's a bit of a creep, isn't he?
Ring hollow, Lady Nerume. We shall see how much when I steal you away from husband and home.
Definitely a men's rights activist. Alright. What else have we got to do?
It's gonna tear us in half!
Really, a skeever? It's got you all freaked out there, buddy? A wood elf living in the forest shouldn't be so easily frightened of wild animals. I'm just gonna say it. I haven't done any missions in ESO for years, only PvP and dungeons. Godoros is pretty much where I'm at. I'm a dungeons, trials, and PvP guy, mostly. But, yeah, that's what, in fact, there are a bunch of stories I've never even done in this game. This one I have. But not for years. Not for a long, long time.
What have you done? Where am I?
This vault, I built it to hold a precious treasure deep below your walking city. I will keep you safe and away from interference.
Why have you done this? Is your heart as cold as this chamber?
Your heart is cold, Lady Nerume. Warming it to Rajin's shadow will unlock the prison built of your denial.
Never. I would rather freeze until time's end than share one warm moment with you.
So be it.
Leave her alone, dude. She's not into you.
Hold your frozen heart. I leave my mantle to conceal the shame you caused me. Farewell, Nerume.
Now we know why the fallen Esti faithful were forced to dig. We should speak of this.
Ooh. Yeah, Malma playables, that would be cool, wouldn't it? That would just be a fun race to be added to the game. There's no reason not to do it, except it would be a breach of convention. You know, all the games have had, I think since... I can't remember, we'll see later when we play Daggerfall, but Arena definitely didn't have orcs or Imperials. So they were added later, but since Morrowind at the very least, it's been the same 9 races every time. Is it 9 or 10? No, 10, isn't it? With the Imperials. Never said never, Tiago. Yeah, exactly. I think they should consider it. It'd be cool. They should release, they should consider releasing the Malma as a playable race, along with a whole retooling of how the racial passives work. Make either all the racial passives do very incidental things like Argonian swimming, food lasts longer, or you know, nothing that confers like a DPS advantage necessarily. I don't know, but you know, so they each have their own flavor, or like a unique spell that they can cast. I don't know, that's it. But it's not really a combat ability. I don't know, I think that'd be cool. That'd be interesting.
General Endari was certain she'd find Rajin's...
Yeah, that's the thing. Argonians do swim faster. That's why I used it as an example. I think all the passives should be like that. They should be something, you know, something that you feel when you play the game, something you actually experience, but nothing that... Because that's why we just have Dunmer and Altmer everywhere, and Khajiit in PvP, because people are thinking
General
of DPS.
Endari was certain she'd find Rajin's mantle beneath the Fallen Esti winter site. She made the Fallen Esti faithful dig for that frozen
How can we
vault.
find it before the general?
Perhaps Kirtor can help.
Kirtor.
Last I saw, he was in an encampment near the dig site. Mostly Fallen Esti faithful.
Who are the Fallen
They're
Esti faithful?
Peaceful sorts. Most believe their faith will one day draw the walking city back from wherever it disappeared.
Speedstack King. Good morning, chat. Good morning! Morning to you. So I'm guessing you're in the US if it's morning. Probably East Coast? West Coast is still a little bit early. Well, it's late last night on the West Coast, isn't it? But either way, good morning. Predictions, Kazi. Time for an F1 for me. Thanks for stream, and probably see you later. Oh, enjoy. I was busy yesterday, so I haven't seen the qualifiers. No idea. Ooh. Utopian Warrior, finally working my way through the Thieves Guild. Hughes Bane, never did it. I really like the Thieves Guild. The characters. The central story isn't all that. It's quite predictable, quite formulaic. But I thought the characters were really interesting, and like the backstories that they suggest. Same with the Dark Brotherhood. I think that was the strength of that one. I definitely gave a shit about and wanted to get to know some of the characters there. In a way, that's pretty magic in an MMO. Like, when Cyberpunk does that, it's normal. But yeah, for an MMO to have a similar kind of effect without any of the bells and whistles that these kind of narrative games normally have. Yeah. Kalzi, the Necron quest you get, the first thing to do there is meet Naryu. Yeah. Stupid phone. Yeah. Yeah, 8 a.m. US. Nice one. Speedstacks King. Well, you're very welcome. It is about 1:30 in the afternoon here. I'm in the UK. Literally in Somerset. Spelled differently, though. Alright, let's move on. We can't listen to all the dialogue because we got a lot of story to get through this month. Gonna unlock that skin. Gotta do it. Hey, Speedstacks King, thank you very much for the follow. That is much appreciated. Very kind. I'll do my best to earn it. That's the thing we could maybe have more of, actually. Jade Dragoon. Say what? You know, the NPC's like screaming in terror every time you enter combat. Alright, Kyoto, what's up?
You travel with Braylor. He has proven himself a friend.
This guy's definitely in a band. Holy shit, look at him.
There are questions written upon your faces. What is it you see?
He looks a bit like Dave Navarro. Yo, what was it like being in the Red Hot Chili Peppers for one album? Speedstack. Should I play this game more with friends? I kind of didn't give this game a chance. Stoner Rock moves. It works very well as a solo game, I've got to say. Like, I'm playing it right now, obviously, by myself. You could do all the story. You could do, like, 90% of it by yourself. However, yeah, it works way better if you are hanging out with buddies. If you can get into a Discord voice channel together. That's when the game really came to life for me. So when my wife and I started playing together. That's why this guild exists, in fact. Because Maya and I set this up together. And then, you know, the YouTube channel, the website, the Twitch channel all came out of that. But it's all because we started dicking around in stories as a duo. And then once we started doing dungeons, we discovered a nice guild and started playing with some friends there regularly. It snowballs. And if you can become... If you get into the community side of things, it kicks a ton of ass. I'm not an expert. I haven't been part of every gaming community out there for sure. But I've participated in a fair bit. And this is by far the most helpful, the most sensible, nerdy, hilarious group of gamers that I've found on the internet. There are dickheads everywhere, obviously. But they are far less concentrated in the ESO community than you'd expect. So yeah, I recommend it, but then again, I'm biased. I love the game and I love the community, so I'm just being honest.
You travel with Braylor. He has proven himself a friend to the fallen Esti.
Right, we're looking for Regine's mantle, bro.
As was General Andare. When our digging revealed existing tunnels, she pulled us back to our camp before taking her soldiers to the dig site below. It seems you diverted a frost troll from one of her soldiers. Upon reaching safety, the knowledge you seek was passed to me. She was last seen in the northernmost cave of the dig site.
I'm sorry, what? I'm not sure I understand. The knowledge you seek was passed to me. So you've been enslaved by the general, or what's up?
She pressed us into service in the search for Rechine's mantle. Initially, their treatment was harsh. Yes, she saw the wisdom in my words.
Utopian also moving to F1. Enjoy, guys. Yeah, have a good one, dude. Let me repost that link. I'm not able to. But yeah, ESO UI. So, trusted mods. You want to get a piece of software called Minion. From MMOUI.com, I think. Pretty sure it's just MMOUI.com. Then you can get Minion. That's compatible with WoW and ESO and Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, mmouy.com. That's literally it. It works really well. And you can install and manage all of your add-ons through Minion. Lots of people doing this story today. I'm in the wrong cave, apparently. No? Yeah, it's in the wrong fucking cave. Good. When's the better half joining? Maya is joining in a couple of hours. She'll be back home at about 4. And then I guess shortly after that we'll dip out and go to the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall and have a look at that. I bet loads of you will not have played that before. It's going to be really cool. I think you're going to be surprised at how awesome the Daggerfall Unity looks and works.
Come to loose trolls
For a game that's almost 30 years old.
How can so many know my name after all these years? Yes, I am Narame. I hope to stem the tide of frost trolls by sealing their egress. But ice is the only form I may take beyond the walls of my prison. Tell me
so
why you were
Rajin made her into a frost spirit because she wouldn't fuck him? Man. That guy needs to grow the hell up and take some rejection. Am I reading that right? That's what happened, right? We're looking for Regine's mantle.
You are not the first. General Indare broke through to my prison in... Regine's mantle is the key to my prison beneath the fallen Esti winter site. If I but touch its hem, it will steal all my hatred for Regine's shadow and fill the void with love. I'll make lute strings of his innards first. Only another may safely free me. A cruel and spiteful jest.
Why is it cruel?
To show me I was powerless in his clutches. Worse, to kindle hope my husband would come to free me, then smother that hope with his continued absence.
Gross.
But Regine's, there is another cave, sealed by a frost-covered door. It leads...
Yeah, I'll free her. Yeah, MMOUI, then download Minion, and then Minion will detect the game on your system. Once it detects that, it might sort of bug out and then freeze, but if you close it and restart it, then it will have the installation detected, and it should all work beautifully from then on. And it will automatically update, all that stuff. You just need to point it at the correct directory the first time you fire up Minion. Counterattacks Google Minion to get the small yellow giggling things. Yeah. Rejection hurts, that's true. He thought she was too cold. Yeah. Exactly.
This way! I'm in here!
Pretty sure Frank Zappa wrote a song about this. But the guy who doesn't understand why the girl doesn't want to go to the prom with him, or doesn't want to go to the dance or whatever. I dig you so much. Why don't you dig me? I don't understand. And it's all about like,
holds me and take this ring.
What an idiot that you just can't take no for an answer.
I hold dear in this wretched place. Should you bring it to the inner vault, I can join you in icy form. I'll warn you of the dangers and aid you against them. You swore you would free me! Forgive me. The promise of freedom ruins my manners. You should do what you must, and what you are willing.
What do you know about the mantle? Let's hear about this.
Unfortunately. It may be a divine piece of the god Rajin, gifted to his shadow. Why he would squander it upon me is beyond my comprehension.
Why does the general want it?
Why would anyone want a piece of the trickster god? The answer is usually power.
Alright, let's go.
I've been trapped here for so long.
Let's bounce. Idna Two Blades, hey there. Do you have your build posted anywhere? Looks like a fun combo to try out. No, not yet. I haven't had time to update the website. But there are screenshots in the videos. Which build is it you're talking about? I could give you, I can show you a screenshot right now if it helps. Which one was it? Is this the old school Templar or the Dark Templar? Because that's the build for the double Templar skill line with assassination. You can screenshot that right now. That's for the dummy. Obviously change a couple of things. Get rid of deadly aim and switch to biting aura if you're fighting multiple targets. You might not need the banner if you're in a group and the trial already has 2 banner bearers in it. Then you can drop it. Don't run this kind of food in difficult content. And that's it. Other than that, and you know, if you're really min-maxing, you can swap Null Archer for a more cleave-focused set. Something like Unsul, Whirl of the Depths, whatever. And you can also switch one of these or both of these to Nirnhoned or Nirnhoned plus Precise. Whatever. Bunch of things that you can change, as always. No worries, that was the 2 Templar skill line one. The single Templar skill line was this one. So almost the same, but it has Gravelord instead of Assassination. Again, with the food, and the banner, and with Deadly Aim, and the weapon trait. It's the same for every class, really. Also, you could get rid of Selene, and run, what's it called? The Velothi Ormage Amulet on this piece. And, you know, run a 1-piece monster set, and then a shoulder of whatever weapons and jewelry set you're using, if it's a Null Archer or whatever else. And then that will buff your cleave damage a little bit more. This is very much geared towards single target. But most of the like key encounters in the game these days require, or at the very least benefit greatly from, a bit of cleave damage, splash damage. I need to go and feed the cat and the dog. It is almost 2 o'clock. I'll tell you what, we will take a quick AFK here. I'm talking like 4 or 5 minutes. Thank you so much for hanging out with me this morning and early afternoon. I will be as quick as I can, but the animals need feeding. It's absolutely the right thing to do. So let's just chill out in this room for a little bit. I'll put a BRB screen on, and I'll be back in a matter of minutes. Sit tight, get a glass of water. Open yourself a beer, whatever. It's Sunday. Let's go crazy. I'll see you in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. The dog wanted to go out, the cat was being a pain in the butt. Thanks for all the blurps while I was gone. And Gilly, just to backtrack, I know this is like 10 minutes ago now. What is it with so many mages not being able to handle rejection? Let me just check that my transitions are working correctly. Yeah. Weird. Okay. You'd think someone who has to dedicate so many hours to learning, studying, would be able to handle a no. Yeah. You got me. You got me, Gilly. It's clear to me, too. Yeah, Calentex, what are we looking at? Wrong scene. Yeah, I just tabbed out. And it, for some reason, my scene switch didn't work. It doesn't matter, though. So I'm doing that weird thing where I'm streaming with just one screen. That's all I got. I have to have Twitch running on a separate machine entirely. Man, I do not remember this area. This is cool. No pun intended. She just beams them down to nothing? Wow, I love it. And Grey Kirk. Hello there. Hello there. BMRSNR fan. I'm trying to think what that stands for. I'm trying to remember what that stands for. Hello there. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Chemical Ali, thank you very much for the follow. Thanks, Calentex and Gilly. I do feel welcome back. It's a pretty sweet feeling, not gonna lie. I don't care that it's not meta, that is just such a freaking satisfying ult to use. Can we actually drain the well? That's awesome. Hey, handsome stranger. Boomer Sooner fan. Got it. Got it. I don't feel too bad for not getting that. Let's use the Hoarfrost ring on these guys. Can we not? Yeah. That's just a really cool effect. That's genuinely entertaining. Why do they do these things and then limit them to like just a one-off quest? It's kind of a strange move. Handsome stranger, howdy y'all. Should I say that in a more American? Howdy y'all. Howdy y'all just doesn't sound quite right, does it? Again, just a protracted section of violence here in this quest.
You'll never take it from me.
Hey General, how's it going?
Who are you? And why are you dragging that frost witch behind you? Out with it.
Still fun to hear.
You? I'm a decorated general of the Aldmeri Dominion, a hero to my people. Who better qualified to wield the power of a god?
Definitely not you. Queen Irene needs it for her ratification ceremony.
But I found Rajine's mantle. Why should Queen Irene be the one to wear it? I've been fighting since before she was born.
Rajine is controlling you. You're a general. Snap out of it.
You're right. We were overrun. I thought to use its power to slay our foes, but I couldn't stop. I killed my own soldiers.
Uh-oh.
I can feel it, bringing my shadow to life. You must stop me, no matter the cost. No. You're trying to...
Can we use the ring? No.
You aren't worthy of its power.
Can I just kill the shadow? No. She stays hostile. Oh well.
Rajine's mantle is mine. You cannot survive, Rajine.
Go blast wounds, go.
You've done it. Regine's mantle so you might free me.
That feels a little bit bad, toying with her like she's a mouse, and we're just a cat getting bored, pulling pieces of it off one at a time. Yeah, handsome stranger, hope you're doing well. It reminds me, 8 Puppies and I had a conversation back in Amsterdam last year, when the first and only time I've met the guy, about British versus American accents. Obviously, many, many different British accents, many, many different American accents, but just broadly. And he was of the opinion, as so many Americans say, that, oh, the British accent is so much better, so much nicer to listen to, yada, yada, yada. And I was like, it's just because, A, you're not used to it, but also, there are things that definitely sound better with an American accent. Howdy, y'all. That's a great example. This is stupid. Things like that. We had quite a funny conversation about that.
I can't believe my eyes. You hold it in your hands.
How do I free you, dude?
Removing Regine's mantle from the inner vault weakened the magic of the prison. Now you must break it, once and for all.
Look, I love her face. She's genuinely, like, freaking the fuck out. How many hundreds of years has she been trapped? That's pretty awful.
Regine's mantle is a slippery thing, especially with enchantments that bind its bearer.
Alright, I'll break it.
Soon I'll leave this place and return to...
I really do want to know how long she's been here. Even if it's, like, just... like, it's more than a prison sentence. It's, like, multiple lifetimes. That is fucking rugged. It's just a little vest.
Lady Nehrume, you denied my love, and now I deny your journey home. If you beg my forgiveness, convincingly, I'll return the walking city from where I stole it.
What? Could that filth spirit away all of Fallen Esty? He took the walking
So it is
city.
Fallen Esty.
He took my home? Or is this another of his lies?
Is that a fact then, guys? I've always said Fallen Esty. That's just how it's spelled. But that is the second NPC we've spoken to today who says Fallen Esty. Is that because they've been hired? These are American performers. Is that because they've been hired to do the English accent thing? So every A becomes or, as in walking city, Fallen Esty, falling over. Or is that like a pronunciation note they were given by... I know Elder Scrolls doesn't do like canonical stuff like that. Everyone in the world pronounces stuff and believes a version that they believe. There's no like one version of things, but I would like this clarified. Is it Fallen Esty or Fallen Esty? Handsome stranger. Funny thing is, I was raised in the Midwest US and by a lot of opinions don't have an accent of my own. But I lived in the southern US for decades and now I've picked up the dialect. That is what I would do. I would be embarrassing if I moved somewhere like Australia or Florida or Texas. I would so pick up the local English dialect within months, probably, of moving there, in a way which might make people think that I was doing an impression. I think I'd be terrible at that. Why doesn't the US have a Middle East? Gilly-chan. Possible. Fallen Esty with an A makes more sense to me. Yeah, with an A. Alright, what were you going to do?
What else can I do but seek my home? But everything is so different now. General Indare mentioned an Old Merry Dominion, yet I don't know what that means.
Let's ask Braylor.
Truly? Then I must find this Braylor and see what he knows of Fallen Esty. I should seek him out and see the sky again with my own eyes.
I like this character. The way that she tells the guy to basically go fuck himself and stop trying to convince her to go out with him or to give it up. And the way she just takes the treatment. Bit of a champ. Honestly, I'd forgotten that the suggestion is that Regine hides Fallen Esty. That was a fun bit of timing. Because the chick won't go out with him. Is that canonical? Welcome on in if you just joined. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We're doing a bit of story for a change.
Truly detestable, my lady.
They were quite terrifying, even when projecting my construct in their midst.
So to give you guys a quick catch-up, we've done the main story, you know, with the 5 companions. We're doing the whole thing this month, even though I've done most of it at least once before. There will be, we will get to bits at some point that I haven't done before. That'll be fun. We did Canalthi's Roost, Auridon. We're working through Gratwood at the moment, and we have to collect Rajine's mantle. We have to get the Conservator, Dranathan, you know, blah 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 blah, all of that stuff. And right now we've just discovered, quote unquote, discovered that the reason Falinesti's gone missing, has disappeared, is apparently because Rajine fell in love with this chick and she told him to take a hike, and he got jealous and locked her away for hundreds of years and stole her home and hid it from her. Weird. Let's talk.
The sky is beautiful. A little different to what I remember. But the walking city, I must find it, so I may finally return home.
I can't wait. One day we're going to get Falinesti, for sure. Imagine the first time you see that. It's like the first time you visit Windhelm or Riften or one of those really cool... Or maybe Markarth is a better example. The first time everyone visits Markarth in Skyrim, they're like, whoa, this is ace. It's a real moment, you know? A giant walking tree with a city built around it. That'll be something.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but you're alive.
Got the mantle.
And you freed Lady Nerume. She's quite agreeable and could prove to be a living repository of knowledge regarding the walking city.
Yeah, the general's dead.
I see. I don't know why she did all of this, but she was once a hero. I can't imagine her soldiers will take it well. But as you see, such relics are dangerous. I can deliver it to the Elden Root Mages Guild where its powers can be contained.
Yeah, Queen Oren needs it. Allow me to remind you.
I'll alert the Ultima Embassy when I've returned to Elden Root.
Alright, let's go.
I can't bear to think of the outcome had you not been here.
Well, Nightbot has just reminded us all. 25% off 1 month and 3 month and 30% off 6 month subs. I'm just going to say it very quickly. I haven't mentioned it really today, but the reason we're doing September Ninja Balls GAMESFEST, where we're streaming every day, doing every story, streaming a different game each day at the end of the stream as well. We are doing it in an effort to give you guys a reason to support the stream. If you have been watching recently and you do have a Prime sub lying around, or you're just feeling generous and you want to take advantage of that, that 25% and 30% off, a 3-month sub, a 6-month sub, I'll explain why that is a huge deal. Twitch measures your channel based on sub points per month, and they give you a different cut depending on how many points you have, right? So we're not... If we can make that cut in September, we will then get a 60-40 split as opposed to a 50-50. Twitch takes half of everything we get. So if you don't want to participate in that at all, you can always, there's always Ko-fi. We're very grateful for that as well. That way you can give us just a couple of dollars and we get all of it. That's absolutely fine if you prefer to do it that way. But if you want to do it via Twitch, please consider subbing for several months in advance. Or if you like what Ninja Pulls is doing, not just here on Twitch, but the Discord, the website, the YouTube. The website is a bad example because I need to update that, but I will get on it. And if you want to show your support for all of that, please do consider it this month. It's cheaper, you get more out of it, we get the same as ever. So yeah, that's my little spiel. And yeah, you can see our sub goal progress on the bottom left there with the health bar going up. Yesterday and the day before were excellent, but we need to keep the momentum up every day this month. Thank you for listening. Pitch over. Now let's get back to Gratwood. Or we need to go up here to Cormont, actually, don't we? Now what is it we need to do here? Remind me. The Heart of Anumaril. This bit I do also remember. Man, it's been years since I did this stuff. This is actually kind of fun. I'm so grateful for those, the main quest markers as well. They didn't used to have these, did they? They would just be regular quest markers, so you couldn't tell if it was the main quest or just a side quest or whatever.
A fellow seeker of knowledge. I can tell by the glint in your eye. The Reliquary of Stars is a marvelous...
Reliquary?
Why, it recently came alive. Yes, I'm sure.
Just going to spin on with that. And for those of you who've not played a ton of Elder Scrolls games previous to Morrowind, or maybe you haven't even played Morrowind, we're also playing our way through all of those games back to back. In the evenings yesterday, we did Elder Scrolls Arena, and I think people were really pleasantly surprised by how good it looked, how playable it was, and how much fun it was, actually. It's a bit more approachable than you might expect. Daggerfall is a huge upgrade on that, partly because of all the community support it's had over the decades. We're going to be doing Daggerfall Unity, that is completely rebuilt in the Unity engine, but it is still very much the same game. So I'm looking forward to that, and tomorrow, Morrowind, my personal favourite.
You have some competition. These flying books can be maddeningly silent when they want to be.
The flying books sneak up on you? What?
Sometimes in pairs. They slam shut on your ear tips, then flutter off. It seems half the library has tormented us since we tripped the wards. I've been trying to settle for Tedrini headed to explore the flesh gardens.
Oh yeah, the flesh gardens,
Once the wards,
okay.
Do be careful out there. These books are harmless enough, but they aren't the only things flitting about in the dark.
What do you mean?
Everything was quiet when we arrived, but bones and other refuse littered the halls. With the wards broken, it wouldn't surprise me if more than books are moving about.
Ugh. Have you heard of something called the Heart of Anumeril?
Are you then? The Mages Guild petitioned the court.
Are you then? What? That's not right.
We were allowed to excavate.
Oh, Cyborg, thank you so much. There we go. 3 months in advance. Wow. I really, really, really appreciate that. That is huge. We never take it for granted. Thank you for listening to the little pitch. It's an awkward thing to do. Anyone who's streamed and has had to do it, they understand that, this is a very unnatural thing to, like, turning to your friends who are already supporting you by, like, showing up and saying, by the way, could you spare a little? It's very awkward. And a lot of streamers aren't very good at it. I'm no exception. I suck at this. I even used to work in sales, so I know how necessary it is. But, yeah, thank you. Maya thanks you as well. She will be joining us in a little bit over an hour. And, yeah, we'll go from there. But I'm sure she'll be delighted to see. So thank you so much. It is hugely appreciated. All right, so... So that's literally what they're here for, the Heart of Anumeril. Well, Queen Arene needs it.
Oh. I suppose that's a good enough reason.
Oh, fair enough.
We've scoured the ruins from top to bottom.
What is the Reliquary of Stars?
The secrets in the Reliquary of Stars were long ago uncovered, save one. Incredible amounts of magicka coursed through its walls, even when the ruins remained dormant.
What's changed?
And it all goes back to Anumeril, one of the greatest Ayleid architects of the First Era. He built the Great Seal of Bellerata and the orrery at Elden Root. Then recently, we uncovered proof that he constructed the archives in the Reliquary of Stars.
Okay.
Anumeril put his heart into
Yeah, so Anumeril was one of the architects of the place. I gotta say, I'm enjoying the recap of all this stuff more than I thought I would. And I thought I would.
I could capture its likeness.
I remember enjoying these quests the first time around. You know, for an MMO, they're pretty decent. And these are just the base game ones. They're probably the weakest bits of storytelling, aren't they?
Finished some of my finest work between you and me, though you couldn't possibly appreciate the detail.
Weird.
Why, you need to entertain me. There are a variety of chests.
Are you a ghost?
Hardly. My masters found there were certain difficulties in allowing me to roam this place unfettered. So they split me from my...
Alright, what the hell are you?
The caretaker.
Oh, she looks like a Dremora, right?
Everything against the ravages of time. Scrolls and books.
These statues are Ayleids?
They used to be.
Alright. Sounds like a Dremora, bro. It really does, doesn't it? That chorus effect on the voice. It's really beautiful in here. Yeah, there we go. Didn't take long. I think we came here a while back when Gold Road was coming out. So like just over a year ago. We came in here and did Floki of Skyrim. Nice. And we got some screenshots because we knew it was going to be all Alien themed stuff. I remember coming in here and getting some shots of the place. Inside and out. Alright. Tadrini, let's go.
Invidious slime. You'll rule the...
Ukazai turn you into a statue, bro.
Ukazi. Why does that name sound familiar? Perhaps...
Oh, that's actually really grim the way he's moving.
I've lost it.
But just a little bit.
Wait. Where is La Ronalda?
Send me to find you.
Good. That's good. Then it hasn't been too long. I really should head back, get my bearings. Don't worry about me. Wasn't he back at the camp?
Alright. We press on. What about people who haven't done this? Is there anyone who hasn't done this before? I'm trying to do my best not to spoil too much, but... Well, that was weird. Lagged out there for a moment. I mean, it's 11 years old at this point. I think we're fine. We're gonna leave that because we don't need it. Hey, Behila, what's going? La Ronalda sent me to find you.
The stars. You have to get me out of here.
How do we get you out?
Once trapped, strange creatures covered in eyes and tentacles descended from above. They reinforced the sconces with foul magic from their largest eyes.
Sounds like a watcher.
No. Daedra, I expect?
Covered in eyeballs. Nice. So... Acquire a watcher's eye. Yeah, there we go. That's the one thing about the Necrom chapter. It really made me feel bad about killing the Watchers. Because they're kind of cute. The ones that we meet in Necrom, a lot of them are friendly. But throughout the rest of the game, we've been just slaughtering them. You know, because they're the bad guys when they show up. Just take them out. Elder Scrolls Online does that a lot, I feel like. It'll introduce you to an enemy as just an enemy, and then later on it'll add depth and, like, common ground to that group. Think of the Reachman, the Maormer, and some of the Daedra. Like, we're in Fargrave. There are so many Dremora that we can talk to. I suppose that's nothing new. This guy's tiny. Look how little he is. Whoops. How embarrassing, I just ultied in public. All right. There are a lot of twists and turns in this zone. I'd forgotten that. Like the history of the aliens, because that gonna get a little bit nerdy for a moment. A lot of the aliens, when they fled Cyrodiil, or they fled various parts of the alien empire, you know, the slave uprising, the Alessian rebellion, a lot of them ended up in Gratwood and took shelter among the wood elves. Some of their kingdoms were also here, obviously. A lot of alien ruins. And that is why, for those who haven't done Gold Road, that's one of the reasons why the recollection have like such an affinity for the aliens, because that's who they view as their ancestors and their heritage. Is not Dave finally got a second era today? A lot of grinding. Oh, what is that? That's the title of second era. Class Master of the Second Era. I see. Oh, well, welcome to the club. Apparently that's what I already had. But I guess that's a new achievement, so I already had it by the time it was launched. Oh, that's cool. Good work, man. Gilly-chan, don't worry, you don't want to know how many times I ultied when I wanted to loot. Yeah, I've done it plenty.
Ah, good.
All classes and all
Everyone back in
trees,
one
yeah,
place.
man.
I was beginning to worry. And not a moment too soon. I managed to subdue one of the tomes. It's proven most enlightening. The Reliquary of Stars was created to preserve knowledge.
Okay.
This we already knew. If this description is accurate...
The heart of the matter. I'll have a quest with a pun in the title.
Tedrini has behaved quite erratically since his return.
So Tedrini's not himself. Good. Dude, could you move any faster? That'd be great.
This should be far enough.
Hello?
When you went searching for my assistance, did you see...
Yeah, there was a Daedra in the Flesh
anyone
Gardens.
Damn. That's what I was afraid of. The book mentions her specifically, some sort of caretaker.
So she's controlling the assistant.
Maybe.
What do you want to do?
Hasn't been the same since he returned. I'd like to run some simple tests for signs of Daedric influence. While I do so, would you bring Bahilir with you to search the Hall of Might?
All right.
Wonderful. If this tome is correct...
I have my name. What do you need?
I have my name!
Bahilir, our friend needs your help in the
This
Hall
your
of
Dark
Might.
Templar build? No, this is my
The Hall
Necro.
of Might? So you think we found it? Oh, exhilarating.
We just put together whatever
Hey, my friend.
for, this is my Magica Necromancer. So we just gave her whatever made sense for Overland content. Originally, on day one, she had, at Erin's request, she had Ardent Flame, but it was beginning to piss me off. Just not very bursty. So I swapped it for Adric Spear, which is very bursty. It's not Dave. Warframe as a Twitch module that you can click for some streamers that shows the current build. It'd be nice if ESO Twitch had something similar. Oh man. Let's go and tell Gina. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Holy shit. We are going to do that thing where we have, you know, you can put exclamation build and it will take you to, it'll give you a link to the website. I just need to find a minute to update them all. Subclassing has been an absolute nightmare for that. Just changed everything, you know? Captain O'Fara, welcome back. How's it going? The Black Year. Oh, you know what? I'm going to read this. So this is about the Daedra. We know not when Ukezai first tired of her duty and began eliciting her entertainment from unsuspecting Mer. Perhaps it was a passing fancy before its culmination. If it was, this went undetected by her masters. In monsoon season, when the Strid was full, only when the Grat Oaks fought to keep the soil beneath them, the Master of Archives and half his assistants opened the mighty doors to the Reliquary. Taking flasks from their hips, they drank deep, turning to stone in the threshold. Propped open by their petrified forms, there was nothing to stop the rain. 8 months of wet and exposure to the elements found even our best-kept tomes bobbing like lilies, awash in a paper-strewn sea. Spelled strewn wrong, whatever. When asked what led her to forsake her duties, Ukazai laughed and dismissed us as fools. As punishment, we stripped her of her physical shell. She would no longer freely tread our halls, with knowledge to keep her occupied. By the heart of Anumeril, we bound her in our deepest vaults, where she must be content to watch, listen, and serve. So she flooded the place. What a bitch. So she's a Daedra they summoned to keep as a guardian, then she decided to start doing her own thing.
There's a draft coming from this bookcase.
Was that a Chewbacca? It was. When the mob died. I'm alright, pal. Examine the empty locations. Oh, god damn it. They need to be done in a specific order? Right. So I tried every wrong combination first. Typical. Captain O'Farah, I hope you're having a great day so far, mate. I am, actually. Yeah, having a really nice one with you guys. Thanks for joining. Be better if Maya was here, but she will be here shortly, in about 90 minutes or so. AFK getting non-Dave coffee.
And I have you to thank. And now, I really must take this Bayhelia puppet for a stroll. Let's see how fast it can run.
Yeah, not as fast as me. My legs are a lot longer than yours, bro. I loot everything. It is my curse.
I don't have time for this. This really is too easy.
Bayhelia, what are you doing?
She's like, what? Laranalda.
What happened? Why did Bayhelia sound so strange?
Yeah, there's a Daedra controlling him, dude.
Bayhelia suggested Tadrini was under her control. A ruse, and one I should have seen. But if Ukezi has the heart of an Umaril, she can use it to restore her spirit to her body. We have to get it back. Through the door. They've
never been able to open it. But it's open. Loot all the corpses, pick all the chests. Absolutely. I don't do it in every game, but yeah, it's one of those things.
And with one final shift. Yes, it's working. I can feel it.
Give. So we got it back. And now we need to whoop her ass.
Where is that ugly thing? It should be here. You bastard.
Oh, that was underwhelming.
Huh? What's happening?
Fractured energy. Man, I've forgotten all of this. Very typical. Very typical Elder Scrolls questy stuff, isn't it?
You think me defeated so easily?
We'd have to do the same thing a bunch of times. My Compulsion 2, Handsome Stranger, no loot left behind. Looted before they even hit the dirt. Fuck you, Ukazai. Ukazai? Not entirely sure how to pronounce that one. I just realized we've got no music on in the game. Let's pump things up a little bit. A little bit of music on a Sunday afternoon. Alright.
You! I hadn't thought you'd make it out alive. Ukezi must have been formidable alone.
No, she was a
With
joke.
the heart of a numeral in her hands, I can
Yeah, I
hardly
got the
be
numeral
wonderful.
thing right here.
When all the flying books fell, I knew it had left the ruins. I'll return it to the Elden Root Mages Guild, per our agreement with the king. We won't need
The
to
king
worry
needs
about
it brought
Daggerfall.
to the orrery, actually.
Very well. So they're really going through with it, are they? I'd pay my weight in gold to see the orrery working. I'll personally ensure it reaches there without further trouble, don't you fear.
What are you gonna do?
After I return it to the orrery, perhaps I can research its properties once the ceremony is complete. If the Queen allows, of course.
Cool, that's 3 out of 3. Oh, my Magic and Necromancer's so happy. She never gets to do any of this stuff. Barely. She's done a few dungeon quests. I don't think I've ever done any trial trifectas with her. She used to be a healer when I first made her. So it was my first healer. Did a bunch of dungeons with that character. She's definitely done some hard modes and other stuff. But Stamina Necromancer was generally... There were a couple of patches where Mag was better. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Obviously that's just all in my head. You know, I'm just anthropomorphizing the characters a little bit. But you know what I mean? Like, when you feel a bit bad, you got like a crafter character or a mule character. Does never get to do anything. You just bring them out to do writs.
The guild requests your help.
Feels good to use the character for something other than dummy humping and daily writs. And it's just fun to get a reminder of all these stories without having to go super slowly through all of them. Because I remember a lot of it, actually.
You have done what has not been done in centuries. All the parts of the orrery have been placed within the chamber, and Dareneth awaits us below. I must admit to being more than a little excited. I've never seen the orrery operational.
Now you're bringing her to life, Daenerys. Alright, what else remains?
Not much. You've done extraordinary work, and just in time for Queen Iren's arrival. Imagine the chance to see the orrery operate.
Awesome.
We should really head in there and get started.
Yeah, let's do it. What is everyone's least played character? That's a fun one to think about. So... I just have these ordered by class. This is my main. So this is the first character I made. Played her a lot. A lot. But she's done all the quests. She's done a couple of trifectas, but because she's a Nightblade, you know, no cleave damage, that usual thing. So a lot of the newer dungeons I haven't done on her. This is the character that's done the most. For me, that's my tank, my Warden tank. She's done by far the most in terms of dungeons and trials. If I need to tank something, she's usually the first one I think about. The one I've used the least is either my DK tank, which is weird, because I like DK tanking. I did Godslayer prog on this guy, but that's like literally the only thing he's done. Main tank in a Godslayer group, and then just nothing else. Probably never done a dungeon since he was below level 50. I did a bit of PvP with him as well. So it's either him or this one, my Nightblade tank. They've done very, very little. Gilly-chan, I've been neglecting my Necromancer. Need to play her more. I have a town skill bar and a do not use in town skill bar. Man, the music is so triumphant. It almost feels a bit silly. Actually, this guy, partly because he's only a couple of years old, this is my Arcanist tank. I haven't done that much Arcanist tanking. Done a ton of Necro tanking. Oh, that's this one. I don't know, that's a fun one to think about. My most neglected characters. Stam DK. I've done very little with him, even though I love Stamina Dragon Knight. It's basically just when someone needs a support bitch. Can you show played on your main? I can. I'm sure it'll be my... I don't know, it's hard to be sure. But it's probably the Warden that has the highest amount. Would be interesting to see. And Uyang Bao, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Gilly-chan, my least played characters are a Khajiit Mag Nightblade and an Orc Templar tank. Wow. Dunno, I just didn't enjoy the Sword and Shield tanking on that one. Alright, what is it? /played? It says 300 days on this character. That's a lot. And hi, by the way, Ryvex, been looking for a while. Hello, and happy Saturday, happy Sunday, happy weekend. It's about 300 days on the main. Let's check the Warden, I'm actually curious now. I mean, I've been playing since beta. But I didn't play anywhere near as much as I do now. Like, I didn't start playing a lot until like 3 months before lockdown. It could not have been more perfect timing. We were so lucky. This game in this community that kept us sane and, you know, adjusted and entertained and all of those things during lockdown. We literally had just discovered it late in 2019. We'd both had the game for ages, but... No! 100 days on this character. Not even close. That's really interesting. So all the questing, all the surveys, all of that shit, that's got to be it. But actual gameplay, she's probably done a similar amount to this one. But yeah, the vast majority of my dungeon trifectas I got with this character. And the new ones, when we finally have a group and we go after them, it's going to be this character again. There's one thing I miss about the non-account-wide achievements. I feel like trifecta achievements could have been character-specific. You know? That would have been fun. Like, your entire account gets access to the mount or whatever collectible it is. My 2 Sorks are probably pretty unloved as well. My Sork tank I've done loads with. But these 2, Mag and Stam, haven't played them as much as I'd like to. I love Sork. So much fun. But, yeah, where are we looking? This one. That's where we were. Oh, Young Bao, I have 160 hours in total, and that's in 2 years. Damn. Yeah, well, I'm talking, like, 11 years now. 11 years plus. My total time played is probably fucking terrifying. It must be 500 hours, at least. I'm sorry, 500 days. Because during lockdown, we would log in early and stay logged in until late. There was not much else to do, and it was so fun. We were learning the game, we were getting our first group together, we were teaching ourselves to do all the veteran trials and stuff. That's one thing that, obviously we run a teaching guild. Ninja Pulse is literally a teaching guild. So, you know, I don't want this to sound the wrong way, but there is something to be said for just teaching yourself how to do all these trials. It can be done. It's not difficult at all. You know, when people say, oh, there are gatekeepers in this game, it's such bullshit. There's no gatekeeping. The trial is right there. Get yourself a group of buddies and give it a go. No one can stop you. And no one would try. You don't hear as much about the gatekeeping thing as you used to, but a couple of years back, it was such a huge thing. People would constantly talk about gatekeeping in ESO, and it was just a complete myth. Always made me laugh. but always made me slightly frustrated as well. Just get 3k hours a few days ago. Nice. Yeah, it's a slightly terrifying thing to confront, the amount of hours you've sunk into a game like this. But a lot of the time has been really, really great social time as well. For me. I think for anyone who plays it for that length of time. And especially recently now I've been twitching. I've been streaming for you guys. I'm not just sucking up, it's genuinely a delight. The conversations we've already had just today have been so funny and interesting. So I will take it.
Preposterous. I'm an Aldmeri Vicereeve, an assistant to Prince Naemon himself. Why am I barred from the ceremony?
The orrery hasn't been activated in a millennia. It might work splendidly.
In a millennia? That's wrong. Singular is millennium. That's a shame. It bugs me when they make mistakes like that in video game writing. It's really common. Standards of like proofreading are much lower. I say this as someone who makes little fuck-ups in my YouTube videos all the time.
You shouldn't be here for this. Darren hath warned us of the dangers.
I won't turn my back on family. My place is in your shadow, as it has always been.
I know this can't be easy for you.
On the contrary, today the Dominion shall see why a High Elf is fit to lead all of Tamriel.
I used to despise your certainty, but today it's reassuring, oddly enough.
Apology accepted.
He's so cheerful, isn't he? I don't know, I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure Naemon is still bad news, isn't he? Gilly trying to have 4.4 almost hours in total on Steam. Been playing since 2017. Just hit 3k hours a few days ago. 5k on PS4. 1.5k on PS5. Ex-Hess. Nice. I don't regret it at all, to be honest. Yeah, I don't either. But there is something about seeing that number. It makes you think, oh my god, what else could I have done in that time?
As you requested. But you don't need to be here, Your Highness.
I used to sneak in here as a child and climb through the orrery's rungs. Do you think I'd pass up on the chance to see what it actually does? Have no fear. I want you at the outer door.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't let you down.
You never do.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'd forgotten that the Wood Elf King Cameron is quite so cool. I'm really digging that his whole deal.
How exciting. The orrery has done nothing but spin for generations. To think, I'll be the king who sees it work again.
And I love his little story about, oh, I used to sneak in there when I was a kid. And climb on the damn thing. This is actually perfect timing, you know, with Gold Road just having come out last year. And we did all these videos and, like, lore recaps on the connection between the Bosmer and the Aliens. Like, this is a perfect example of that. Look at it. The capital city is literally built on top of this. Not a coincidence. Chris Bruce, if anything, there's not enough people willing to learn trials rather than people teach. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, during the pandemic it was amazing as well. It was perfect. They had really good content lined up. The community was so there for it. We had a bunch of refugees from WoW because they were getting fed up with both the game but also with Blizzard. They were in the midst of that awful controversy about their whole work culture. And, yeah, people found it very easy to leave that game, I think. Around that time. Kind of a perfect storm for ESO. Good old Airy. I have so many hours on record where I've literally just run in circles around a rock while chatting in guild chat. Or waiting for a trial to start. Or just sitting with buddies in Discord. Yeah, definitely the same. Right, Bex, I remember having the Teams class meeting on the second monitor while doing pledges. Yeah, so you're literally working. Cyborg, I started doing trials pugs only this year after playing this game for 11 years. Wow. Wow. That's some real restraint on your part, or were you just not into it? Were you just not that curious? It's very easy for people to ruin trials as well. I don't think it happens that often, but you could do it so easily. Why is Wizard's Wardrobe showing up? You know, and give someone who you'd have no way of knowing this, but you know, it might be someone's first trial. And you just make it kind of a bad experience for them and invite them to maybe not do it again. The first time I tried a BG, somebody did that. I got a nasty whisper from someone afterwards. I didn't even do a bad job. Actually, I got a lot of kills. I didn't die very much. But someone was being an asshole and decided to shit-talk me afterwards. Luckily, I'm a big boy, so I didn't care. But I thought, well, that's a bummer. I thought they have no idea who I am. I could be like a 14-year-old girl who's quite nervous about doing PvP, and they just put me off it for an entire year, or what have you. And Gambitsky, hello there! Or as the Bosman would say, capital tree. King Cameron is one of my favourite AD NPCs. Yeah. Handsome Stranger. Yeah, I'd glossed over it. I'd obviously forgotten just what a delight he is. Just quippy and down to earth.
Not bad, just strange. But no matter. I can hardly believe we're about to breathe some life into this.
Ouyang Bao, do you redo all stories with other characters to reach max level? No, I do almost no story with them. What I do is the 5 companions story. So that, if you were here a couple of days ago, you would have seen me doing this a lot. Running to the harborage, running out, running back in again, out, back in again. You know, to reset that quest every time. So, in fact, I struggled to find a character that hadn't done the 5 companions story already. That's the main reason I'm on this character. My Magica Necromancer. Because she was one of only 2 characters who hadn't done anything. And to do every story, we kind of needed to have a fresh character or do it across different ones, and I didn't want to do that. But normally there are, you know, if you're in a hurry to get to level 50, also my wife plays the game. So if we're making a new character, we'll often do it together, and we will just go and do, and also we have a guild. So we'll just go and do dungeons with other people who are making characters at the same time. So it's a little bit easier for us, but questing is a very, very chill, very natural way to level a character, because it's very low pressure. There's story to focus on, you don't have to worry about the combat so much, and you can really take your time and get used to all the abilities that they have and so on. So it's not a bad idea at all. It's just, you know, if you're like me and you just want to get it done fast, and you already know what the class does because you've been testing it on PTS, then, you know, you just kind of go, you kind of want to go quickly. I use Master Writs to level, usually. I got my Arcanist to level 50 in something like 10 minutes. Including the time it took to train him up in Alchemy and Enchanting. And then I just did a ton of Alchemy and Enchanting Writs. Level 50, boom.
Strange to see you after South Point. Not bad, just strange.
105 CP left till max. The max is 3,600.
And before you ask, yes, I'm speaking of the orrery.
Ready to begin?
Almost. You recovered the pieces needed for the orrery's activation, so it's only fair you're here to put them in place. So, I should be the one to ask. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Good.
I was born ready, Dareneth.
Take up Archin's mantle. A god's hands move the orrery, goes the translation. But that's a load of boar slop. You simply
boar slop.
3 places at once.
So bullshit,
Archin's
basically.
mantle should allow for that.
Is this safe?
Oh, you'll be all right. That overly earnest fella from the Mages Guild. Braylor, was it?
Alright, let's do it.
Approach the pillars beyond the orrery.
So we need to be in 3 places at once.
Each in turn while keeping one thought in mind. When you wear right.
So this pile of moss and rubble determines the next emperor?
The orrery is ancient. Show some respect.
I'm not that far off. I'm like 312 away. But Balorda's got me beat. That's crazy.
It's magnificent.
Oh, should we talk to Kate Beckinsale?
There, Your Majesties, Your Highness.
I do have a soft spot for Kate Beckinsale. Maybe not the way that some of you other guys do. but partly because of a movie that we watched totally by chance called Love and Friendship. We saw it about 6 or 7 years ago, just around the time we moved into this house, Maya and I, and it's a Jane Austen story. It's a weird, I think it's a short story from a collection of books, and it's told over a series of letters. But anyway, this really smart British filmmaker adapted it, and it's not like the other Jane Austen stuff, which is very, very aimed at middle-aged women and very safe and fluffy, you know? And because Jane Austen was quite, she was quite an insightful social commentator. She could be very sarcastic, very cutting. A lot of that is gone from the movies, I think. But this one is about a very unpleasant character. She's a real fucking bitch, basically. But she kind of has to be, because her husband is dead, so she has to be very aggressive in order to maintain her social standing, not having a husband in such a sexist society, obsessed with class and I don't know, prestige and, you know, stuff like that. Anyway, Kate Beckinsale plays the main character. The movie's called Love and Friendship, and she is fantastic. I'd never seen her play such a horrible, you know, one of those smiling, villainous bitches. You know, that's really how she does it. And she's so good, so funny. I absolutely fell for her in that. Just brilliant. Good afternoon, Sword and Snail. How's it going? Even better when she's in vamp mode. Yeah.
Hello there.
That's why most people are into Kate Beckinsale. I get it. I get it. I just didn't really rate those movies, and I don't think they really do that much to showcase her talent. It's a great advert for Kate Beckinsale in other ways. Absolutely. But I thought, especially after seeing this other film, which I wasn't that interested in at all. Like I said, we just stumbled across it. Jane Austen films, not really my cup of tea. But man, she was so good. And I guess she made it just a few years after doing the voiceover for Queen Irene. That's kind of a fun one. But yeah, Mr. Redhawk, I'm CP 539. That's all I've done is questing. Wow. Yeah, that says a lot. They'll take you a long way. Isn't it only like 1800 that's viable though at the moment? Yeah, in terms of the actual stuff that you can have active at any one time. But in terms of being able to fill almost everything up. Like I have nearly 300 to spare, so I can fill up these things like Occult Overload. Like I can have all of these active at once and switch between them. I can have some healing stuff if I want. I mean, why would you want that? But you can't fill them up completely, but you can have basically all of the CPs that you would ever want to use. You can have them active. Like Spirit Mastery is another good one. Hey! My bash cost and damage was not being buffed here. My goodness. That's probably been there since CP 2.0, so like 4 years ago. But yeah, anyway. You have, I'm not sure of the exact number, but I think that's about right, likes to play catch. Handsome Stranger always talk to Kate Beckinsale. I can listen to her read the phone book. That's also true. The voice is just...
Prince Naaman says you're to thank for ensuring the ratification ceremony will happen without delay.
She makes it sound so effortless. A real pro. But yeah, listen to her read the phone book. That goes for a lot of the voiceovers in this game. Like the one I was just talking to. I really love this this voice actor as well.
Well, the orrery won't start itself. Good thing too, I'd be out of a job.
A bit more zing in that delivery than Beckinsale, who's very serene and calm, you know? And everybody give it up for Sword and Snail. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a good one. But Lord is saying it's not viable. Like, you got all passives at some point. Yeah, having more gives the luxury not to have to spend gold for the respec. There we go. Hey, Rashomon. Nice. Is that a movie reference? Is that a Kurosawa movie? Anyway, welcome on in. Hello there. Thank you for the follow. We're about to do the whole orrery thing. I'm not actually wearing the mantle. Do I need to do that? The dark mantle shimmers in and out of existence. The icon for it is completely... Yeah, Kurosawa. I've never actually seen it. I just get the reference. Gilly-chan, thanks. I'm at 1462, not even halfway there. You don't need to worry about it. It's a shame that the model they give is just your generic character model. It doesn't duplicate your cosmetics.
That's it. It's working. It's actually working.
What next?
Here, take hold of the heart of a numeral. Place it in the pillar next to our royal observers. That should do it.
Do what?
Awaken the orrery, whatever that truly means. But
I misread that as awaken the orgy. What is wrong with me?
Means I can keep Queen Irene
Don't answer.
when she steps inside. Now go. Place the heart of a numeral. Let's see what all the fuss is about.
Yeah, at 1800 you reach a jumping point and the XP needed for each increase goes up significantly. Yeah, well there we go. Okay. I don't remember exactly what happens here, but hold on to your butts. Pretty cool, huh?
And now the Alien death trap will tell us if we have an emperor in our midst. Truly a momentous day.
Naaman, now is not the time.
Irene, there's always time to protect you from yourself.
Uh-oh.
For how could I let you risk your life in this contraption without testing it first, dear sister?
When you wear Archine's mantle, you'll never be held in place.
It's incredible. I can see the white gold tower. No! What's happening to me?
They do rely on that a lot. Freeze spell, you know? I'm spamming break free here. It's like trying to fight a ball group in PvP. There we go.
You trip on me! All of you! The tower is fading.
No, just a big ogrim. That's kind of cute. Ooh. I forgot that he turns into that. That's fun. We need the orrery as a housing furnishing. Oh my god, that's such a good call. Yeah, we really do. Millennium, Maya and Khan. I'm looking forward to update 47 on console so I can catch up with you. Catch up. Yay. Welcome on in. Happy Sunday, Millennium. How's it going? You just missed it. They misused your username just now. Somebody said this orrery hasn't been used in Millennium. It's like, no, it's a millennia, dipwad. maybe I just misheard and it was a millennium, but I don't know. I studied Latin. I know this shit. I think we all know this stuff, don't we? Gilly-chan, honestly, I'm mostly interested in the green champion's tree anyway. Nah, man, that DPS. But yeah, being able to have this permanently just running, that's pretty nice, I guess. And that music is lovely, isn't it? Never gets old. Rashomon, yeah, this is a nice reference to the staff and the Eye of Magnus found in Skyrim. It was. It's very, very similar, isn't it? And there's the orrery in the Mages Guild in Oblivion as well, but obviously that looks very different. That looks amazing in the remaster, to be fair. Isn't there also a bit of a sort of an orrery, just ornamental stuff going on at the Wizard's Tower? That DLC house you can get in Oblivion? I'm not sure. And Gilly-chan, that would be great. 3 days left. Hope you'll enjoy the new dungeons. Double mat drops and double crafting blueprints. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I echo what Balord is saying. Everyone who's on console. Always need that green speed node. As a snail myself, it helps out a lot. How do you feel when you're doing, do you have mixed feelings about doing Cloud Rest? Fighting slugs, or are they your mortal enemy?
Why?
I love that. I love that she just saw her brother freeze us all with a spell. He runs into this contraption, then emerges out of the ground as a giant pot-bellied ogrim, then gets splattered. She doesn't even remove her hands from her hips or open her eyes fully. Still got that chill-ass squint. She's like a girl that's impossible to impress, you know? Yeah, whatever. And then you talk to her and this happens.
Why?
I don't think that's intentional, but that is hilarious. More like begrudging rivals. Alright, fair enough. I had little choice, Your Majesty.
What? No, Why would Naaman do this? I made him a part of what we were building. Tried to show him this is about more than just our people. I would have all of Tamriel be our people.
Yeah, he's a jealous little bitch. Simple as that. What did the orrery do to him?
What the legend says. It revealed the person within.
Why?
As it will do to me.
What do you mean?
Do you think I have a choice in this? I will enter the orrery as I swore to the people of the Aldmeri Dominion. I must learn whether I'm fit to lead them.
And if not?
I'm changed, as my brother was. I can't become a danger to the people I've sworn to lead.
Yeah, we get it. I'll kill your ass if need be. This bit I really don't remember. Let's go. I love how it's not even... They don't even try explaining what the hell is happening. Oh, it just shows who you really are. I just want to see what King Camoran has to say first.
Queen Irene shall lead us to glory. Of that there can be no doubt.
I was hoping you'd have some kind of quip about the brother.
The Queen. She's radiant.
To Bosma being so complimentary about the High Elf Queen. That feels good, right?
I'm myself, aren't I?
It seems so. What did you see?
A dominion of peace. The fair and just rule of Tamriel, beneath an Aldmeri banner. A future I hope to build. And you, standing at my side. Come, help me build the future. I don't intend to tell anyone what my brother did. As far as I'm concerned, he died trying to help me, not usurp my throne.
Lying to the people. It's a bad way to start, Queen.
The staff of Magnus.
What do you mean?
A powerful object with the ability to suppress magic. Dangerous were it to fall into the wrong hands. Luckily, we already possess it. Go to Marbrook in Eastern Greenshade. Speak to Captain Sarandel about securing the staff. Soon after.
I love the complete gear change. Like, we're done with the quest now. We're not going to talk about it anymore. Stuff of Magnus. Go. You know? I will secure the staff, Your Highness.
We heard sounds of battle. What happened?
There was an accident. My brother gave his life to protect us.
Oh yeah, I couldn't remember if Peladil was in on it or not. I guess not.
I will soon go to Marbrook. Vicereeve Peladil, I want you to travel ahead with my brother's body. You will make the funeral arrangements.
Now he was in on it, wasn't he?
Yes, Your Majesty. I understand.
Spare no expense for his funeral. All in the Dominion are welcome. All may pay their respects to a hero.
At once, Your Majesty.
See, in reality, if this were a movie made for a modern audience, his body may have returned, but it would be absolutely riddled with the injuries and the gouges and the bleeding wounds that we just inflicted on him when he was in Ogrim mode. So Peladil would be absolutely horrified. Handsome stranger Marvin the Martian voice. Where's the kaboom? There should have been an earth-shattering kaboom. Yeah, but Lord is saying you get the double mats one early, just unequip the stuff which isn't necessary. I used to do that. I used to have loadouts for crafting, and I would use dressing room or wizard's wardrobe to switch them in and out. But now we've got some of them don't need to be slotted anymore. Which are the ones I'm thinking of? Well, that's one. Meticulous disassembly, stuff like that. I may as well grab that. What the hell? I never do any deconning on this character, but whatever. Gilly-chan, it's a pity the Thalmor in Skyrim trample all over her dream, yeah. Well,
really
it's a different kind of Dominion, though, isn't it?
Mean. You must have seen. You arrived near the end of it.
The Queen says her brother died a hero, so that's what I saw.
Do all you Vine Dusk Rangers learn to ignore the truth?
We learn that leadership is messy. And because royalty must grieve in public, we learn not to judge.
Huh.
Perhaps you're right.
I like that they bring it up, though. That's cool. Menonas is like, what the fuck? No, I'm not cool with this. Mostly going for the points. Yeah, Gilly. But although they changed Green Tree so much, it was a nightmare before, I agree. You always had to change the slottables. Also, costs got reduced so much. Yeah, that was really good. And it wasn't a thing that we were badgering them about, but they just knew that it was an issue and they should deal with it. I appreciate when they get stuff like that right.
Today should have been a celebration, but instead none of this officially happened.
Yeah, that'd be weird, wouldn't it?
I don't want to think of the outcome had you not been here. You kept the king safe. You will always be welcome among the Vine Dusk Rangers.
Cool. It's just what I always wanted. Seems a shame, actually, just to sprint through all these environments, isn't it? Like, I could easily be gathering footage for videos here. Just that. That's a cool shot. It's a cool environment. The Iliad ruins with, like, the tree growing straight through. But notice, it's not in a way which particularly disrupts the structure. Not like in Elden Hollow. I like that. Very cool. To be fair, that's another thing I do in a lot of games when there's a really, really beautifully constructed environment. I will often just hit stop, or I'll go back after I've cleared the level or whatever, and just check it out in first person. ESO is a very good example. Like Mike Finnegan always talks about how people never look up because we play the game like this. We just never look up and realize the amount of detail and attention and all of that cool stuff. But you can't really do it unless you're questing. It's one of the reasons I enjoy this, is a change of pace. I never do this normally. It's fun. Yeah, in Chemical Alley, 3.6k is max. Exactly. Rashomon, the scribing quest of some awesome panoramic shots. Oh, you mean, yeah, places where you can get a nice panorama? Absolutely, yeah. Hey, Wunderbrat. I'm assuming that's supposed to pronounce that German. I suppose it would be with a W? Either way, you're very welcome. Willkommen. Welcome. Welcome on in. How's it going? Happy Sunday. Thank you for the follow. And Belorda, when they added the 30-second cooldown for changing slottables because of the jack-off, I read, the Jack of all trades add-on, which is automatically changing CP. Ceilings are underappreciated. I mean, you would say that as a snail who climbs up walls. Absolutely. Yeah, Rashomon, you've just reminded me of something. I wonder if you guys will mind if I very quickly do this. Where's my scribing video? Oh, dude, come on. Bruh. It won't recognize my browser window for some reason. There we go. See if I can find this video real quick. There was a shot just from the Scalarium that took me... Scalarium? Took me ages to get right. I think we've talked about it before on stream. Where is it? I think it's this one.
ESO's news.
Oh, we don't need to listen to that guy. Oh, where is it? Shoot, maybe it wasn't that. It was just a shot. It was a double shot of the Scalarium with like just the lights filling up. Oh, yeah, that was it. I think this is it. So this. Yeah. So this is actually two shots overlaid. So I've got the doors powering up one by one. I'm not even going to tell you how long it took me not only to do it, but just to figure out how to do it. Because what's actually happening, this is all happening in camera, like in edit. None of it's happening in camera because the doors are already lit up. I just did the same shot with two different characters. One where the doors are lit, one where they're not lit. And then I had to overlay the shots, which is incredibly difficult because they have to be pixel perfect overlaid on top of one another. The camera move has to be exactly the same speed and all of that stuff. And then I had to put in a moving crop on the overlaid shot so that the door appears to light up. Oh yeah, there's the message. Ninja Pulse needs your support. Just over a year ago, but it's still true today. Isn't that fun, though? That's kind of cool. This is the kind of shit I spend my time on when making videos. And occasionally I'll get in trouble with Maya, because she's like, that is not the priority right now. But it does look awesome when it works. So anyway. Just when you said awesome panoramic shots in the Scalarium, I was just thinking, yeah, I know something about that. Anyway, where were we? That is another big leg of the Aldmeri Dominion story done, taken care of. So now we need to go and do the Staff of Magnus. Daenerys, well done. Thank you. Oh, is that in the next zone? Is that a green shade thing? Ooh. I'd forgotten that. So we're done with Gratwood. Cool. Sorden's now the craziest one is in Skyrim, the college quest in Sarthal, where Tolfdir says he's never seen so many tombs. Thought it was strange on the first playthrough. There's only 10 or so in the room, he says it. Second time around, I looked up. There are hundreds. Yeah. That's a great call. I know exactly what you're talking about. Tolfdir, what a great voiceover. Rashomon, awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Gilly. Alright. I could have just ported to Marbrook, I'm aware of that, but I thought this will be fun. I kind of want to do all the quests again, I'm not going to lie. To do everything, listen to every stitch of dialogue, do every side quest. Maybe in a few years, if we're still here. If the community is still, like, keeping us afloat. We can have a look at that. But man, that would take forever. That would take so long. Running to the next zone is the way. I love doing that when I play through the story. Yeah, exactly. And this is one of the least interesting transitions, I think. Also, it works better at night, at sunrise or sunset. Alright, Sarandil, let's go.
Hail, chosen of the Queen. We have been expecting you.
What do you need?
Queen Irene sent a missive detailing your arrival and orders. You are here to secure the staff of Magnus.
The chick behind really wants our attention.
We have guarded
Hello!
it day and night. When you are ready, I shall show you into the vault.
Let's go, I'm ready. It's so not there. I don't even remember. Look at the size of his sword. Chaos Gremlin 85. Good morning, afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Or good morning.
As you can see,
to your fine
our
self.
artisans have built some small amount of civilization amidst this barbaric wilderness.
How you doing? Gilly, this is why I'm not sure that the High Elves
Be a jewel of the Dominion in this backward territory.
are the right ones to lead. The way that they're like...
As one would expect,
Ugh.
we have encountered scattered protests.
We haven't built a town amongst our wood elf neighbours. We are civilizing this barbaric wilderness. You know? Just that attitude needs some adjustment, I think.
The local Bosma are disorganized and flighty. Such outbursts usually fizzle out of their own accord.
Bosma for life. Yeah, I think they're one of the more interesting ones.
Over here, Initiate.
Hello.
The Mages Guild. If you would follow me and...
Altma can be such a... can't help but being a bunch of racist pricks.
The paint is still fresh.
Wow.
Marvelous addition to the
Coming from you, lustful Taoist. They do have that tendency.
Work remains, of course, but one does what
I suppose if your cultural traditions contain a germ of sort of supremacy or superiority, that is just a difficult rake not to step on constantly. You know, the rake lying in the long grass.
This vault holds many rare plants that no longer exist in the Somerset Isles. Do take a closer look. I am no scholar of botany, but I know something about our specimens.
And yeah, Lustful Douse, hello there. Gilly-chan, sadly true. But Lorda, just check some achievements in-game. Reach level 10 and become eligible to enter Cyrodiil and join the Alliance War. 20th of the 7th, 2014. Now I feel old. Think how your ESO character feels. I was there at the beginning of time. I'm so old. Gilly-chan, I know why I prefer Dunmer. They're assholes, but to everyone, even each other. Yeah. You know what? You're not wrong. I remember seeing a brilliant meme by a guy who I don't think is on our Discord anymore. And it was of like two sexy cosplay models, you know, with blonde hair and all the makeup and everything, standing there in like elven outfits with their bows drawn, and it had, you know, elves in other fantasy games. And then it had some guy with grey skin and red eyes, like screaming at the camera, looking ugly and like a crackhead, basically. It said, elves in Morrowind. It's very funny.
We found these in a big
Because it's true.
cave of all places.
Hey, Tevi, what up? How's it going? Tevi. How you doing? I hope you're having a good weekend. And Gilly-chan, yeah, assholes to everyone. Ligaios, absolutely Team Dunmer myself. I'm not necessarily... I love the Dunmer... the whole tribunal weird spirituality of that. I really dig it because of the writing around Morrowind and the tribunal, all of that stuff. Also, there's nostalgia for me for those games. I was just the right age. I was a kid, but I had a PC that I could actually play Morrowind on. Awesome. And then I think in this game they just look amazing. Like, they look cool in Skyrim, but they made them look really beautiful. Like the Dunmer male and female models in this game tend to be really cool looking, at least to me. And they just might be the best looking race in this game. So there's that as well. They just look badass every time you run into them, almost. Lustful Dowers. The reason I like Varnus is because he doesn't give a rat's ass about the race. He's an arrogant prick towards everyone. Varnus is great. Also love Fenarian and of course Verandis. Count Verandis? Yeah, I think I haven't done the stuff where he really sort of comes to life as a character.
Alchemists pay a dear
i.e.
price.
Markarth.
It will be the jewel of the royal gardens.
I've forgotten about this bit. Crimson Nernroot.
Crimson Nernroot. We thought it was a Nord tall tale.
And Domica Redwort.
We've been trying to transplant this unusual variety of redwort plant into Somerset for some time.
Why are you showing me this?
Valenwood soil is not surprisingly very fertile. These specimens are bound for the royal gardens.
Dude, I'm not here for the guided tour. I'm here to secure the staff. Is he just wasting my time? What's up? I don't remember this. Tevi, doing pretty good.
Relics uncovered across Valenwood.
Had a board games day yesterday with some friends. Oh, that sounds awesome. Do you do drinking and snacks and stuff as well? Or currently editing a video while waiting for an optimized media to get generated. Fair enough. If you could slap one of the tribunal, who would it be? Vivek. I think he needs it the most. But it depends where I'm slapping them. If I can slap anybody part at all and not get in trouble, maybe Almalexia? Silthasil I'm not slapping anywhere. That'd be painful. But yeah. The Almalexia Heine, you can bet that has not been slapped in a long time. She might even get something out of it. That is an interesting question, Taoist. Vivek. Yeah, just no hesitation. And Gilly-chan, I'm using the title of House Ravenwatch on my main since I finished that Markarth DLC. Wow. Ligaios, yeah, they're all great. They all manage to be high elves without being those kinds of high elves. Yeah, it's definitely, it's not like hashtag all high elves, right? It's definitely not all high elves are like this, but there is that strain present in their culture, and I like it when it's cleverly written, so that it kind of bubbles up, but isn't like the whole thing about that character.
The tree gifts. We're not actually
This is a
sure
weird
what it
quest.
does.
I do not remember this. The Crown of Nenalata.
This helm is actually from our own collection, but one of our Bosmer allies stole it and then returned it in exchange for a song.
Okay. Well, that sounds suspicious.
Scholars believe this relic was broken into pieces when it fell from the heavens. They believe there may be others in Hectorheim, the legendary center of the Valenwood.
Ooh. Hectorheim. Vivek gets a bad rap if you ask me. Yeah, I just think he's the one who could use the slap. You know what I mean? He's the one who takes godhood very, 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 very seriously. Razumdar is my favorite high elf. Taoist. Vivek likes to be in the middle and play neutral, but let's face it, he is still a tribunal thief. Poor Raz.
Our ancestors have left traces of their civilization across Tamriel. If we follow... Behold, the staff of Magnus.
Alright, this bit I think I remember. Let's go.
What? What happened? Where is it?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
By the shining trees of Aldmeris. We have been burgled. But how?
That staff was an illusion. Where's the real one?
I know not. We have guarded the vault day and night. I placed the staff myself.
To be called an Altmoanian superior race. Khajiit supremacy. Ugh. This guy looks a lot like my Mag Sork. I remember making a high elf with the most arrogant face. Like handsome, but like a punchable face kind of thing. This guy looks a bit like that. Alright, has anyone else entered the vault?
No. The vault is off limits to all, but... Wait. Viceroy Palador recently toured the vault.
Why?
The Queen's business.
Did he steal it?
He's unthinkable. Yet, what other conclusion can we draw?
Dun dun dun. Alright, well we've got about half an hour until Maya gets here. And then we're going to be hopping over into the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall at some point. I've been looking forward to that all day. I got it installed. I made sure it worked. I even played it for quite a while to set up a save. So we can jump off from that point. I know lots of you won't have played this game. I haven't even played the game because it's so difficult to get it running. But now with Daggerfall Unity, it's much more straightforward. I'm genuinely pumped about this. I think it's going to be fun. And it's interesting as well. Like we all love this franchise, except Balorda, who only plays ESO and nothing else. But most of us are here because of the single-player games, right? But I don't know that many people that have gone back and played Arena and Daggerfall. And people seem to be digging Arena yesterday. Alright, let's go.
None have entered the vault save you and the Viceroy. I have confirmed it.
Where is Viceroy Palador now?
He departed into the wilderness. He said he had orders from the Queen to bring Naaman's body. He did not return. He was always foolishly devoted to the prince. I pray nothing has happened to the prince's body, too.
What do you suspect? Or do I not even want to ask? He's taken a large rod and a corpse off into the wilderness, and you're worried about what he's going to do to the prince's body? Ahem.
Staff of Magnus is an extremely powerful object. There's no telling what wickedness he could achieve if he desired it. Rest assured he would not have accessed the vault if we'd had any suspicion of his loyalty. Someone must inform the Queen.
Yeah, don't worry, Lord, I got that. I'm just more of an MMO girl. I definitely got that vibe. Strong. The MMO is strong in this one. Totally get it. It wasn't any criticism implied. But yeah, we're doing a public service. Not everyone's gonna... There's so many games on our piles of shame, right, that we should get back and jump into. That's part of what the GAMESFEST is going to be about. Not just for us to play some of these games that we should have played years ago, but also to give you guys a little taste. You'd say, oh, you go here, do that, try this. And, I don't know, it's not quite the same as playing it yourself, but it might give us all a slightly better overview, right? Because we definitely want to play old games as well as new ones. What's changed, what works, what doesn't. Alright.
Chosen of Marbrook, your queen has arrived. Bear witness to the glory of Queen Irene, hope of the Dominion.
Oh, where is she? Right, so she's outside. That's the deal. Rashomon, I really wish they would make a remaster of Morrowind and Daggerfall. Well, the Daggerfall remaster has kind of been done by the fans. That's what we're going to be playing later, Daggerfall Unity. It is very much like a beautiful, beautiful remaster of the game. But yeah, if you mean a game that looks a bit more like this, bit more like the Elder Scrolls 6 will look, then yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That will never happen, because Daggerfall is enormous. It is like 50 times the size of Skyrim, isn't it? It's something insane like that. But Morrowind, that could happen. I think it's a lot more likely now that Oblivion did quite so well. Oblivion has even more cult status. Sorry, Morrowind might even have more cult status than Oblivion. And it would be more of a value proposition as well. Because it's genuinely difficult for people to play. I think it was Gilly saying yesterday, I tried playing Morrowind, I just couldn't get into it. It's too dated. I think you really have to want it to be able to get over that barrier. Alright.
Honor and praise, my friend. Do you have the Staff of Magnus?
It's gone, dude.
Peladil? Then it's true. He's betrayed us. My brother's body didn't make it to Marbrook either. I knew he loved Naaman dearly, but I didn't think he'd stoop to this. I will once again require your aid.
Yeah, you will.
These wood elves and their forest spirits. How claws are they strange?
You're trying to get our attention. 5 Claw.
It is good to see you, my friend.
It's good to hear you, buddy.
It is far more exciting place than Raz expected. He hears now that the Staff of Magnus has been stolen, as if these rebellious Bosmer were not trouble enough.
Rebellious Bosmer.
Not yet, but it is...
Why are they opposed?
The Battle Reeves sent a soldier, Hazazi, to negotiate with the Bramblebreach.
Hazazi, that's got to be a Khajiit, right?
No
Alright, we'll take care of it.
The Bramblebreach village is just south of Marbrook. Hazazi is there. He likes to complain, but he's a good soldier. He just needs someone with a more sophisticated negotiation style.
How are
By the time you get back, Raz will have a lead.
How are the Bramblebreach different from other Wood Elves?
This one does not understand Bosmer clan politics, but as Raz hears it...
Okay, we get it.
My sadness is unbearable.
And Lustful Doubts, I was going to ask if you were installing Unity, but you're way ahead, yeah? Already did it. We're definitely doing that. I'd never done it before, but I've meant to ever since... It's almost 2 years that version 1.0 finally was complete and released to the public. But even Rich Lambert didn't know about this. We talked to him during TES2 right here on this channel, and he says he still goes back and plays all of them, all of the OG single-player games, and that Morrowind and Daggerfall are his 2 favorites. I think Daggerfall was his #1, though. So he still goes back to it now and then. And I asked him if he'd played the Unity, and he said yes, but he didn't even realize that it was finished and that there was a 1.0 release. It's now 1.11, I think. The one that I'll be playing later today. Very cool, either way. And good on Rich for being into it, like staying up to date with the old stuff. It's massively important, I think. Even if a lot of players don't get it because they haven't played that old game, if you're drawing on that legacy stuff to make decisions and creative choices and storytelling choices about the new one. Oh yeah, I remember these guys. These dancing weirdos. The kitty is like, what the f...
Dark moons. These crazy Bosmer make no sense. Hazazi comes to negotiate on behalf of Queen Irene.
Oh, this guy looks
They hear
awesome.
their
Look at him.
grievances, and all they do is dance and jest. Hazazi has only been here a short while, and already he hates this village.
Already he hates this village. Handsome Stranger, Daggerfall, my introduction to the Elder Scrolls back in the day, the start of my journey. Wow. And Gilly Chan, I used to have a Breton DK, but after some time I didn't like how he looked. So now he's an Altmer. I like him more. Yeah, my Mag DK is an Altmer as well. But he's tiny. He was also a Breton originally. I changed it to be an Altmer. And I called him Drauerknecht because that is like an all too literal translation of dragon and knight into Danish. The dragon means the same thing, but Knecht doesn't mean knight. It means more of a servant type figure or a youth. which is originally where the knight comes from. It's someone who swears loyalty to a lord, right? Anyway, that's not the point. So he's the tiniest Altmer you could possibly have. Dragon Boy, basically. Yeah, having ADD doesn't help with games like Morrowind. I'd get it. I do want to try it again someday. Well, we'll be playing it tomorrow. And if there's ever someone who can advocate for it, I don't think I have a ton of save games ready, so I won't be able to show like really late in the game, but yeah, I hope I can do a good job. Taoist, you should just eat some moon sugar cake. Always takes away weariness. Razumdar sent me with negotiations.
What negotiations?
To help, rather.
Azazi likes this idea. If you can just get the bramble breach.
His face.
This one will
and this deer just hanging out. Is it stuck? Normally they run away from you, don't they? Speaking of references to the old games, that is very much the Oblivion soundtrack we're hearing there, isn't it? Just rearranged and re-recorded by Brad Derrick. It's hard not to... It's hard to argue against the case that the AD storyline is the most interesting in terms of world building. Because some of the coolest world building in the game is the orcs in Orsinium, and that's one of the reasons everyone loves Hrothgar and the Orsinium DLC and storyline. But they're not that present in the DC storyline, are they? I think the intro we get to the Bosmer and the Khajiit and the High Elves, that might be the most interesting combo. The Dunmer and the Nords, yeah, they're cool, but they're also quite familiar. We just had Morrowind and Skyrim as single-player games. This is like, feels like a new part of the world. Anyway. Bit of ramblage. Alright, I'm going to make one more little pitch before Maya gets here. I'm going to go and get her in about 10 minutes' time. And when she comes back, it'd be great if we could have those bars a little bit further along. If anyone's got any subs or cheers or anything like that, I don't want to beat you guys over the head with that message, but that is the whole point of this month, while subs are discounted. I want to thank you so much. I know we're kind of not at 1. We already got a 3-month sub as well, which is amazing. So really that counts for 3. But if any of you feel like topping up that health bar a little bit more before Maya gets here, I'm absolutely not going to say no. But we're here either way. So no worries. Legaius Mornhaze, and the more the years move on, the more people are new to these races too. Yeah. Hey, Idna Two Blades, thank you so much. Whoa! A 5-month sub. Well, that helps. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I don't take any of it for granted. Neither of us do. But I do have to keep sort of prodding and poking you guys. We've got all these sub goals that we're trying to hit. Maya will go over those a little bit more when she's here. But yeah, like with every 5 subs, there's a new bit of nonsense or a new thing to unlock. So, you know, please keep it coming throughout the month. We're only on day 3 though, so I'm not gonna go too hard. Gloomvex, thank you so much. 5 tier 1 subs to the community. That is enormously appreciated. You absolute legends. Thank you. And just to everyone who's just watching, sitting through ads or coming by, you know, multiple times a week to hang out with us, we appreciate all of it enormously. So, Thormageddon, Lily is hella bored, Dreadstar, Wintrue Blue, or Winter Blue, sorry, Liuohi. Welcome on in. Enjoy that ad-free viewing for the next month. Pretty great timing to get a gifted sub, isn't it? Because we're literally streaming every day this month. All right, we're here to negotiate, Tree Thane Niriel. Thank you so much, Gloomvex. It means the world.
Oh, I know. You want us to bow to
and Idna Two Blades. Amazing.
It's called Aldmeri Dominion. Huh. Problem is that our allegiance is to the Wilder King, and he doesn't seem to care for your dominion.
Yeah. Your dominion. Hey, hype train incoming. We've got about 3 minutes if you want to jump in on that one. I need to add that little train that goes on the bottom of the screen. Maybe I should get that done before tomorrow, since I'm streaming for the majority of the month. Alright, can I speak with that Wilder King?
Ha, sure. Let me just pull him from my satchel.
It's a scary face. It is a bit.
The Wilder King manages the entire fort. Not in person.
Can we get an audience?
I could tell you, but how do I know you're trustworthy? You ask us to share your enemies.
The wood orcs.
Lurchers. Take seeds from the shimmering tree in the village and plant them in the orcs' camp. In a few minutes, they'll sprout out with their vengeance. Don't bother coming back here until you've run off the orcs. I've got important business to attend to.
I love questions like this. You know, questions that we always have, but are never able to ask, usually. What exactly are lurchers?
They're gifts from the Wilder King. Embodiments of the raw energy of the forest. They protect the village. They're not so smart. We can't lead them against the orcs, but if they sprout straight into the orcs' camp, they'll know what to do.
Exactly, the Colopi Essence quest. How do these seeds work?
Well, if you plant them in some peat, they
cool. Oh, thank you so much for the support. I'm still glowing from that. Guys, really, really appreciate it. And that means we've hit a couple of goals as well. I guess we'll talk more about that in 10-15 minutes when Maya's here. That's the one thing that is not ideal about this, that she's not here so often, because she's designed all these sub-goals, so some of them we won't be able to fulfill until she's present. So there might be someone who, like, who subscribes and then isn't around anymore when the actual payoff happens, but there's always the VOD, I suppose.
Was the tree Thane as rude to you as she was to me?
She's pretty rude.
All I asked was how one might get an audience with the Wilder King. But the way she did? That's funny, because Under and I offered to drive the orcs away and she turned us down. I didn't say that.
Why do you seek an audience with the Wilder King?
Oh, I'm Aranias. Maybe you've read my book, Spriggans in the Green, Story and Myth in Primitive Bosma Society? Probably not, I guess. Anyhow, Under and I came in a scholarly pursuit to see if this Wilder King is really as powerful as they say.
So what are you going to do now?
We'll just have to venture deeper into the forest on our own. If you want, you can take the essence from the calopi tree and rub it all over your body to cloak yourself in a haze of forest moths. The wood orcs won't even see you.
Doesn't make any sense. They would just see a person covered in moths walking around. That would draw even more attention. Like, oh, what the fuck? You know? Many people say what happens to this girl in this story is bad. I don't remember the details. It's been a while. But a lot of this stuff is like coming back to me as I do it.
Oh, one more thing. Under scouted out the orcs' camp pretty extensively. He might have some useful observations if you ask. Good luck with the wood orcs and that tricky tree thing. Maybe we'll meet again when we find the Wilder King.
Where are you originally from?
Me? I was born and raised in the Somerset Isles on a rather small island known as Silitar. It's a pretty secluded place. Growing up there was what first sparked my interest in studying nature magic. But, well, it was very lonely.
Is it bad to remind a brainwashed girl that she still has good in her? There is still good in you, Father. I feel the conflict within you. Let go of your hate. I don't even know if that's the right line, but whatever. That's what that reminded me of. Ander?
Of course not. He's mainly here, acting as my guardian. They warned us that this place was dangerous, and if the Wilder King is really as unpredictable as people say, well, never hurts.
What do you know about the Wilder King?
There seem to be a lot more rumors than any real facts. Some say he's a man. Others say he's a spirit, an embodiment of the forest.
I think this concept is just cool.
What I find most fascinating, though, is the rumor that he actually shapes the entire forest.
Yeah, right. We get it. We get it. Can't listen to everything.
I spent several hours watching the wood orcs and evaluating their weaknesses. As a whole, their strength is in numbers. As long as you
tell me about the
by
chieftain.
the look of his scars, he's seen his share of battle.
Cool. Calopi Essence. There we go. Since we've got it, we should showcase some of the nonsense you can do with the Calliope Essence and polymorphs in this game. Welcome on in if you just joined us. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. Maya will be here shortly. Currently it's just me. But the next few minutes I'm going to have to go AFK and go and pick her up from work. So you can get these random, like, particle effects that aren't hidden in the same way. But this one's pretty funny. I've seen a few people with this one. It's the shade that does something weird, right? Yeah, that looks really weird, doesn't it? Oh, what's the really cool one? Is the Iron Atro? Yeah, I know. I've got too many polymorphs. I'm a sucker. I think the new ones are the ones I've seen most recently, because they've got this effect on the arms and the head and chest. Where's the other one? What's it called? World Eater, that's it. Yeah, there must be a few Nightblades running around with this. I'm not going to bother with it. I'm just going to go vanilla Necro. Alright, anyway, that was a random little diversion. Hey! Meow! How goes the stream, Solo? I think it goes pretty well. Why am I no longer disguised? That's weird. Hey, Solo, thank you for the sub. Wow, look at that. Oh, thank you so much, man. For 12 months in a row. That's incredible. Love it. Thank you so much for the support today, guys. It really is going to be amazing when Maya gets here and she sees all that. You have no idea. Or maybe if you've streamed a bit yourself, then you do have a sense of how that feels. But imagine coming home and your stupid husband's been hanging out with with your viewers and has actually got something done. That's got to be a good feeling. Not that I've got anything done, but that you guys have, really. But yeah, it's been a really fun stream so far. And we've still got Daggerfall Unity to come. I'm up for that later. So I hope you have time to stick around and see that, Solo. That'd be cool. But yeah, day 3 and day 2 of our retrospective on the Elder Scrolls single-player games. I'm starting to wonder if we should do like Battle Spire and Redguard as like special unlockables. That could be fun. Right, kill the Orc Chieftain. Sticking around. It's Sunday, so easier today. Well, we massively appreciate it. Like I said earlier, not just the support, but just the presence of awesome people. I don't think I'll ever stop being amazed that there are people who actually want to support us to that degree. It's pretty amazing. Hey, redneck guy, welcome on in. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you go? Welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. Right, we are no longer disguised. And now Bramble Breach have taken over the camp. That was swift. What happens if the rabbit is type O? Hey. It's Dolmen time. I was going to say, is there actually another player here? All I see are the pets. So noisy doing one of these things. I forget that I normally have the music turned off in this game. Cue the violins. It is so loud though, Jesus.
The Zibalai make excellent torturers and guards. Let's test them against you.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't actually read out the joke aloud, did I? I just chuckled at it. A priest, a monk, and a rabbit walk into a blood bank. The rabbit walks up to the counter and says, "I'm a typo." That is good. I've not heard that before. Legolandolas? What? Yeah, it's a little bit over the top. The music for the dolmen, it feels like. But then again, the first time you do these, they are really dramatic and kind of difficult. I remember struggling to solo a dolmen back in the day, when I was still quite new to the game. And it was like a relief when somebody else would show up. Oh shit, we need to go up the ramp. I keep forgetting.
What is it?
Lustful Taoist? Oh, you get it now?
Busy.
A tired Maya trudges home after a long day, only to find her husband online, flirting with strangers in his sexy trailer narrator voice. Oi, I'm not doing that! I'm not doing that, Erin. If you want me to flirt with you, all you need to do is, ask. She glares. He panics, flings his headset off and bellows in desperation. It's not what it looks like! It's exactly what it looks like, baby. The Gaming Hub IRL. Hello, Ninja. Happy Labour's Day Sunday. Happy Labour's Day Sunday yourself. I'll admit, I was not aware that it was a special Sunday today. But you're very welcome on in. Yeah, you're listening to Khan. This is, of course, Ninja Pulls, the channel. We will be joined in just a moment by Maya. In fact, apparently I'm already late for picking her up. That sucks. So, I'm going to bounce now, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thanks, guys. See you later. Don't go anywhere. I literally will be back in a few minutes. Bye. Hey, we're back. What did I miss? And where were we? Gilly-chan. First time I saw a Dorman, I got scared. I was like, what is that? I'm staying away, and now I solo them. Yeah, exactly. And I had people coming up to me who were doing a dolmen somewhere. I would, like, join in, and they would stop and watch what I was doing, and then, like, whisper me out, teach me, senpai, you know, stuff like this. It's funny how our perception of what is... I think a lot of players still suffer from that. There's something about, oh, that's really, like, high skill level. No, it's not. It's just about, like, knowing how the stats in the game work and just using that to your advantage. It's a knowledge thing. I wish there was a way to put a feature into the game so that would be clear to all players. This is not a game you need to get good at, except to a, you know, to a degree that is within everyone's reach and which is kind of fun and rewarding. But there isn't a skill curve. There just isn't. Unless you're doing the very, very tip-top performance. Then you can seek it out.
Singing your praises. They said the Wood Orcs broke quickly after you killed Chieftain Thragdosh.
Yeah, we had an arrangement.
Huh.
Let's
You're
go.
worried I won't hold up my end of the bargain? No, I keep my promises. You got rid of
I love
those
her little
parasitic
horns.
orcs. You've earned the
They're
right
kinda
to
cute.
petition the Wilder King for an audience.
Cool.
I hope I haven't given you a sense of false hope, though. Bosma around here petition the
I'm gonna
Wilder King for an
petition.
audience.
Let's go.
Suit yourself. Just south of my home, you'll find the petitioning stone. Just touch it. Probably.
Touch
I never
the
said
stone.
It's complicated. Besides, by scaring off those Wood Orcs, you just might have improved your chances. The Wilder King sees these things.
Alright, let's go. Let's go and touch the stone. Khan's gone. We can start dancing on the tables. Yeah. Well, I'm back now. I like the lightning glow you get on your hands from the anchors and dolmens. I like that as a cosmetic. Just glowy hands. I mean, this... You kind of get it from this personality, don't you? She's constantly doing silly stuff with her hands. I can't play emotes if I'm... Which is the one where she, like... it's not that one. There's one where she, like, stretches a line of power between her hands. That one's really cool. Personalities, It must be Bless. Yeah, I love this one. That's really beautifully done. I wish it was a loop that lasted... Oh. What's Nargonian doing here?
Hello.
Hello. That's an idle animation. Yeah, but they're all animations that you can trigger as well. Dishonor, what's that again? Yeah, that's not as cool. But yeah, the just general one where the glow happens and they laugh. I love that. I actually had to go and voice change my Stamina Necromancer because of that, because when I made the character, I hadn't really paid enough attention to the voice. I'd made him the teeniest, tiniest wood elf that I could. So when he was walking around like this, it looked super creepy. Basically made him look like Goblin or a Golem or something like that. And then I realized I'd given him a really deep speaking voice. So when he did the Worm Wizard chuckle, he was sort of going... and it didn't really work. So I had to change the voice to be a little bit more Weasley. In the Telvanni Wizard personality, has a special animation for the flame. It does, yeah. It's like Juggle Flame or something. Juggle Flame normally looks like that. Look at that serious face. And with the Telvanni Magister, it looks like this. I've actually used that in a Sork video. You know, just had that going on in the background. I wish some of these emotes could be made as an idle animation. Yeah. The read animation as well. Yeah, that one's awesome. I've definitely used that in an Arcanist video when the class was new. Weird flex reading 2 books at once though, isn't it? Anyway, enough about that. Worm Wizard. Alright, let's petition. Let's go! There he is. The Wilder King. There's someone on the EU server called My Precious. Spelled differently. He's a vampire boss man, looks exactly like Gollum. Reading 2 books without touching either. Look, Ma, no hands.
Welcome to my court, outsider. Since you entered my domain, I have watched your actions with keen interest. You have been generous with my people and more patient than I expected. But I still cannot gather one thing. Why have you come?
To negotiate on behalf of the Dominion.
Again, not what I expected. I think I've heard of this Old Merry Dominion, but I don't see how inclusion in this group would appeal to me or to the people in my domain. Aligning with you would only alienate us from others.
Who knows where they were? Might get dusty fingers.
Interesting. Use the other stone pillar, the one on the platform behind us. Touch that stone pillar and an apparition will appear. One of your
Okay.
I am pleased to be able to lend you strength to face this enemy from your past.
Enemy from my past? Ooh, I don't quite remember this.
Strike us down, but the veiled inheritance will always rise again.
Done. Next.
Azazi calls this madness.
What's up, Hazazi?
Now you are negotiating with a forest spirit who calls himself a king? With all those floating leaves, Azazi thinks he looks very silly. Do you really think this is going somewhere? Or is it just a waste of time?
What the hell? Why did they send this guy to negotiate? Look at him. He can't negotiate shit if he loses his temper this quickly. You're not helping, dude.
By the light of John and Jod, this is the craziest thing ever seen. Even Razumdar would have lost his patience by now. If you think all this makes sense...
Ah, whatever. I'm souring on you pretty quickly, Hazazi.
I sense the darkness in the heart of the one you fought, but he has already been defeated, has he not? And those like him, they may all share his darkness.
Hey, Moose. How you doing? Yeah, this is the Veiled Inheritance.
The Veiled Inheritance, yes. I am familiar with this distinction as well. There is one among this group. She is one who has been blessed with fascinating gifts.
Yeah, here we go.
We have much need of someone like you, Ananias.
Yes, young one. We have a problem in the Valen Wood that will require your talents specifically.
I would be honored to help however I can.
An opportunity has arisen to strike a devastating blow to the Dominion, to divide the Bosmer.
The Bosmer in Greenshade claim allegiance not to King Camoran, but to a man they call the Wilder King.
Yeah, that's why her voice sounds so weird. I couldn't quite remember the details, but I knew that that was why. She speaks a little bit dazed. Alright, guys. Maya will be here with us any moment. Exciting. And then we can press on with our plan for the rest of the stream today. Thank you for sticking with us thus far. And sorry I had to go AFK for a minute. Always a pain.
With the Veiled Inheritance, Until I know more about her, I hesitate to call her an enemy. I will have more insight soon, though.
She's coming
Even now,
to destroy you,
Aranias is
dude.
on. So she believes. But there may be a greater truth to her purpose here. Like the branches of a Gratok, I believe that Aranias' destiny, my destiny, and your destiny are all intertwined. I cannot... Yes.
Okay, we need to go and talk to the spinners. Let me just fire up Discord so we're ready for Maya when she joins us. All right. There we go. We should be all set.
Zazie is finished with this village.
You were just a few minutes away, already witnessed streamer idling their stream for hours. Well, unless they had something bad happening, then that's just them being shit. Frankly. I just, you know, I'm basing this on what I think I would be prepared to put up with. That's the only real yardstick I have. Erin, thank you for the lurk.
I was beginning to think... Yes, of course. You certainly took your time about things. Not your fault. Inside the story, Aranias wants to see the Wilderking. Yes, ask Knight.
Yeah, so this is pretty trippy. Do you guys remember this?
Have a seat by the fire and let me know when you're ready to hear the story. Remember, ask nicely. Imagine the flames are the waves of a vast ocean. Cold waves on a clear blue ocean off the coast of Somerset.
Yeah, been a couple of years, but I remember this location. I will go eat something, comes back after hours, took a nap on the sofa. Seriously? Why would you even watch someone who does that? That's very weird. I think one of the issues I have with Twitch is the sort of the taking for granted of support and attention. Like, there are people working really, really hard to try and give people a reason to watch and stick around and support. And then there are others who just go on, and I get it, if they're putting on a bikini and showing a lot of flesh, then that's one thing. But there are people who don't even do that, and they're just sort of hanging out, eating on mic, eating on camera. And that is what I don't get. Why anyone watches that. But also, why have that attitude of entitlement? So I don't need to do anything. I don't need to prep. I don't need to be interesting or professional. I don't know. Well, I believe that Maya just joined us in chat. And Dekempfer, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, let's focus on the fire, see where we go.
Picture an island. Trees around the island shimmer in the sunlight. Each one of those two Ultmas stands outside the manor on this island.
It's not quite clear. Is this time travel? Or is it just some sort of weird psychic manipulation that we're doing? Just still got like a lobby essence. It's not quite what the Somerset Isles look like. I'm glad they gave us a new playset with the Alinor buildings and all that stuff.
I'm so glad you could come. My parents will be back tonight, and I was afraid I'd have to face them alone again.
What's going on?
That's why I asked you to come early. I'm not sure what will happen.
Hello.
Hey, it's Maya. Welcome, Maya. I'm coming through your mic a little bit.
All right. Then be quiet.
It's not how it works.
I've done everything.
Hang on, hang on, hang on. That seems okay now. Maybe it's when we're talking together, it's gonna crap out. But hey, everyone, give it up for Maya.
Hiya. Hey, Gilly, how's it going?
Is it X or Y? Yes.
What? What did I miss? Hello. Sorry, I've got a cat. Come on, kitty. Oh, thank you.
The cat has been very, very needy today. Chat, you may not realize this because I didn't mention it, but he's been climbing on my desk and like parading back and forth in front of my face. I've had to lift him off my desk a dozen times already. I did feed him though, so.
Ted has made his presence known with 306 meows. Hey, Belorda, how's it going?
Bramble Breach?
And thanks for the Maya there, Solo. Appreciate it. Yeah.
They were afraid, like everyone else. After I raised up the land under the sea and smashed that ship.
The Elfique wants his love. Well, actually, he's hungry. I think he's just having one of his hungry days.
So we have to race her to the lighthouse, but she's incredibly slow.
Watch your step.
Oh, I see. I forgot about that. Yeah, well, I have quick cloak. And I have hurricane, for that matter.
Don't trip.
Rude. Man, I've forgotten this.
Are my vines getting in your way?
How you doing, Maya?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There we go. Now it's starting to come through. You're gonna have to speak up a little.
I mean, I was putting an effect on, so that was the...
I know, yeah, try it again. Okay, Maya's trying to do the latest sub goal, which is to activate the voice changer, but it's not playing ball for some reason.
It's not working. So that one's coming through, just the chipmunk's not coming through.
Yeah, the chipmunk isn't working, that one is. Hey, Maya.
How does that sound?
You sound weird as hell. What do you guys think? Smurf Maya.
This is not Smurf. I hope this doesn't sound like a Smurf. It's meant to be a monster.
Hey, Maya, tell me, say the words, Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me enough. He told me you killed him.
No, I am your father.
No, that's not true. That's impossible.
Oh, baby.
You sound like one of the Terminators from Dawn of War. Can you just do an evil chuckle and they say, they do not have a prayer?
They do not have a prayer.
Oh my god, who played Dawn of War, the original? That is so the Terminator, isn't it? What if Vader had an English accent? I mean, he did originally.
How about this one?
There we go, that works.
Is that coming through? Okay. Hello. I'm Darth Vader. I'm very scary.
Right, we need to find something for you to read in this voice. This is amazing.
Oh my god, Maya sounds 12. Oh my god. So true. Being a teenager is so rough. Actually, 12, you're not a teenager right now. You never mind. Just listen to myself.
Okay, Ma, you can see the stream? Do it.
I can't see it. Okay. Oh, holy shit. We lost the Argonian maid. Certainly not, kind sir. I'm here but to clean your chambers. Is that all you have come here for, little one? My chambers? Oh, hang on. Yeah, let's do this again.
By the way, guys, if you just joined us, do not adjust your set. It's all going fine. We're just doing a, we're just redeeming a sub-goal.
Alright, so, okay, let's do it again. Certainly not, kind sir. I'm here but to clean your chambers.
Is that all you have come here for, little one? My chambers?
No idea what it is. It's a poor Argonian maid.
So you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and shapely tail.
Oh, you embarrass me, sir.
Fear not, you are safe here with me.
Finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not.
Cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear.
Could take me... But it is huge. It could take me all night.
Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time.
That is incredibly dark. Can we have more?
I mean, if people want more, I'll do more. Some more, please.
The people always want more. There we go. Let's do it.
Alright, what is that?
That's fucking amazing. I'm basically cracking up, but I have to mute myself because, yeah.
Which voice do we want? Oh, that's literally the second one.
My goodness, that's quite a loaf. But how shall it fit in my oven?
This loaf isn't ready for baking, my sweet. It has yet to rise.
If I could get along, how would I accomplish such a task?
Oh, my foolish little Argonian maid. You must use your hands.
Wish me to knead the loaf? Here?
Of course.
But what if the mistress tells me your loaf was meant to satisfy her appetite?
Don't fret, my delicate flower. I'll satisfy the mistress's cravings later.
It's hot enough. Very well, but I'm afraid my oven isn't hot enough. It could take hours.
Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time.
That was beautiful, Maya. It's weird when you go loud or high pitched, the mic is trying to cut you off. I don't know what software is trying to do that. It's probably just Discord, but I don't have any filter or anything active, so sorry about that.
Thanks, Moose. Hey, I helped.
You've still got the echo on, by the way.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Not bad.
Well, we're hearing it.
Pretty fast.
But the voice changer is literally off, so
Echo, 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 echo.
there shouldn't be any.
No, it's gone.
Well, it was never there. The low one, I mean, it kind of would have to come and use my mic.
We could try it, I guess. Oh, baby living flame.
Obey me, living flame. That's weird. Hello. It's very distorted. Hey, this is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. And welcome to my guide to the Chipmunk Templar. Hello. This is the most 2012 bullshit. Like 10 years out of date. Teenage Khan. Actually, I sounded like this when I was about 8. By the time I was 10, I already had my current voice. Blah, 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 blah.
Stop right there, criminal scum. That doesn't work at all. Ha ha ha. They do not have a prayer.
Alright, I'm done with that. Johnny Wilkin, hello. Please don't adjust your set. We've just been messing around with voice changes because that was one of the sub-goals which we just hit. And now Maya has to, like, redo all of our microphone settings. Sorry about that, Maya, but that was...
I will not do them. That's it. I remain a monster.
This is true. But only I know that. The people don't know that.
It's a monster, no, help, help!
Oh my god. Maya's gonna do that for the rest of the day.
I will eat you.
The weird voices you're hearing, that's Maya, both chipmunk and monster.
No, it's not, no, save me! I'm just a poor old Argonian maid.
Come back to my chambers, little dumpling.
Oh, that's really freaky. I don't like that.
Still no chipmunk?
The chipmunk is fine. It's the monster getting frisky I don't like.
Chipmunk is working. Hello, I'm a chipmunk.
Please help me, step monster. I'm stuck.
Maybe. You know, I've always had a special connection to the land. I'm sorry, it just happened. Wait, something's wrong. Can you feel that? The land's in pain, burning hot. Look, the farm's burning! Over the rise. Wait. Too many footsteps. Too early.
Look, Maya, we have to clear the farm of bandits.
Yeah, monster. Apparently monster's not allowed. Twitch does not like that word, because, I don't know.
Twitch is very, very conservative. It's like the aunt who doesn't have any kids and is way too strict about what she'll allow you to say.
I'm gonna need a second mug of coffee. That chipmunk voice is too much for one mug. Sorry, Solo. So what did you get up to all day then?
Mostly story.
Noise.
It's pretty much the order of the day. Anyway, do you wanna knock this on the head and head on over to
Yeah, let's do it.
Daggerfall? Let's just finish the Scimitar stuff.
Silly twat.
Yeah, the silly twat. Clear the farm of bandits. I think I've killed most of them.
Monster, help!
Baham.
Oh. No. Oh, we have another sub goal thing.
What have they done?
Let me
to
check
my
which one it is.
farm?
So what are we on?
Don't laugh.
What are we on for the month so far?
Does it matter?
36.
No.
Wow, we're doing pretty good.
And the month hasn't even started.
Well, it has. You know, September is well underway.
Oh, we're at 62 sub points for August. That's, I mean, it's still 38 sub points away from 100. But like, oh, we're getting closer and closer.
Anger, shame, and hope. Feared by her own parents.
Yeah, we need 100 consecutive sub points for 3 consecutive months to get a bigger share from Twitch. So hopefully we can convince more people to buy the discounted subs.
But check it out. Actually, what was happened today, Idna Two Blades subscribed at tier 1 for 5 months. Again, your mic didn't pick that up. Try again. I don't know what that is, but Maya's going, whoa, but it's too loud. The mic doesn't like it.
Oh, fine. Fuck you, Mike.
Weird, right? It's like it's the same thing that Wes has, you know, when he tries to do an impression, and it just goes silent.
Could I buy a sexy trailer voice on how much Khan likes Maya? Definitely.
And
I've had a weird day, so yeah. Bring
Gloomvex
it.
also gifted 5 subs.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Solo resubscribed for the 12th month. So, yeah.
So it's a year? Oh, that's so exciting. Okay. That's so exciting. Thank you so much, Solo. And I see you've got your new badge, 12-month sub. Yeah, baby. What? Why you hate? Oh, it's Mike with a small M. My Mike, not.
I think we got that.
I'm just making it clear, just in case there's any Mike there, and he's like,
Why are your clothes all wet?
accidentally used the dog's shampoo today. Now I'm feeling like such a good boy. Yes, I am. Who's the good boy? I am. I Dayhawk.
I'll need new shoes now.
I made it.
What? You made the ground soggy?
The island. I made this little island.
What? Ara, what do you mean you made it?
These trees, those rocks. None of this was here yesterday. The ground is wet because I used my magic to pull it up from under the water.
Ah, good. Thanks, Johnny.
What have you done?
There has to be some way for the dev to use the existing zones for something fun. Khan's pointing at my screen, but I don't know what it means. Doesn't using someone else's stuff make you a bad boy? Hey, Alatariel, thank you so much for the sub.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. That's so kind. So we've got these sub goals.
We because I started that sub goal 2 subs in, so we're actually at 37. So that means we unlock the don't laugh. So that basically you guys got to try and make me laugh, either in chat or Khan can help, anything, and then we'll do it to Khan as well. But I really suck at this, so mine's going to be over really, really fast.
So where are we at? We've done Mike on 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and yeah, this is the one.
Yes.
So you're supposed to type stuff in chat to make Maya laugh, and you're not allowed to laugh.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That's not hard to make Maya laugh. Yeah, Renegade, you're not wrong. But shiny doggo hair now, yeah. Maya, can I redeem what I asked above? Yes, I said yes, absolutely. Go for it. I would love to hear that. Oh, at 40, it's lemon shot. Ew. Or vinegar or something gross. So yeah, if you got, that's 3 subs away if you want to hear me. I held Kanda's sexy trailer voice, and it's on how much you love Maya, or like Maya, right? Something like that. I dare Khan to just threaten to tickle Maya, that's true. Go Khan, go Khan. You can think about it if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to, like, how do I make a joke about that? That's...
It doesn't have to be funny. That's not
tricky
funny.
territory.
No, it's not supposed to be funny. I mean, it doesn't have to be funny. It can be funny. There's just Aheld knowing that I've had a bit of a day, a week. So he's just, you know, giving me something nice. So basically, don't fuck it up. Otherwise, I'm going to have an awful evening, Khan. Oh, he's thinking hard. Wow.
In a world of basic bitches. You need to turn your mic off for this. It's picking me up like crazy. Thank you, Maya. In a world...
Hey, that laughter doesn't count.
In a world of basic bitches, one man had to find the girl who could perfectly sear a ribeye steak, who could identify a Scotch whiskey across the room, and who could drink all of his male friends under the table, and arm wrestle 1 or 2 of them as well. This Thanksgiving, he's about to find out how impossible his search is, until one day he meets Maya. Rated PG-13. I don't know, man. How's that?
Just that was lovely. Just 13. I feel like that's yeah. Hey, are you still on the?
For mature. Yeah, maybe.
You might not be showing the game.
I am now.
No, oh shit! I did laugh, didn't I? That was quick.
Alright, so how long do you? Is it like 15 minutes now? You're not supposed to laugh for?
Yes, let's do it again. Okay. Dope smoke. Hey, hello. Rated unfit for anyone. All right, it starts now, and I'm gonna put a timer on. Although, as I said, I don't think I'll last long. Let's go.
Hey, Maya.
No.
Boobies.
Nope.
That probably got closer to working than you would like to admit, though.
Yep.
Hey, Maya.
No.
Joey's bare ass.
Aranias tried. So much happened next, but I especially draw your attention to 2 particular
She's
events.
making a face.
One scene is a top. No. Getting changed.
Alright, I'm just gonna quote from the movie Your Highness. I'm just thinking about your penis and how strange it must look. Doesn't look strange. I'm still coming through, by the way.
I'm gonna stop coming through.
How do you know? Likes to play catch. Thank you. Alright, what was I was in the middle of that quote. So forgive me, this is really gross, but it's a quote from a movie that Maya really likes. When Zooey Deschanel's taking the piss out of Justin Theroux's character. Testing, testing. Yeah, noise gate is off. Alright, Belorda, open a bad dad joke website. Singing in the shower is fun until you get soap in your mouth. Then it's a soap opera. She's smiling, she's making the face.
No, she's not. Not where I expected to go with soap and shower. Where you expected the soap to go. Nope.
Bad dad joke. I know that's pretty good. Hey, Maya. So getting back to Your Highness. How do you know it's going to work? Because I've tested it.
How many more
And if your vagina is anything like my hand, there'll be no problem.
Water, dropping glass. You lifted a
Well, it's not going to be, is it?
And she's heard it too many times.
I didn't mean to.
That is a funny moment in the movie,
Your
though.
mother and I will
So
discuss your
gross.
punishment. Go.
Come on, guys. What other jokes have we got? Maya is not difficult to make her laugh. It really isn't.
Yep. I'm ready to laugh.
Hey, Maya. Excrementu na prsa. Alright, I got it. Oh, she's shaking now. That is a really dumb joke. The reason that's from one of those early smartphone apps that would translate. You'd put in a sentence in English, click translate, and then it would read it to you in Czech, and it was actually quite useful. But obviously, we started putting in stupid stuff. I think at one point Maya just put in shit on tits.
That was you. That was fucking you, not me.
Was it me? Alright, whatever. But we just put that in and then asked her to read it out. And it just read, excrementu na prasa, like that. And both of us just died laughing. It was so stupid. Very childish.
Your father and I leave for Somerset in the morning.
I won't do it again.
I tell a joke about the Czech post office, but I don't know if you'd get it. Well, I mean, try. I asked my dog, what's 2 minus 2? He said nothing.
We will return with help to control your temper.
How much more
Ah.
can I apologize? I said I'm sorry.
All right, are we going to switch, dude?
Yeah, let's flip the games.
It's just, you need training.
Let's make flipsies on the flopsies.
It's a shame they didn't make this character...
What sort of training, Father?
Like, we don't really get to know her. We just see her backstory. Anyway, yeah, we'll come back to this. Let's flip on over. So for those of you who joined us recently, don't know what we're up to today. This is day 3 of our September Ninja Balls Games Fest. We'll be doing all the stories in the Elder Scrolls Online. That's a lot of fun. It's fun to revisit some of these. I'd forgotten how good some of the beats were. Just in the base game stuff, we've been doing Aldmeri Dominion. But another aspect to this is that we are doing a different game every day. Currently this week we did Doom, and then we did... specifically doing the Dark Ages. And then yesterday we did the Elder Scrolls Arena, the very first.
Hey, Schnacks.
The very first in the series. And now we're about to do... Why am I firing up Steam? We're not using Steam. We're doing Daggerfall, but specifically Daggerfall Unity. So let me just switch to the other game screen. And let's hope that this works. It worked earlier. I got it all prepped.
I know it's not going to work, because that's how technology does. Hey, how are you doing, Schnaps? Schnaps?
Schnaps. Maya's getting excited. It's the weekend.
Oh, it's almost over, but years. What do you call a very tired dark elf? Drowsy. Oh, there it is. There's the game. Oh, it's pretty.
I mean, this is exactly the same as the arena stuff, isn't it? Let me just move the window a little bit.
Pretty good. Spend the afternoon in the park with friends. Nice. Definitely stay tuned, guys. We'll do a giveaway soon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it looks the same. All right, well, it's still pretty.
All right, so we're going to do the same thing as yesterday. We're going to start a new game and just mess around and see the intro, but then we're going to load a save. So we don't have to go through all that faff, because getting through the opening dungeon is genuinely quite difficult. But yeah, I think some of you are going to have your minds blown up by how good a job they did rebuilding this in Unity. Let's go.
Right, so Johnny Wilkin, patient. Doctor, I think that I've been bitten by a vampire. Doctor, drink the glass of water. Patient, would it make me better? Doctor, no, but I'll be able to see if your neck leaks.
Oh, that one worked. All right, Maya, where are we from? Doesn't matter, we're not going to continue with this character. Can you actually pick Imperial?
Skyrim.
Sorry?
Skyrim.
Nords hail from the province of Skyrim. You are part of a tall and fair-skinned people, strong, willful, and hardy. Owing to the climate of Skyrim, Nords are resistant. Nords are resistant to the coldest of Thalmor and take little damage even from ice-based magical attacks. Nords are historically well suited to all the arts of the warrior. Is your character to be a Nord?
Okui, Nord here. That is all true. Hello, Okui. How's it going?
Hey, everyone. Say hey to Okui. Give it up. And give the guy a follow. The applause, man. You know what that means. Give the guy a follow if you like chill PvP where people get hassled and just remain steadfastly chill motherfuckers in the face of utter nonsense. Whether it's game performance, bad-tempered PvPers, or anything else, Okui's your guy. Always have a good time in his streams. Great vibes. Honestly, you won't regret it. I'm really starting to dig all the PvP streamers more and more because of how much of an even keel they all keep, you know what I mean? They don't get rattled. It's very easy to get rattled when you're PvPing.
Or rat-assed.
Alright, let's go male.
No? Just
Yeah.
call me.
Let's generate by answering some questions. So a good friend of yours is in love with a girl from a neighboring village. A girl who barely knows him. By the way, did you change the category, Maya?
Of course I did.
You did. Genius.
I'm not a muppet like you this morning.
A good friend of yours is in love with a girl from a neighboring village, a girl who barely knows him. He's extremely shy and inexperienced, and he pleads for your help. Would you suggest that he A, go to her immediately and declare his love? If the relationship is to be, he needs to be honest from the start. You offer to accompany him to the village for support. B, find out more about this girl using any contact he can find in the village. He will not be so shy if he knows something about her, and may even find out if she's not the right girl for him. Or C, let you help him write anonymous love letters and poems to see her reaction without needing to face her directly. If the reaction is favorable, he can talk to her friends in the village and arrange an accidental meeting. What would you do? By the way, I love the way the scrolls when you move up and down. That's fun. A lot of this has been added in Daggerfall Unity, by the way. Like the obviously scroll wheel. That wasn't a thing in 1995 or whenever we're talking. Is that the guy that rode Nefas? Maya, which one is it? A, go to her immediately and declare his love. B, find out more about the girl. Or let you write anonymous love letters to set things up.
Go.
A.
Yeah? Be bold.
That's the warrior. So you can see the warrior constellation just starting to appear in the sky. We're not going to do all of these. It'll take forever.
Make it so.
Yeah, make it so. You hear the arms master remark during weapons class, the intent of your opponent can be seen in his blade. Many of the students scoff at this, though not openly. Do you A, feel the disrespect shown at this points to something they do not understand, and therefore causes you to focus your efforts on understanding it all the more? B, feels that it means the way the opponent attacks and moves shows you how he feels? Or C, you realize that the arms master Festil should not be the object of scorn, but rather one of respect, for he has lived a full life and survived things none of the students could imagine. I think it's B.
Finally, some Elder Scrolls where we read from scrolls. Yes.
Yeah, man. Give the people what they want. You have a great aunt and a great uncle living in 2 different nearby villages, both of whom have asked your father to allow you to live with them for a few weeks. Your father knows where he plans to send you, but he is curious about your opinion. Given the choice, would you rather A. live with your great aunt, a wise old woman of considerable wealth? Living in luxury for a few weeks could not only be enlightening, it could also be very interesting. B. Live with your great uncle, a sick old man who has always been something of a stranger to you. A few weeks with him may be arduous, I think. But he is more in need of your help than your great aunt. Or C, think of a way to divide your time between your great aunt and great uncle. Perhaps you'll not be able to spend as much time with either as much as you would like, but neither will be left out. I think I'll go with C there.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll be right back.
Alright, now we're just gonna spam through the remaining ones. But you can see just like yesterday, the constellations are so similar to what we still have. I love that level of continuity. So we're a ranger, apparently, based on that. Like I said, we are not gonna actually stick with all this. We've got a pre-made character we're gonna use. You're most fond of using short blade axe fighting, baby. Elder Scrolls 6, yeah. Mrs. Redhawk, this is Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall, rebuilt in Unity, which was a project that only finished just under 2 years ago. I've never managed to get into Daggerfall because it's so buggy. It's often called Buggerfall as a reason, as a result of that. It's just much more dense, much more complicated. It is huge, and I've never even made it out of the first dungeon. It's really, really difficult. The controls are counterintuitive. So this remake in Unity fixes all of that. You'll see what I mean in just a minute. Especially if you were here watching Arena yesterday. It is basically Arena just redone. A much larger, more complex version of that game. But many of the elements were exactly the same. Are we getting latex leggings again? Oh god, no. What motivates you into a life of adventure? Fun. Which of the following skills have you been studying the longest? Dodging. Yeah, I've been studying being dodgy as hell. Running. As a child, your nickname was Rabbit, Quicksilver, Monkey, Guppy, or Scrapper. I'm not even sure what Guppy means.
Those are stupid.
I think Quicksilver obviously means you get a bonus to speed, right? Rabbit? What's
fuck a lot?
Yeah, you're just a shagger. Yeah, let's go with that. You were loaned and later allowed to keep a book. Nah. A daikatana. Gimme. Which god, if any, do you worship? We worship Julianos, because he's named after Julian Lefay, who personally wrote the code for a huge amount of this game by himself. What an absolute legend. That is the father of the Elder Scrolls series, by the way, if you did not know that. And you have the most trouble resisting poisons, getting along with others, resisting spells, fighting, parrying, avoiding disease, staying awake and alert. We're gamers, we definitely have trouble with staying awake and alert. Since childhood, you have saved a dozen arrows.
Staying alive.
That's just the funniest. You're friendlier than most with harpies, dragons, Daedra, centaurs, imps, spriggans, nymphs, and simple... The immodest nymphs. And if we're going to be sexual about it, it's going to be the nymphs or the centaurs, right? Because the nymphs...
Why are we being sexual about it?
Well, the nymphs are always putting out, and the centaurs have got... Well,
big dicks. I
they're
know,
hung
I get
like
it, but
horses.
Why?
I love it. I was going to say hung like horses. Maya just cuts the crap and says, yeah, they got big dicks. They're D, though.
I'm just asking why we're being sexual about it. I would actually be upset if this wasn't at least part of the interview process at Bethesda. Yeah.
Just, yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, Chester. All right, Chester, for that comment, what would you say if you were being interviewed to work with Todd and company? Which one of these would you pick? The savage harpies, the glorious dragons, the infernal Daedra, the primitive centaurs, the simple giants, the immodest nymphs, the bucolic spriggans, the mischievous imps. I think that was a laugh, but I think that forfeit is over. But you definitely failed it.
I failed within 4 minutes.
And I think I already said this, Silver Moon Creations, but hello there. Jester says the Spriggans just because bucolic is fun to say. Great choice. You are given 200 gold pieces as a reward. You decided to save it, buy a book, buy a silver staff, buy an ebony dagger, or buy a ruby. Save it. You spend any free time you have training with dildos. No, short-bladed weapons, axes, archery, long blade, blunt, hand-to-hand.
Buy a book, Mrs. Redhawk is saying. Well,
buy a book, yeah.
Where's the Argonian maid option? What do you mean, Johnny? Sword and Snail, always good to have dragons on your side.
That's
Agreed.
true, that's true. Alright, Miss Redhawk, since I didn't give you the opportunity before, you are intimate friends, not just friends, but intimate friends with a monk, a rogue, an assassin, a mage, or a warrior. Who would you be intimate friends with, Miss Redhawk? Or perhaps which of these most accurately describes your real-life partner?
What was it, assassin, that we changed it to? Butt-in. Butt-in.
I don't actually think this has any... Some of these questions are just red herrings. They don't have any impact at all on your stats, but obviously most of them give you... They either affect your starting equipment or your stats.
Your starting equipment?
Yeah. Oh, Mrs. Redhawk is really thinking about this one. Or maybe there is an ad break ongoing. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, shit.
Should we just pick one, or should we wait? Let's wait.
Wait.
Rogue can steal anything for us. Yeah, that's the D&D choice, isn't it? You play as a warrior or a mage, and you recruit the first rogue that you can find.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ad over!
Ad break ended. Thank you for sitting through that. Mrs. Redhawk, I just realized I may have been talking to you while you were in an ad break.
She said rogue.
She said rogue. There we go. Your reputation has changed as follows. Meh. And there's a mister. There is indeed, yeah. Name thyself. Alright, Ahelt. What's the name? We're not actually going to play this character, so it doesn't matter. Name thyself. I'm so glad they dropped the thy and the thou and the wouldst thou and all that nonsense. It really rubs me up the wrong way when From Software do this. I think it's mostly because whoever writes it, or whoever translates it to English, doesn't know how this archaic language actually works. So they keep getting it wrong. And it just irritates the crap out of me. I realize that I'm a minority. In honor of the hero of yesterday, Bobo the Second.
Bobo?
Yeah, that's what my character was called yesterday in Arena. Look at this guy. Bobo with that face. He looks like a surfer dude from like an early episode of Baywatch.
He kind of looks like you.
He does look a bit like me. That does not... That's how everyone thinks I look, but I don't. I actually look like this. Although I do have hair a bit like that these days. That looks like Johnny Silverhand if he dyed his hair blonde. How the Danes see themselves. How the Danes actually are. Hey, I like this guy.
Oh, happy.
That's a very Swedish... That's just ABBA, isn't it, basically? That's just Benny from ABBA. No comment. Am I right, Moose? Oh, jeez, that guy looks intense. Oh, these are fun. I don't know how many of these are OG. I think they're all OG. Let's just go with that guy, because he made us laugh. Alright. We're not going to worry too much about this. Like I said, we've got another character ready to go. Bum, 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 bum. Long blade, swimming. And running. Player reflexes. Oh yeah, that's just the speed of the game. That's fine. Here we go. Look at this.
400 years after Tiber Septimus reign, the beginning will meet the end, and the bloody circle will close in the Empire of Tamriel. The unworthy heirs of the Septim dynasty have allowed the bonds of the Empire to weaken and crack. Uriel Septim, the Seventh, cannot repair what his ancestors ignored. The provinces fight among themselves like neglected children, drunk with rebellion, and one indomitable power hides itself, but not forever.
Just gonna turn it up a little bit.
Excuse the gloom, but none may know of this meeting.
They couldn't afford Patrick Stewart back then.
Trouble is darker still.
Same character.
Over a year ago, King Lysandus of Daggerfall died honorably on the field of battle. He was as loyal a subject, ally, and friend as you are.
That's what he looks like.
What?
I did grieve for him.
Are you not hearing this, Maya?
But his spirit does not rest. With a spectral army, he haunts his former kingdom, crying for revenge.
Thanks, Solo. Take it easy.
I do not know why a good and loyal man would be so cursed. Perhaps you can find the answer and close the marble jaws of oblivion, bringing peace to his soul.
It's familiar, right?
I ask this as your emperor and your friend. I have one lesser request. Several years ago, I wrote a letter to the Queen of Daggerfall.
This guy's great.
It never arrived. The letter was of a sentimental and personal nature. If you find and destroy that letter, I will be grateful.
Yeah,
Now, my
Johnny
champion,
Wilkin, I'm with you.
Rest well this night, for tomorrow you sail for the kingdom of Daggerfall.
I think like a retro crowd-funded game could be really interesting.
Oh yeah! Hey Dino!
And we're off. You wake and look around the room.
No, don't look around the room!
Some hours ago, you were in a boat en route to Daggerfall when a storm of supernatural strength boiled over the Iliac Bay like a malefic creature. Your boat was destroyed, but you managed to swim through the churning water to a promontory rock. There you found a cave and escaped the fury of the storm. You had only just lit a small fire when a mudslide sealed you within. Your fear of being buried alive calmed when you saw the corridor leading out of the cavern.
Sorry, can you do Buried Alive, like if it's Bee Gees? Like Staying Alive?
What?
Like sing it?
Your fear of being buried alive. I don't know. Calmed when you saw the corridor leading out of the cavern. Perhaps there is a way out of this cave, after all. Once free of the cave...
Thanks for the follow. Welcome into the madness. Bee Gees and Daggerfall, of course. Sorry, Carl.
That's alright. Once free of the cave, you can begin the Emperor's quest. Yeah, I broke Maya. Daggerfall Unity has an updated tutorial. We're not going to worry about that. Well, let's have a quick look. Look at it. So compare this to Arena. Like I'm using WASD for a start.
Always loved WASD. Yeah, it's WASD. Totally WASD.
As we were discussing earlier, this is the only of the mainline Elder Scrolls games that you don't start in prison. But look at it. Doesn't this look like totally playable? It's really smooth. They did a beautiful job with this remaster. Holy shit.
We just have a bard in the team. Exactly. Khan's just the bard of the, you know. I was in a very dramatic scene in the game I'm playing while listening to you when the Minion Banana sound played.
Look at the combat with the hand to hand. Just,
it looks like a dick.
It's a boot.
Oh, it's a boot. I thought it was a dick.
Maya, you do me too much honor.
What's a DOS box? The dog likes it when I make those sounds.
What's a what?
DOS box.
Oh yeah, using DOSBox, exactly. It's actually not, because it's running in Unity, so I don't think it... But normally you would have to.
DOSBox.
Anyway. Just thump, thump, thump.
Seriously, what's a DOS box? Is anybody going to tell me?
It's a DOS emulator, so it allows you to run... This guy is so happy.
All right.
I really want to play as this dude. Yeah, boy. Look at him.
Got to wear protection.
He's
yeah,
just
exactly.
so thrilled. I'm the main character in a video game. Oh, look at the axe model.
BG's impro clipped. Nice, thank you.
Oh, no, why? Please don't clip stuff that I do like that.
I already clipped it anyway, but badly, I'm sure.
I'll stop doing them because...
No, you won't. Come on.
I don't mind doing it if they're just like extemporaneous, but if you know it's going to be clipped, you want to like practice, and that takes all the fun out of it.
Nah, it's perfect. Come on, don't discourage people from clipping. It's
There's
fun.
the sound. Who was it that was asking about the sound earlier? Oh. Yeah, so this is the first problem. If you don't have spells or steel weaponry, you can't kill certain creatures. Do I have a steel? Yeah, I do have a steel. I'm not as good with a sword, but... Anyway, thus ends Bobo the Second. We're just gonna reload with one that I already... Because honestly, the opening dungeon is crazy. And that's the end. That's game over. I love it's so elaborate. The game over screen. Alright, so... This is it. This is a high elf sorcerer. It looks pretty similar, to be honest. And sorcerer is a great way to play later on in the game. But it kind of sucks in the beginning because you don't know any spells. So you have to just like muddle through with... You hear that, Maya? Are you listening? Oh, it's a shame you can't hear.
Yeah.
The screaming. There's an undead warrior, basically, a skeleton warrior nearby, and you can hear him screaming. It's awful.
Gross.
Clips are really fun. He died with a smile on his face. He did, exactly. Alright, what's next? What else can I do that will encourage people to sub today? More BG's nonsense? I'll do it. I will gladly... No, here we go. The combat is janky as fuck, and this guy is way too tough. You hear the noise there, right? That's horrendous. He is gonna kill us. I've no way of healing myself yet. But yeah, you guys see why the opening dungeon is a bit of a nightmare. So let's just leave it. I saved right here at the exit. The world of Daggerfall is immense and generally cannot be traveled in real time. Open the travel app with V. The region you're in is highlighted in red. Click on that region, you get a focus map, blah 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 blah. Keep the travel settings on cautiously and inns. Yeah, so just to give you an idea, we can run pretty much infinitely. This is the Iliac Bay in winter. Doesn't it look great? What do you think, Maya? You've never seen this before, have you?
Oh, that actually looks really, really fun. And really good.
The horizon doesn't quite work. Is the music too loud? Maybe a little too loud. Let me just lower the game slightly. That should be about right. What do you think, chat? Let me know. But it is just wide open nothingness, a lot of it. You can run and come across random dungeons and locations and stuff. I don't think it's like Arena where everything is procedurally generated. I think eventually I can run and get to my destination. Hey look, there's something. Yeah, it looks great for me. That looks cool, Gilly-chan. My most watched clip got 19,500 views. Wow. Is that a clip of you or a clip that you made? I love that you can actually see the distant land. That is crazy. Anyway, we do need to fast travel. We're not here to just experiment. People have done this where they travel the entire landscape. Alright, so V. Okay, so that is the entire game world. You recognize this?
A lot of saying music is too loud.
It's still too loud? Alright.
Yeah, it's a little bit too loud still. Yeah.
How's that? I mean, I could,
Yep, I think so. I think that's
there we
good.
go. Yeah, I've just turned the music down in game as well.
In the water, it looks like Minecraft with a Skyrim mod.
It's totally Minecraft, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, it's very Minecrafty. Well, this is exactly the vibe that Minecraft is deliberately harking back to. But yeah, so here's, that's Alikir Desert. There might even be some place names that we recognize. There's so many places. It's absolutely insane. All of these are towns or dungeons that are visitable. It's fucking wild. Look, where would you guys like to go? Right, Maya, do you wanna start us off?
Left.
Seriously, like where? Whereabouts? This is Glenumbra.
Let's go to Glenumbra.
Yeah, we're already in Glenumbra, I
We are
think.
in Glenumbra, okay. Well, then maybe show the map. Oh, I'm looking at it. So where can we go? Just within the land?
Anywhere.
That little...
Anywhere that you can see. We can go to Hrothgar if you want. We can go to the...
Right, let's do it. Let's go to Hrothgar.
Hrothgar, alright.
It's not Dave. And here I want an ESO remaster. I mean, they have been redoing at least the older zone, so...
Whereabouts?
Right there, where your mouse is
The
right
Mooring Farmstead.
now. Yes, sounds good.
Fast travel. It's going to take like almost half our gold to get there. Let's go. A red-faced courier startles you with a cry of, "Letter for Khan! Hey, that must be you! Here, take this, gotta go, other deliveries to be made." A letter. Sunflowers grown in Hrothgar, that's something new.
And also sunflowers growing in the winter?
The cows, oh my god. This is completely unmodded, by the way, it's just Daggerfall Unity. So you can mod it. There's also jump in this game. Is that an orc?
It's a sexy lady is what it is.
No. How are you this day? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Let's be polite. Where is...
My butt.
A Mage's Guild. Salutations, Christine Harcroft. Appreciate your directions to any Mage's Guild. I think they have one in Kirkwall. Where's Kirkwall?
Khan's butt is in the Mages Guild, yes. Reminds me of EQ1 in hindsight.
We can't ask about any people, things, or work.
Yeah, but I think that the remasters of the zones, they look great. I just hope that they're going to continue.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume they will.
But look, like all of the, you know, Zen, Mara, Kinnereth, it's Zen rather than Zenithar. But all of that stuff is already here. It's kind of crazy, right? Any tavern. I think they have one in the Dwarf and Stag Hostel. I don't know where any of those things are.
Hello there. Yeah, can't get your butt into the Mages Guild. Basically, is what I'm saying. Charonworth.
Charonworth. Where the fuck
I don't know any of these places.
Where's Charonworth? That's funny. Alright, goodbye.
That stance is quite funny.
Yeah, it is pretty funny. So we're in Hrothgar, but there aren't orcs here. Like, these are all Bretons, I guess. Ivalausa Woodwing. Yeah, see you later. Bedane Buckinging.
It's like Humperdinck.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, we'll
Dunkadink.
let's just load this one. I think that's when we made it to Daggerfall. Still the same character and everything. Alright, so this is very much like Arena. We need to find people and ask them where the places are. How do we check our quest log? Character sheet. Logbook. L. I'm assuming we need to be in Daggerfall. I honestly don't really know. General store. That's the tutorial popping off here. What do you guys think? I'm so jazzed about this. I can actually see myself playing this. And I barely understand how it works. Like, once you get to know the basics, it'll be a lot easier. If you gain treasure in the starting dungeon, you'll want to sell it. A pawn shop is the most useful for this. The general stores, armor smiths, blah, 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 blah. Let's find a pawn shop then. Where is things? A pawn shop.
A pawn shop?
Yeah, P-A-W-N, obviously.
She thick.
She thick. Khan's butt is in the Mages Guild, apparently. I mean, I just want the nearest one. Hail to thee. Are you familiar with the whereabouts of Daggerfall's best pawnbrokers? But I don't want to tell the likes of you. God damn it. Okay. She's got to stick up her butt. Yeah, Khan. But I don't think I want to tell you. What? Why? Then if we ask rude. Fine. Try not too far to the southeast if you don't mind walking. Southeast. Yeah, join a guild. Is that the guard? Oh, it's so cute. Daggerfall's quests are radiant, choosing locations around you as places where things will happen. That's why they called it Radiant AI in Oblivion. I didn't actually get that. Quests may send you to other towns, sure. What do you think, Maya?
It looks like a ski resort, which is funny.
Well, we found the general store. Not the pawn shop. What about some porn?
I don't know why, but I feel like I'm South Park here. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh my god, that's so true. The slide guitar. And we're back in the inn. Just the fact that you can look up and down makes such a difference. It's a bit creepy once you realize that everyone's looking at you, whichever way you go. They're all just turning to face you. Like
no corn shop. Need supplies for the journey ahead. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Who's this guy? Theodeval Hearthstone. Good day to you, Khan. How do they know my name? Tell me about any news. Everybody knows that Dragontail had a grudge against the Battle Lords, but now they're really going at it. No idea what that means. Tell me about... Can we ask about, the Queen? You're in the Beaver and Bird in Daggerfall. Where's Mackie Phoenix where you need her?
I need more beer. Yeah. Who doesn't?
Is this the innkeep? Hello, Khan. I guess not. Oh, there he is. That's him. Yo. So in Arena they were animated. But here only one of them is actually animated. Anyway, does that mean we can, like, get a room and stuff? Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we know how that works. I'd like to progress with the story, to be honest. So we need to go and find Lysandus' queen. Figure out what happened to Uriel Septim's note. We're just wandering into people's houses. This is insane. You can actually open the chest. That's very Minecraft, isn't it?
Yeah, Mr. saying the graphics aren't great, but still good enough to where I think I would be able to play it. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Me? Help you?
Without animations, they all look like mannequins. They look really weird, don't they?
Yeah, it looks very strange.
Creepy!
Oh. You can climb up ladders and shit? That's wild.
That's so fun.
Is that a pawn shop? This looks like an armorer, doesn't it? Or a blacksmith. Incense and soft music soothe your nerves as you cross the threshold. What am I, in Glastonbury?
That's a pawn shop.
Yeah, that's definitely a pawn shop. Each item in the shop is carefully mounted and displayed, not the slightest defect. Funny, it looks exactly like all the other buildings. Dedrick, with that animation, they do look like mannequins, yeah. The choice is astounding. It's ridiculous, isn't it? The artwork is so fun. Alright, let's sell some stuff. We don't need the arrows, we don't need the longsword. Done. 31 gold. You can usually haggle a little bit, but I'm not seeing the option to do that. And can we not buy anything? Oh, you buy by interacting with the actual... Oh, that's really fun. How much does it cost? Way too much. But yeah, you need to go and get armor at some point. So this is all leather stuff. Oh my god. I can see this being... So how... It's 3 to 16 damage. That's better than what we've got. Fuck it, let's buy it. I don't have enough gold. Rip. Alright, whatever. We'll be back. Johnny Wilkin, if the characters were 3D and there were more objects in the rooms, this game could be released as a new pixel art game. You mod it and yeah, all of that stuff. There's an amazing... look how smooth it runs. Don't know if that's really coming through on stream, but the frame rate is just off the wall, obviously, as you'd expect, because it's so basic. So you can mod the living crap out of it, make it look much, much prettier. I just thought I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to show the vanilla thing first. Let me actually look something up. Like, where do we want to go to? And I'm using the UESP for this, the same place you would look up stuff for ESO. It's got all the info for these games as well. It's great. No, it's taken me to the article for ESO, Daggerfall. No. I don't want that. Daggerfall. Okay, they got an article here on quests. I suppose we did receive that letter, didn't we? Should check that. Like, where's the letter? We did get a letter, did we not? Oh no, shit, that was a different... So we haven't got that yet, that was in a different save. Well, we can find the palace regardless, can't we? But yeah, I totally agree. They've done a great job with making this a thing that we can get involved with. Where actually am I? The beaver and bird. That looks promising. What's that? Man, imagine getting cities that are this big in games again. I guess it's starting to happen, but it's very... It's the exception, not the rule at the moment, isn't it? the music. I'm sad you can't hear any of the audio, Maya.
It's just I'd hear you 3 times if
Exactly,
I did that.
that would be weird. Yeah, so we are in Daggerfall. Yeah, I thought so. Looks pretty different, doesn't it?
So what's the story here?
Basically there is there's a lot of plotting in the Iliac Bay. Uriel Septim's friend, Lysandus, died, but his ghost has come back and is haunting the area, and Uriel wants to know why. Like, what happened to his friend that would mean he rests as an unquiet spirit like that? And basically there's just plots, and you know, the orcs want their own kingdom, the Bretons are fighting with one another, everything is in turmoil. The Underking and Manamarco have got this rivalry going on. And yeah, I mean,
being so far apart in the whole place square is very American. That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Can we talk to Matey? Duninak Copperton. Good to see you, Khan. How can I help you? Can't ask about any people. That's weird. Do we just not know anyone? It's a very impenetrable game. So, in fact, I know what we need to do. We just need to, like, do stuff for a couple of weeks, and then we'll get this letter. A magically held lock. Thanks, Maya. Well, let's just fudge it by traveling somewhere really far. Should we go to the desert this time, see if it makes any difference? Dum, dum, dum. Whoa, whoa. Sentinel isn't here? Really?
You obviously need to farm Alikir anchors, yeah. Obs.
Sentinel. There we go. The fact that you can search, that's pretty key. Do you wish to travel? Yeah. Hell yeah. Man, it costs so much to travel. There we go. A red-faced courier startles you with a cry of "Letter for Khan." Here we go. A letter. Can I use it? There we go. Dear Khan, I heard about your accident at sea and feared the worst.
Like you said, Dick Khan.
Yeah, man. Now that I've heard you're alive and well, I would like the opportunity to meet with you and discuss our beloved Emperor's mission in the Iliac Bay. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lady Magnuson, the Emperor's agent in the court of Daggerfall. My position is not so official as an ambassador. None but the other agents...
Thanks, Blorda. Let's go.
Yeah. None but the other agents of the Emperor know my true affiliation. The Iliac Bay is rife with rebels against the Imperial throne, so your discretion is required. For the purposes of our meeting, I'll take a room at an inn. The King's...
You take a brew? Are you going to clean up, Khan?
Yeah, but check it out. The King's Badger at Longtail Heights of Daggerfall. For a month. After that, I will no longer be available. I will expect you as soon as possible. Yours sincerely, Brissiana, Lady Magnuson. I guess that's fairly realistic, that you get in touch with someone really far away and say, I'm going to be here for a month. That's all I've got time for. If you don't show, I'm going to bail. That's kind of wild. Well, quickly before we leave, let's check out Sentinel. That at least does look kind of familiar, doesn't it? You know, if I asked you, where are we in the game, Maya, and you didn't know, where would you say? You'd say like Hughes Bane or Sentinel or something like that. Where are the zombies? Yeah, head down to the docks. Whoa. Guessing there's a dope-ass castle in the middle here. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's super fun. 1995, man. Obviously, it played and looked... Well, it looked pretty similar, but it played quite different. I'm not even sure that you could look up and down. The rain obviously didn't look like this, even if there was any. I think there may have been rain.
The rain in Spain stays mainly on the plain.
It does, this is true.
Why does it stay in Anarchy?
So many people just milling around. Why are the women all super, super buxom? Like, what's up with that? Like it was saying, thick.
I mean, it's a computer game.
Did that used to be the thing?
Those butts are giant. Lovely butts. What? What do you think I'm saying? She just looked up at me like, what?
Are those...
Butts.
Hang on.
Boobies.
You can see the nipples, can't you?
Yep.
Oh my god.
They had good food.
Good food. Oh dear. Well, I will never judge the Witcher games again for giving me, like, the same NPCs over and over. Right? Anyway, what did Lady Brissiana say? The King's Badger, wasn't it? And that's in Daggerfall, so let's get back there. Find. The King's Badger. That's the King's Hedgehog. No. She did say in Daggerfall, didn't she?
Yeah, the lady's fashion is a cheeseboard dress. Yeah, that's the chessboard. Sorry.
Right?
I
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
Longtail Heights. Alright, sorry, I got that wrong. So, V, Daggerfall. Longtail. No. Longtail Heights is a separate place. That is crazy. There's so many. Every dot represents a place you can go to. It's a dungeon.
That is fucking crazy.
It is wild, isn't it? Right.
Healthy bodies that eat mammoth cheese.
Oh,
they eat something.
yeah. Alright, we need to find the King's Badger. And sadly, not a euphemism. Where is Taverns? The King's Badger. It's really easy. You want to go away west of here. It genuinely feels like you're exploring the world, though. I would say that. That's the thing that they'd abandoned by the time we got to Oblivion. Morrowind still had it. You needed to read the signs. You needed to talk to people. You can see the evolution of it. Could this be it? Oh yeah, we haven't showed you this yet. Look at that. That obviously wasn't in the OG. That's a Unity thing.
What? What?
Isn't that fun? You're in Longtail Heights. I have no idea if this is the right one. How do we find out? Shit. It says King's Badger. There we go. Simple enough. Right, where's the lady? Do you think it's her? Which one of these looks like an agent? Hey, it's Jack Black. Isn't that pure Jack Black?
Yeah.
I reckon it's her. Let's go. Ah, thank you for responding to my letter, Khan. I'm Lady Brissiana. Let me bring you up to date on affairs. The spectre of King Lysandus haunts the streets of Daggerfall at night. Trying to communicate with him is futile. Will occasionally moan the word vengeance. He will occasionally moan the word vengeance. But he's obviously interested in Cyrodiil. He's bummed about the Cyrodiil testing. But that is the only coherent word I've ever heard him utter. If you are ever in Daggerfall, do not wander the city at night. You are certain to be attacked by his legion of ghosts. It would be probably more gainful to investigate those who might have wronged Lysandus to find the cause behind his torment. I do not know if the royal family of Daggerfall or another person or persons merit more suspicion. The major powers of the Bay, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Daggerfall may be good places to start. In the matter of the letter, the Emperor's agent says he was unable to hand-deliver it to the Queen because of the war. He hired a courier who supposedly delivered the letter in his stead. We do not even know the name of this courier. So this is the letter from the Emperor to Lysandus' wife, which he says was of a personal nature. So Uriel was obviously flogging his log somewhere else. Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, there's little information of use, but it would be worthwhile to see whether the letter arrived at Castle Daggerfall at all. How you decide to do this is entirely your decision. I will contact you if any new information should surface. I'm leaving Daggerfall soon. My position here has been compromised and my life is in danger. Do not mention my name in court. It is more likely to hurt than help. Good luck and watch your back. Okay.
Dun dun dun.
And we can't talk to her again.
Queen's Beaver is better than the King's Badger.
Yeah, Queen's Beaver, absolutely. We need to speak with the royal families in Daggerfall, Wayrest, and Sentinel. Alright, where's the castle? Oh, we need to travel, don't we? God damn it, we need to... It's so expensive. We're gonna run out of money soon. Daggerfall.
Speaking of money, should we do a in-game gold giveaway for ESO?
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it.
So it's only PC, I'm afraid. How much are we doing?
Let's give away 250,000. I'll supply that one.
Alright, 250,000. You guys heard it. PC, EU, or NA.
15 mil, yeah, good one.
So the way the giveaways work, I'm going to give you guys a random number range. And whoever guesses the number first, just keep spamming that chat, just keep spamming those numbers. Whoever guesses it first wins themselves 250,000 of in-game gold on PC, EU, or NA in ESO. And the random number range is between 1 and 50. So please, the giveaway is live. This is on Twitch only, I'm afraid. Yeah, start spamming that chat with numbers. There we go. Oh, Solo got it. It's literally second guess.
Wow. Should we do another one? That was too quick.
Yeah, all right.
Let's do another one. I'll do both of these.
All right. So another gold giveaway. Okay, hang on. Stop. I'm gonna do another one.
Make it between 100 and 169. This second giveaway. Congratulations, Solo. That's amazing. Good guessing.
All right. The new giveaway is live. Here we go. Solo, you would you mind sending me a DM on a Discord if that's at all possible? Just to let me know. I'm pretty sure it's PCNA, right? But if you want it in EU, that's cool. Just let us know what you'd like and we'll send it to you. So the range is between 100 and 169. 100 and 169. I see a lot of numbers below 100. That's, yeah. Bring it up between 100 and 169. Oh, there we go. This one is a longer one.
Hey.
Right, keep it bringing. Keep it guessing.
You're in Daggerfall.
Hey, Mr. Red Hawk won the second giveaway. Congratulations.
Congrats. I'm going to relog when we finish here and send 500,000 to Maya so she can distribute that. Is that cool?
Thank you. Absolutely. So, Mr. Red Hawk, are you able to send me a... Okay. Okay, so we already have a whisper open.
Well, congrats, guys. Hey, check it out. We're
You
talking
can
to
just
the
let me know
guard.
which platform you'd like it on. There we go. Congratulations!
All are free.
I'll help him send a message.
Sorry.
Yeah, wherever. Discord, Twitch, doesn't matter. Just let me know which platform you guys want it on, and that's it. Sorry, Khan.
No, all good. All are free to petition His Highness at this time. Do not stray from the audience chamber, lest ye have royal blessing to do so. Always speak politely to the king and queen, and above all, cast no spells while within these walls. Do ye agree with these terms? Wow. The minstrels and everything. And this guy just looking at the wall. It's a battle mage.
Hey, Eggbirds. It's going good. How are you going? What? How are you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Have you had a good day? I hope so. Right, we're going to talk to the king, Maya.
Okay.
Yes, this is a potentially awkward situation I'm in. Not the worst, but awkward indeed. I'm in possession of a certain item that is not, to be blunt, legally mine. If you would carry it to a contact of mine in Stockworth Moor, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Does 181 gold pieces sound fair? Yeah?
I didn't vote for him. Eggbirds visiting my mum, so I'm just in chat for a very short time. No
Nice.
worries. I think we are going to be probably wrapping up soon anyway. So, yeah. I'm good. My mother was
67.
celebrating 67. Nice.
Lots of drinking.
Lots of drinking. Nice.
Excellent.
Yeah, I was sending like a, somebody else is running stuff for me tomorrow. So I was sort of sending a, this is what's been done. Make sure this gets done, stuff like that. And I just noticed that they last logged in, checked their messages at 3 a.m. I thought somebody was drinking. So it could be interesting. Where's the weekend for normal people? Also lots of cake. No cake. What? Only beer and shots. Bloody hell. Okay, I like your mum. I like her style. But I wouldn't have minded a cake. Just saying.
So we're supposed to ask the royals about stuff. Right, maybe we need to do these jobs for them, then they'll talk to us. That's how it worked in Arena. I've got to say, the atmosphere is actually really strong. Despite the old school graphics and everything. The Unity rebuild doesn't really do much for that. It just makes the whole experience smoother. But as we've been saying, you can mod the shit out of this as well to make it more easy on the eyes. Stockworth Moor. Let's just get there right away.
Do you wish to travel to Stockworth Moor?
Yes.
Can you afford it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cheap.
Well, because we're in the same zone.
Right, yeah.
Like, how far are we actually from... It's quite a long way. Like, Daggerfall was down here, wasn't it? Anyway. So, we need... the King Wing residence. I've got to be honest, I'm kind of loving this. This is so old school. In a fun way. Alright, location. Hail, Agranak Wixton. Hope you might be able to direct me to the Kingwing residence. Begging your pardon, that's such a stupid question. Don't think I should have to answer.
Kingwing sounds like, what's his name? Benedict Cumberbatch trying to say the word penguin.
Yeah.
Kingwing.
Yeah, whatever. Point me towards the Kingwing residence.
Have fun, Egbert!
Oh, this guy won't talk to me. You asked the right person. Just look for it west of here. Thank God for that. It's not a huge place, is it? Man, if someone ever made a game that was of this scale, but where you could, you know, travel between towns on foot and stuff because it's not quite so big, I would be in deep trouble. You know?
That's a weird map.
It's funny, isn't it? It's useful in dungeons, though.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Likes to play catch, right, Mayan Khan. I have to head off and have been here since 11 a.m.
Wow.
Well, have a great rest of your stream and evening, and catch you all in the next one. Thank you so much appreciated.
Thanks you.
Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, likes to play catch. Have an awesome one. You're not going to miss much because we are going to wrap it up very soon. As soon as I can find this person that we're looking for. Let's just ask her where I need to go. I reckon a little more wandering around will make a right good improvement in your manners. Okay? That's a little tedious. That, you know, so many of them are just like, yeah, fuck off, I'm not helping you. This looks like a big old grand house. So green, that means the inn? Ah, I just noticed that. The guilds, shops, taverns. Handy. Can't talk to the cows, sadly. East of here, so we just went past it. God damn it. Could it be this? Yeah, there we go. Thank you for your discretion. You'll find the discretions of valuable quality. Here is your payment. Good day. 180 gold. 181. We can't say anything more to her. Now, where was the entrance?
It's like me trying to find a way out of a dungeon. Where?
I think it was... Where? Oh, that is a little confusing, to be fair, in my defense.
What am I looking at?
Alright, now we go back to Daggerfall. Where's Daggerfall, Daggerfall? I thought I knew where it was. God damn it. There it is. Okay. Right, let's talk to the king, and then we are done with this. What do you think, Maya? Would you be persuaded to play this ever?
I've tried it.
Yeah.
Looked at it. It's the initial dungeon that just pissed me off.
Yeah, so many people have that.
Yeah, even in arena, I was really struggling with it.
They're too difficult, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, what an interesting time in game development when it was just about putting a graphical interface over the experience of playing a pen and paper RPG, and they were so clunky by comparison.
Yeah.
Because it all has to be in a database and stuff like that, rather than just a dungeon master that you interact with. I would say it's where Morrowind kicks in that really starts to get a bit more interesting, doesn't it? Okay, now, lovely to see you again. I understand your mission was accomplished. It was indeed, and now we should be able to ask him stuff.
Duh.
I have no idea what that means, but we are going to save it there. And thank you so much for hanging out with us. That is day 3, done and dusted. We had a good time with Dominion quests, awesome time in Daggerfall Unity. I was so looking forward to this. I hope, like
Argonian Lusty Maid voice changer style. That was interesting, I think.
Thank you so much for all the support today. Technically, there is one rung left on the sub counter. The health bar is at 9 out of 10. If anyone wants to throw us a last-minute bone before we finish, please feel free, but it's absolutely not necessary. We'll be back tomorrow. Gilly, thanks for the stream. You're very, very welcome. Before you go, what do I have to do to play this? You need to get hold of Daggerfall on Steam. It is free. You just search for Daggerfall on Steam. Oh, Gloomvex, what a legend. Thank you so much. You already gifted today, but thank you so much. Yeah, so if anyone wants that, it's free on Steam. You can just type it up. There it is. And then you can go to you can just search up Daggerfall Unity, or you can go to uesp.net, and there's a guide to setting it all up. And you basically just unzip the contents, run it, and tell it where the game is located. So make sure you get the Steam directory correct. And then you don't launch it through Steam. You create a separate folder with all the Daggerfall Unity stuff. Might be easier if I just show you guys, actually. But yeah, let's have a look. Okay, that's not going to work. No, I can't really demonstrate it. Oh no, there we go. It's giving me shit. Yeah, so create a separate folder in your games directory, and you just run that.
Ooh.
And it fires it up like this.
Bethesda Softworks. I feel like I've heard of that.
Yeah, man.
Company.
And that's it. And that launches it'll start on a different screen, which will ask you a bunch of things about settings and whatnot. But yeah, it just works. To quote a famous gaming hero of ours. So yeah, I encourage you to have a little mess around with it. We will be back tomorrow with more Elder Scrolls Online, lots more nonsense and fun, and we're going to ramp things the fuck up with Morrowind. One of my favorite games of all time. The reason I'm still here after Oblivion, Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Online, playing all this stuff, it was Morrowind that got me into it first. So, thank you again for hanging out. We really, really, really appreciate the support, whether that's, subs, follows, or just hanging out. That is a form of support. It absolutely is. The most important kind.
That's it, man.
Game over, man. Game over.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening.
Yeah, awesome start to the new week as well tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. Remember.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's been awesome getting started with the GAMESFEST, and it's only day 3, 31 to go. So see you tomorrow for day 4. And let's go and say hi to Tatanko. He's giving treats to his kitty. That looks cute. Let's go and say hi. Thanks, everyone. Night-night. You know what I mean.